Good morning, everyone. My name is Bronwyn Mercer, and I'm the current chair of NetThing 2022, where I have the privilege of leading an amazing group of volunteers to organise this year's forum. On behalf of the NetThing committee, I'd like to welcome you all to the 4th annual NetThing Forum on Internet Governance. And it's our privilege to have you all here with us today from across Australia and internationally. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome Nathan Moran, who's the CEO of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, who'll provide us with a welcome to country. Although I think we may actually have some delays in Nathan attending, so we might push that official welcome to country a little bit later. So before we begin, though, I would actually like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're gathering today around Australia, and pay my respects to their elders past and present and emerging. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people attending our event today and throughout our event over today and tomorrow. So we will hopefully have Nathan join us before we kick off the program if he's able to make it in time. So just to get us started with an overview of this year's event, especially if you haven't attended NetThing before, NetThing is Australia's Internet Governance Forum. So it's an annual event which brings together stakeholders from across the technology community to discuss issues and topics relating to technology and technology policy. So we really aim to provide a platform for the technology community in Australia to share diverse intersectional perspectives around technology issues and also mobilise the community to work together on solutions. Since the internet was established more than 30 years ago, it's evolved and enabled significant opportunities for innovation, and it's become a tool for facilitating global communications and connections in our daily lives. This year, our overarching theme, More Resilient Together, explores how we as a collective community need to work together to maintain an internet that is open, resilient, and interoperable. Under this theme, we have 4 core topics which have guided the selection of the sessions in our program. And these topics include trust and security, internet for a resilient world, inclusion and accessibility, and economic growth and development. So I'm very excited to see all the sessions that are part of this program, especially sessions that are coordinated by community members and have been proposed through our call for proposals process. So on behalf of the NetThing committee, I'd like to thank our 2022 sponsors and partners for their continued support and their contribution to making this event possible. Our event is completely funded by sponsors and partners, and we wouldn't be able to exist without them. So I'd now just like to go over a few housekeeping notes before we introduce the first session. So the first item I'd like to go over is our code of conduct, which basically consists of please be respectful to each other. Our aim, as it always has been, is to provide an open and inclusive platform where everyone is encouraged to participate. We want people to be comfortable speaking up, asking questions, and engaging in the conversation. We do provide an interactive platform, so please put your questions in the chat. But we are committed to building an Australian internet community that welcomes and respects a diversity of opinions and perspectives. So we also want to respect people of different backgrounds, views, and experiences that might be different to our own, and also just make sure that everyone feels comfortable. So we expect that everyone who attends and participates in the forum will be respectful of others, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, physical ability, nationality, age, socioeconomic status and belief. NetThing has a zero tolerance for any kind of discrimination or harassment, and anyone acting in an unacceptable manner may be removed from the forum at the discretion of the organising committee. So just to move on to some logistics as well, to let everyone know, all the sessions at NetThing 2022 are being recorded, and those sessions will be made available on our website and our social media channels. So we do have streaming to YouTube and Twitter as part of the event. And we're also live streaming on all our social media channels. Secondly, we have Auslan interpreters who will be available in all the sessions. They have been pinned to the screen automatically, but if you're having trouble or you can't see them, please reach out and let us know in the chat. We also have live captioning, which will be shown automatically in all the sessions. So if you have trouble or you're not able to view the captions, please let us know as well. So while all the speakers are presenting, please submit your questions either by clicking on the raise your hand button to ask questions during Q&A or by submitting questions via the Q&A tab. At the end of the presentations, a moderator will pose your questions to the relevant speaker. Please keep in mind that all are welcome here and play nice and remember our code of conduct. And a chat moderator will be moderating the chat at all times. So moving on, we would love it if you could help promote NetThing on our social media. Please tag us at NetThing_AU and use the hashtag NetThing2022, which is all in lowercase. Lastly, last but not least, I'd like to move on to today's agenda, which is absolutely packed with amazing sessions. So there's a lot to look forward to. So first up, we've got our keynote fireside chat, which is between Vint Cerf and Minister Ed Husic, the Federal Minister for Innovation and Science, for Industry and Science, which is followed by our first panel of the day before we take a quick break for morning tea, during which there will be a short presentation from Tett. After that, we'll have a panel exploring the shared public sexual space and how we navigate it, followed by a lunch and then a quick 15-minute showcase on the patterns causing consumer harm. At 1:30, we'll reconvene for a panel on the digital divide. And after that, we'll take another break. And then after that, we'll hear from some industry experts on Australia's market conditions today. Our final panel for day one will be live streamed from the University of Queensland and hosted by UQ's School of Communications and Arts and the Asia Pacific Network Information Centre. So it's great to have an in-person component coming back as part of this year's event, and I hope that that will continue into next year's event. So that's all the logistics that I needed to cover. Hopefully you're as excited as I am about the lineup for this year's event. So I'd like to move on to introducing our very first session so we can kick off this year's event. So our first session for NetThing 2022 is one that I'm personally very excited about. We have a pre-recorded video from the Federal Minister for Industry and Science, the Honourable Ed Husic, who recently sat down with Vint Cerf, the co-designer of the TCP/IP protocols and the architecture of the internet, for a fireside chat. And I was delighted to be involved in facilitating this chat. So let's see what they had to say. Hello, welcome to today's fireside chat on internet resilience. My name is Bronwyn Mercer, and I'm the chair of NetThing, Australia's Internet Governance Forum. This year's NetThing event focuses on the theme, More Resilient Together, which is aiming to highlight the importance of the resilience of internet infrastructure and the role of technology in supporting communities during times of disruption. I'm excited to be joined by two guests, Vint Cerf and Minister Ed Husic. Vint Cerf is widely known as one of the fathers of the internet, as the co-designer of the TCP/IP protocols and the architecture of the internet. Minister Ed Husic is Australia's Federal Minister for Industry and Science. He has a strong interest in the Australian tech and digital sector and has been vocal about the need for Australia to think ahead about the impact of technology on jobs and communities. I would like to start the discussion today by looking first at the resilience of the internet itself. Today, there are so many different threats to the resilience of the internet, from cybersecurity to geopolitics, and even the undersea cables that carry network traffic between countries. So I'll start with you, Vin. What are the critical elements for creating a resilient internet, especially in creating an internet which meets not only the needs of today's users, but also the needs of the users of tomorrow?
Well, there's a long and complicated answer to that, but I'll start with the simplest one, and that is to create redundancy wherever we can so that the system is resilient. That sometimes means multiple providers, so there is choice for consumers. That sometimes means redundant infrastructure. That sometimes means dramatically different kinds of infrastructure. For example, the difference between having overhead satellite LEO services like Starlink, in addition to ground-based facilities, whether that's 5G or someday 6G or Wi-Fi or undersea and land-based optical fiber. In the case of all of those technologies, what one wants is as much flexibility as possible. We are at Google heavily invested in undersea cable, for example, and we're beginning to see that there's a lot of connectivity east to west, but there's not too much connectivity north and south. And so that's an area of some interest for us and presumably others. Another example of an attempt to increase resilience is to interconnect with as many internet service providers as possible. In Google's case, it's on the order of about 8,000 providers that interconnect to our backbone network that then links the customers into our data center network. So all of those things theoretically improve physical infrastructure. It also helps a lot if we have common standard protocols so that everyone is interoperable, without which the fabric becomes less stable and less reliable. You implied, I think, in your opening remarks that there are other forces that lead to some instability, some of which involve regulation, which makes the internet look different depending on where you are. The domain name system resolutions may not be the same depending on where you ask the questions. Connectivity may be different. The networks sometimes get shut down by governments, which is entirely feasible. If you shut down the underlying infrastructure, the packets don't flow. So we're seeing all kinds of forces that interfere with uniformity and commonality, in addition to potential loss of resilience. Now, you mentioned in the face of disasters, one thing I will say is that rapid reconstitution also is a powerful tool in order to recover from severe degradation of physical infrastructure. So in addition to building redundancy, we also want to be able to rapidly deploy capability, even if it's on a temporary basis. Drones that are doing Wi-Fi or drones that are doing 4G or 5G are, examples of the kind of thing that I'm talking about.
What are some of the biggest global challenges that you're concerned about, and how does the internet help us to tackle those challenges? So I know you started talking about some of the I guess, socioeconomic impacts of the internet as well.
Well, first of all, affordability is a huge issue, and no matter what infrastructure you have, if it isn't affordable, it's not going to be useful. So the Starlink service, for example, is a very powerful tool. In a sense, it'd be hard to avoid access to the internet, no matter where you are on the planet. But if it isn't affordable, that could be a big issue. If it isn't reliable, it's not a helpful thing. If it's not safe and secure, it becomes a huge issue because people don't want to use it if they don't feel that it's safe to use. So there are all kinds of considerations there, to say nothing of the diversity of policies that are emerging out of concern for harmful behaviors on the network, malware and denial of service attacks, ransomware, other kinds of malware. All of these things are influencing policymakers to make rules which may or may not be compatible on an international basis, creating real problems for internet service providers and application providers as they operate in an international setting, trying to follow the rules that each country might impose on internet operation. And where those collide and conflict, it makes it hard for both the provider of service and also the consumers as well.
think you lead really nicely into the next question, which is for the Minister. So according to the Tech Council of Australia, technology is Australia's third largest industry, contributing $167 billion per annum to the GDP in 2021. And the Australian government has made a strong effort to transform Australia into a regional tech hub, with key priorities including growing GDP and increasing the size of the technology workforce. So what will be the impact of growing the Australian technology sector on the resilience of technology services in Australia?
Thank you, Bronwyn. And can I just got to say, I've read so much about this person, but to be able to share a panel with Mint is a huge honour. And a lot of the things that you've asked me in that question wouldn't have been possible with some of the work and the contribution made. So thank you very much, Vin. It is to me a huge personal honour to be able to share some time with you and to also explore the way in which some of the work that you've contributed to has opened up these type of opportunities. I very much look at technology not as something that should be celebrated in and of itself. It's very important. It's what it enables you to do.
Exactly.
That is really, really, really important. And I keep emphasising that well before becoming a minister, and it's something that's it's deeply held by me now. Because, I look, for example, and when I'm talking, for instance, with startups that are beginning and younger Australians that I've got an idea about a business, what is there, not only the energy that they bring, but it's this attitude, which is really important for improving the functioning of societies and economies, which is problem solving. They use technology to crack a problem that the solution has evaded others for quite some time. And so it unlocks that type of potential, but it also the policy framework has to be in a way that, while valuing the economic growth that comes out of it, very important, you have to recognise too what we can do for national well-being. And so social enterprises as well, using technology in a way that can improve the quality of life in communities, really important. And I think some of those criteria that Mint mentioned earlier about accessibility, affordability, reliability, security, these are important as well to ensure that we maximise the benefit of technology, and that we recognise too, and we're big enough and strong enough to recognise light and shade. A lot of benefit, a lot of risk, and it's some of the stuff that we're looking at the moment around the consultations we've got here in this country around updating our list of critical technologies, knowing what technology can do, but also if you don't think about risk and downside and prepare for that, you're not necessarily putting yourself in a good spot. So there is all that. We do recognise the power from an economic perspective of technology if applied right in growing jobs. We think it's important. For instance, we've set ourselves a target based off what the Tech Council of Australia said, which is that Australia should have 1.2 million tech-related jobs in the economy by 2030. This isn't just a metric of itself, and we're not just looking at it all being concentrated in the tech sector, but rather spreading this skill across the economy and community for the reasons I mentioned earlier about what it can do to improve the way we work and improve quality of life. So we are looking at that. We're also looking at some dedicated work around setting up we're currently at work on a national robotics strategy, which we're hoping to develop by the end of next year. We haven't had one, really. We've had roadmaps, but in terms of having a lot more concrete ambition that we need to work on, and a national quantum strategy we hope to develop by the end of the year, because classic computing is about to be turned on its head, and a lot of the work has been focused on that. I'm not necessarily saying it'll replace classic computing, because that will still be there for some time, but it does unlock huge potential in terms of being able to power through data and apply it in ways that might come up with new medicines, new ways of improving the production of food in a planet that the climate is changing seemingly before our eyes, and meeting the needs of the future dietary needs, in particular of growing populations in different parts of the world. So it is important that we get this right. It is important that we apply it right, and it is important that we get the right outcomes, and that's a big focus of us as a new government.
Wow, what a great summary, I just have a couple of things I'd like to emphasize. First of all, I love your view that this is enabling technology. The whole point is, how do I use it? How do I do something useful with it for everyone? So, as you say, this is not an end in itself, but the fact that it enables is important. It does imply also that you need training in order to take advantage of that technology. So the STEM focus of attention is important. You mentioned accessibility, and there are two meanings of that. One of them has to do with simply having the facility available at all. But the other meaning of accessibility is accessible to people with disabilities. And that we've generally, I would say, as a community, not done well. Actually, Microsoft has a very good reputation, and so does Apple. Google is working really hard on this, especially with things like voice recognition and automatic captioning and things of that kind, speech synthesis, and other kinds of accessibility features. But we really need to work harder to make this accessible to everyone. Just a small point on that. It's often asserted that there are 1 billion people in the world with a disability of one kind or another. And so you might think making the internet accessible takes care of those 1 billion people. Actually, it takes care of all the other people that those 1 billion people have to interact with, because it facilitates their interaction. So it really has a benefit for the entire planet. And the last point that you implied in your comment, Minister, is dependence and dependencies on these technologies. If they are not reliable, then it becomes a very scary proposition to become extremely dependent on them. And I would cite our mobiles, which have millions of apps on them. When they don't work, when they are not available, there are cascade failure kinds of events. For example, oh, I don't have a signal, so I can't get the second factor in my authentication scheme, so I can't get into my email account to get the email that I need in order to do the business deal that's going to save my company. And so I would argue that we want redundancy in terms of instruments that we rely on. So my laptop and my pad and my mobile should all have similar capabilities to handle all of these ancillary functions that we ask them to do, so that we're not so dependent on that one specific instrument. I'm very nervous about where we are right now with regard to mobile dependency.
Well, I think you've expressed the concern of many a parent watching their kids stuck on an iPad for an extended period of time. Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? It's the case, frankly, across everything that we do. Getting balance is always important. So I think that is key. And I think going to the first part of the points you raised, the dream of the internet was that it would enable people to do so much more that they'd been prevented. It would give access. It would ensure that people that hadn't had information easily available to them would be available. And obviously that dream has evolved, if I can use that rather quaint way of putting it, over time. But the ambition should still remain, as you rightly point out, about ensuring that as many people as widely as possible are being able to, and people living with a disability, absolutely. And some of those in terms of voice to text, for instance, yep, it's gone a long way. But does that mean that we've succeeded in fulfilling what we want with respect to improving the ability of everyone, literally, and underscoring that everyone, to be able to use technology? No, and we've got a long way to go. And I think it's important that we agitate for change. The other thing, Ben, that from my point of view on accessibility, those ones that you raised, absolutely critical. I look at underrepresented communities, and I represent ones where cost could be an issue.
Yes.
The ability to understand how to navigate technology, all those things that you mentioned earlier, really, they struck a chord with me, because I think about that digital divide that exists, that does need to be worked on constantly to improve the ability of people to be able to access that, and also potentially to transform lives and use that in a way that does. And so the issue of upgrading human capital, being able to ensure that people develop those skills to be able to access, and that it's affordable, and easy to get a hold of, really important. And longer term, and I think, either be it in the workplace or from the way in which firms are founded and the types of people that are involved in the workforce or founding new firms, diversity is a massive issue, and it hasn't been fixed for quite some time. It's devilishly difficult to attend to, but we have to absolutely continue the work on that, again, to fulfill the ambition we had for this technology and what we thought and what we still believe it can do in terms of transforming opportunity.
So this gets us to another very important point, which is collaboration and cooperation across the planet on the use and implementation and evolution of these technologies. I'm sure it's evident to you, especially in your position now, that the internet gets abused. There are people who use this infrastructure to amplify harmful behaviors, and those behaviors cross international boundaries. So we have victims in one jurisdiction and perpetrators in another. The only way that we are going to deal with that, I think, is to hold people accountable, people and organizations and even countries accountable for their behavior. And in order to hold people accountable or organizations accountable, we need to be able to identify them, which means that absolute anonymity is not exactly the right prescription here. We need to be able to pierce the veil of pseudonymity at need and with appropriate authority. We need cooperation between countries in order to cooperate to track down and hold accountable people who are doing harmful things. We have to come to agreement about what's unacceptable behavior. And all of that will require a kind of diplomatic initiative that someone in your position would need to, I would say, induce and encourage. So the Internet Governance Forum is one of the platforms in which those kinds of discussions can happen. We don't do treatments at IGF, but we certainly try very hard to surface issues and potential solutions and venues in which those solutions can be pursued. So one of the things that's happened recently in the IGF in the last few meetings is to bring legislators and parliamentarians into the IGF discussions, both to share with them what we have learned and also hear from them the problems they are concerned about and wish to fix. I just hope that we don't end up with a kind of overemphasis on terms like data sovereignty, where countries want to build barriers between themselves and the rest of the universe. It's an understandable desire in the belief that it would somehow protect the population, but fragmenting the internet erodes immediately its primary value, which is the connectivity that it provided in the first place.
No, agreed. I mean, what you've, as someone who's been there at the start of all this, we've seen over the years, one of the things that was held, I think it was at Well, that was the first online community that started in the States. And one of the things was that it allowed for people to be anonymous and express their views, but they discovered early on that the way in which it transformed, the way that we would behave face-to-face versus the way that you behave online, that was the first instance, but well before what we saw on social media, the way in which it transformed behavior. And we really, and anonymity has been prized so much, but as you rightly point out, it's been used in a way that's transformed what the expectation was to the way things have occurred. And I think in the most dramatic way, and I've been really concerned about this post-Christ, what happened in Christchurch. The terrible events there, and the way that, technology was used, and the way in which that event was then used by some online communities in the darkest corner of the online communities to then inspire other attacks that occurred, extremist attacks that occurred on your home soil, Vint, as well. This does require, as you rightly point out, a lot of international cooperation to say, you know what, we've reached the limit. This is not the type of behaviour we think is helpful at all, and governments will need to step in, and laws and regulations do need to be changed, and the community has an expectation that governments will do their job to follow through on that. So it absolutely is the case. And as I said before, I mentioned this and I referenced this earlier through the course of our discussions on balance. You can't I've never wanted to see technology in either utterly utopian terms or dystopian ones, but we need to make sure the technology works in a way that fulfills community expectation.
Another question for you, Minister, which is, I guess, more on the positive side, since you mentioned balance. In the past 5 years, all Australians have faced disruptions from COVID to fires and floods, especially in your part of New South Wales as well, in your particular electorate. And technology has been absolutely essential to enable coordination of crisis relief to help communities to stay connected. So on the positive side, how will the growth of the technology sector help Australians and Australian businesses to respond to economic, geopolitical, environmental challenges? As you know, these challenges we've faced, I feel like are just the beginning, where we're only going to get more disruption in the years to come.
Yeah, so true. Thanks, Bronwyn. Through the course of the lockdowns we experienced here in New South Wales, being able to have a reliable broadband network, really important. So the ambition of having a national broadband network really came to the fore when people needed to be able to work from home, and for smaller businesses to survive. They were wondering how they would get their job done, and being able to then have the applications that sprung from having a mobile broadband network and having all the developments we've seen over time. And particularly, I think of those in the hospitality and the food business in our neck of the woods that were able to continue to survive and supply people that were stuck at home, and then also ensure those businesses didn't fold. And there were businesses that did really come under huge pressure and couldn't survive. But if you took a moment to think what it would have been like if those things weren't around and what that would have done, it does show, as I said earlier, the benefit of technology, and also importantly, our ability to use technology. Again, skill. It's not just faith that the technology that you just press on and that it all works. You need to have a degree of skill. And so that's really important as well. And at a bigger level too, Bronwyn, if I may emphasize, the advancements in artificial intelligence that we saw, this has been, the work on artificial intelligence has been working for decades, but the processing power, what we saw emerge a couple of decades ago and the way that things advanced, and importantly, can I emphasize, government investments, not just in technology, but in the research, the basic research as well, we should be celebrating too, that allow us to pair human knowledge and skill with technology to advance human knowledge. And in this case, artificial intelligence being able to crunch through data to accelerate the way we were able to develop a vaccine to confront a global pandemic that had just emerged. And whereas would normally take years for that type of behavior or that type of work to eventuate into something fruitful, it was able, the pairing of human talent, skill, technology was literally, it was life-saving. So, it is important to get these things right. And so, we see all that type of thing occur, and we should celebrate it and learn from it and see where we go next.
Vint, did you have any final comments you'd like to make?
Well, first of all, I can't wait to come back to Australia because my Australian wine collection is starting to shrink because we drink much of it. So, your implicit invitation would be welcomed. Second, just for fun, I have to tell you that we're right on the edge of a new era in humanity's history because we're on our way into outer space again. I'm very excited about this because I've been part of a group developing an interplanetary internet backbone to support manned and robotic space exploration and eventually economic development. So we're seeing this in the Artemis mission, if it ever gets off the ground. The return to the moon involves the private sector for communications and possibly even things like mining and mineral recovery. And that's going to create an amazing collection of interesting policy issues, like what happens if there is a dispute over ownership of something on the moon? Who decides that? What about frequency allocation? There's just an endless array of interesting problems we are about to step into. And in a sense, Minister, that's your territory, except that it's on the moon, or maybe it's on Mars, or maybe it's in the asteroid belt. You're going to have to help us think our way through how in the heck are we going to manage that?
I've just put it on my to-do list.
Yes, perfect. That's a weekend's job, right? Yeah, I'll be expecting a report on Monday.
Yeah, okay. I'll definitely do that. Well, I was also going to observe. I mean, I think those are all really important points, and that is, I mean, the future. If we do expand our reach along the lines that you just described, will require governments to think through those type of issues. That'll be important. The other thing that I can't walk away from or fail to mention here is this week being able to see what happened with the double asteroid redirection.
Oh,
test.
yes.
Massive.
I haven't seen what happened yet.
Yeah. Well, that's right. But I mean, I think we can still celebrate what that said in terms of international cooperation, application of skill, ambition, and to do it in a way that, we would never have been able to think that we could have the capability to, propel something the size of a fridge at 6.6 kilometers a second to hit an asteroid the size of one of the Giza pyramids, and to do it all from 11 million kilometers away. That is staggering. But again, technology paired with skill, huge.
So we are so lucky to have someone in your position who can talk about those things rationally. I mean, that's very impressive right off the bat.
Thank you. It's the second cup of coffee that helped.
Thank you so much to both of you for coming along to this fireside chat, and I'm hoping that the attendees of NetThing this year gained as much out of this as I did, and that you feel inspired by the potential of technology to increase resilience of society, and also, I guess, more awareness of the issues surrounding technology that we need to be aware of and also work together to resolve as a community. Because one of the things that's really been highlighted is it's a team sport. We all need to work together, and we need to collaborate across sectors to make a systemic and large-scale impact, with technology being not only connected at the domestic level, but also at the international level, where we collaborate across private sector, public sector, and the entire internet ecosystem. So thank you both, and we'll wrap up the session now.
What a terrific chat that was. How fortunate are we to have had Vince Cerf and the Minister Ed Husic join our conference for 2022. Up next, our first panel today will be an exploration of the tech ecosystem and how technology should be regulated. We welcome Professor Joanna Weaver, Director of the Tech Policy Design Centre, Kate Pounder, CEO of the Tech Council of Australia, and Richard Windia, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's absolutely delighted to be here today. This is my third NetThing. Congratulations to the amazing organising committee who bring this together. It really is an extraordinary session and community that is behind all of this. So it's a pleasure to be joining you. We have a panel for you today with Richard Windia, who I can see here on the screen. Richard is Deputy Secretary at Department of Infrastructure, Communications, Regional Development, the Arts. What have I missed, Richard? Something?
Transport.
transport, and is responsible for the communications portfolio among many things. So Richard, we're really pleased that you're able to join us here today. And also joining us is Kate. I'm just checking if Kate is on the line.
I am, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. We can hear you, but we can't see you. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. We'll proceed anyway. So our session today is going to be talking about tech regulation, but actually more specifically, we're going to talk about tech regulators. And when we proposed this panel, it wasn't quite as topical a subject as it might be given some of the events of the last week, or of the last few weeks. So here I'm thinking about the string of breaches that have been experienced, which I think have really put to the front of mind for perhaps not for this community. I know many of you think about these issues regularly, but for the average Australian to be thinking about these things more than they might have otherwise. We're specifically going to talk about a report that my centre, the Tech Policy Design Centre at the Australian National University, has released a few months back. And the report actually flipped the question. So instead of saying what should be the regulators, we're looking at, instead of asking what should be the regulations, we asked the question of who should be the regulators. And I think that has become all the more of an important question when we're looking at the responses to some of these most recent breaches. So to inform the report, we conducted interviews with 34 heads of regulators. So we interviewed the heads of all of the digital regulators to the extent that you can identify digital regulators. And we interviewed senior public servants and also members of industry. We're going to use the session today to talk about some of the findings of the report, but also to draw out with Richard and Kate what their views on some of the key issues that we discussed in the report were. But before we dive into that, and we will leave time at the end, 20 minutes at the end for questions. Before we dive into it, I wanted to just start, because it's really easy when we talk about a subject like tech regulation to delve into specifics. You know, what was the latest incident was that we're now going to focus on, or what should particular regulations or policies be? And we often lose sight of the why. What is the objective of what we're of the exercise of designing and cultivating effective tech regulation? And so the first question that I have that I wanted to put to Kate and to Richard is by asking each of you to help us to paint a picture of what would Australia look like if we get tech regulation right. How would citizens, industry and government be impacted if we actually manage to create a tech ecosystem that is effectively regulated? And let's start with that, perhaps that vision. I might throw first to Kate, and then we'll go to Richard.
Thank you. And I love the irony of giving you a vision whilst not being on screen. Apologies for that. But, you know, it's a fabulous question, Johanna, because I think we can sometimes lose sight of the end goal, particularly when we're dealing with a stressful time such as we are now with the recent cyber hacks. And so I think that if we get this right, we'll be a country that feels it's in control of its future, feels it's in control of the jobs it's creating and who gets into them, feels we're in control of being able to create these new industries and companies that can go confidently in the world and build products and services that we're proud of, as well as, you know, making us a stronger and more resilient and successful company. And I think we'll be a citizenry that feels sort of enabled and capable of building and using those products and services. And, you know, and that's often where regulation comes in. And, you know, I like to think that you know, we need to sort of turn, both through regulation, but through all the other levers available to us, some of our, what feels like vulnerabilities now into strengths. Like, we're a nation of tech adopters. You know, it's actually one reason we're being targeted through these cyber hacks. But that should be our strength as well, right? Because technology can help keep us safe, both through the quality of the products that we're building and the services and websites that we're building, but also through the way we use technology, whether that's digital identity and credentials or simpler technologies like encryption and 2FA, to be helping us build a really resilient economy that's on the front foot. And that doesn't have to stop engaging with data and digital services because we feel that it's become a danger. So I think if we get the balance right, that's the kind of future we can have.
Yeah, and I love that concept, Kate, of if we get tech regulation right, we're actually controlling Australia's future. So Richard, over to you to help us paint that vision.
Well, I'll start by saying I really like the way Kate has presented it or described it, because I think that resonates with me. And in fact, the thing that I think was most telling in the way Kate described it is the first half of our answer didn't actually talk about tech at all. It talked about consumers and confidence and goods and services rather than tech. And I suppose the point I'd make, I mean, at one grandiose level, I would say if we get it right, then hopefully Australia's national interests are protected, consumers feel safe, and markets work. And I sort of have those three dimensions because it does seem to me that we regulate for a lot of different purposes, and that's worth keeping in mind as well. Whether it's economic regulation or consumer protection regulation or even sort of national security or national interest regulation, they're all often different, separate, sometimes overlapping, but not always overlapping buckets. And I think one of the other things that I feel, if we get it right, is that our citizens, Australians, can kind of concentrate and focus on the digital services they are receiving rather than worrying about the tech underlying them that is causing them to be delivered. And that's just a less elegant way, I think, of pointing to Kate's confidence, kind of confidence piece. So I think, I mean, and you will hear me probably mention this, say this a few times, Johanna, today, and I think you and I, and certainly Kate and I, have talked about this in the past. For me, a huge amount of this is actually working out what we mean by, or what tech reg actually is versus what, you know, actually contemporary 21st century regulation of a whole lot of sectors looks like, which just happen to be sectors that are now quite digitally rich or tech heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that idea of regulating for many different purposes and the idea of people being able to focus on the services that are delivered rather than the tech that underpins them is also a really great way to articulate the objective. And I always say that tech policy is actually just policy, or tech regulation is actually just regulation. So definitely of one mind there. To those who are listening, if you do have questions as we're going through, please feel free to put them into the question function, and I'll try and inject them into the panel in an interactive way, so you don't have to wait to the end. So please feel free to use that, the Q&A function that is there. So when we now turn to looking at the findings of the report, Tending the Tech Ecosystem, one of the things that we were looking at was, what are the skills, knowledge and expertise that you would need to have to actually be an effective tech regulator? I'll talk about what the findings of the report are, but before I reveal the findings, I mean, people, I know Kate and Richard, you're at its launch, so you know the answers, you've got the exam question in advance, but I would love to just hear from both of you what you think the characteristics of an effective regulator to be able to achieve that vision that both of you have just articulated there. Richard, I'll throw to you first.
Thanks. So again, I'll sort of pose a question back and then come to the question. But one of the things that went through my mind thinking about this is kind of what are the skills and attributes you want for a regulator versus what are the skills, you know, if we talk about a tech regulator, what are the regulatory skills you need as well as the tech skills you need? And it's a question that I think we in government do grapple with frequently. When we're looking for people to be regulators of the telecommunications sector, for example, to what extent do you bias towards people who are experienced regulators who will learn how telecommunications markets and systems work versus people that have expertise in the telecommunications world, and they come into government and learn how to be a regulator? And I think that is actually a tricky balance to get right. And I think one of the things I would say is that it's perhaps one of the strengths in having regulators who are not individual people. They are part of a board or an authority or a commission that therefore can blend a variety of bits of expertise. Because being a regulator is a there are a whole lot of skills associated with making decisions in a regulatory sense that are technically in their own right, let alone the skills or knowledge you might need for the sector you are being asked to regulate. The next thing I suppose I'd say, one way of looking at it perhaps is I would like to see people that are by nature able to be focus on outcomes, able to be collaborative both across government and across industry and across co-regulators, understand the need to be accountable, and that's actually sort of a regulatory, that's a kind of regulator skill, but particularly perhaps have an attitude which is willing to countenance change and change in the future. A couple of other things, though, I think I would add is when it comes to some things in the world of tech or some things in the world of digital, one of the features that I think is quite relevant is we end up talking about businesses that are global in nature and delivery of goods and services which don't necessarily, or services that don't necessarily are not easily stopped at a territorial border. And so one of the things I think is important in the digital world is an eye to where we fit, an eye to Australia's place in the world, or an eye to where our regulatory decisions and even our regulatory frameworks fit with respect to those in other countries that are grappling with the same problems and dealing with the same industry players. The question that I don't have a great answer to this. Hopefully Kate can answer this. Is the sort of blessed question of how much do you need to be able to produce the clever algorithm in order to be able to regulate the things that the clever algorithm delivers? And I think that's really, really hard to work out what the right blend is. Can you just regulate? What things can you regulate by focusing on outcomes and behaviours rather than having to regulate the things that go into the system? Safety regulators, traditionally, you would expect to understand how cars work and how planes work in order to regulate them safely, but other things you can regulate by looking at the outcome and say, your challenge is to run your business to produce the right outcomes, not the wrong outcomes. I don't have to design your algorithm for you. That's the piece that I think is tricky to know how to get right, because the challenge, and then the challenge is where do you find the people that that potentially tick all those boxes? Kate will have the answer.
Thanks, Richard. So I will throw to Kate. These were some of the topics that were much discussed in the report as well, but I'll let Kate jump in before I speak to the report.
Thank you. And look, I would firstly agree with everything Richard said in terms of the qualities you need in the regulator. I think you do need people who have a range of expertise within the regulator, but not every individual has to be able to fulfill each piece of expertise. That's an impossible ask, but it's being thoughtful about the team you're creating and the staff and the board or the commission model that you have in those agency structures. I actually think in some ways, though, to also echo Richard's point, it's the mindset, and the skills, not simply the knowledge. I think being really good at problem solving, particularly knowing how to navigate the levers of government and the workings of government, and knowing, the rules you have to follow and the times when you need to actually come up with new solutions. I actually think that's an incredibly important judgment call often, but it's so critical in our space because so often it's not simply a procedural and enforcement-based regulation. You're actually constantly being confronted with a new problem that there's no rule book for. So that creativity and that problem solving is actually a really important quality, I think. But knowing, the bounds within which you can exercise that discretion and when to develop new rules and when to follow and enforce the rules that apply, and knowing how to interpret them. And I think that point on collaboration, engaging with stakeholders is really key, because often you basically have to solve the problem together to an extent, because no one has perfect knowledge of what's happened or the technologies or the rules. So you can't have a model where there isn't collaboration. To Richard's point, though, and I think it's a really good one, do you need to have built something to know how to take it apart and understand it and regulate it? I can only speak from personal experience, and I am, by no means a technical person in my training, but I did actually work as a regulator in the first part of my career, and then went and worked in consulting, but also for Data 6.1 for a period. And I've got to say, I didn't actually build an algorithm, but having to sit in meetings with data scientists where I was the partner responsible for a data analytics project, and I had to really understand the choices we were making in the data, the complexities, has made me a much better policy thinker, because sometimes I can look at a piece of legislation and say, yeah, I know we haven't described, I know the policy outcome we're trying to achieve, and I can see we're not describing it correctly. Or, in this current debate about data, I think it's an irony that in the same week we're all becoming increasingly concerned about the amount of data that's being collected by the private sector, the Parliament's passing a piece of legislation that will massively expand the rights of the ATO to force a lot of companies to be collecting a whole range of private data. And I think the only reason no one's put two and two together is no one really appreciates what the legislation that's passing on that second point is doing. And so I think when you've worked with that technology and on it, doesn't mean you have to be a data scientist. You can, I think, understand something, particularly when it's not presented to you in a clear way, more readily, and that's an important skill. But not everyone in the regulator needs to have it.
Yeah, and folks won't be surprised to know that this was a really key part of the discussion that in all of the interviews that we conducted. And it was probably one of the main parts of the report where there was divergence of views. There were a number of the interviewees who felt that a regulator wouldn't be able to actually regulate effectively in this space unless they were able to have that level of expertise. And then the divergence really came from the point of, did that expertise need to be in-house, or would it be possible for the regulators to obtain that expertise elsewhere? And what my team is currently doing at the moment is finalising a revised model focused on coordination, which is looking at internationally global best practice in terms of how do you actually pull in that expertise when there is an information and knowledge asymmetry sitting, and it's not just with regulators, but also with policymakers. What are some mechanisms that we can put in place to actually help to address that in a really practical sense? And that's part 2 of the report, which is coming soon. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of other things that Kate and Richard spoke about there. Outcomes-focused regulatory toolkit was something that had absolutely unanimous support from everybody that we interviewed. And the need for there to be multidisciplinary skills within regulators was also something. This idea that you do need people who can understand tech, whether they can build the algorithms, that's the conversation we've just had, but at least have that base level of understanding. And I think the example Kate just gave there is a really good one. But then there was also a lot of the people that we interviewed who emphasised that you actually need to understand regulatory craft as well, and how government works. This is some of the things that both Richard and Kate had emphasised. One thing that also jumped out to us, and I'd be really interested, particularly from the NetThing community, on your thoughts and views on this. But one thing that really stood out was it didn't matter whether the interviewees that we had discussed the questions with were from government, from industry, or from civil society. Everyone we spoke to in the field has a really strong sense of purpose about what they're doing and why they're doing it. And I think this is something that we can actually harness more efficiently and more effectively to drive good regulatory outcomes. And I know a lot of that passion and purpose sits within the NetThing community. So I would be particularly interested if any of you have views on how we might better harness that passion and purpose. The international dimension was something that came out as well, just to flag for people. One of the other major projects of work that my team is working on is a global tech policy atlas, which we'll be launching within a month, which is looking at bringing together different attempts to regulate globally. We have a database that is currently sitting at about 3,800 records for over 40 countries. We're really excited to unleash that onto the world to help sort of provide a central starting point for people who are looking at exactly what Richard was talking about there, about what can we learn from others. And then the one other thing that had universal support on this question was about business models, that if we are going to be an effective regulator in this space, that they need to understand the business models by which the tech sector operates within, to understand the levers and incentives that are available. And I noticed one of the questions that has been put up in the Q&A is saying that often regulation is focused on regulating bad behavior, but should we be also focused on incentivizing good behavior? I think that does in part go to this question of, do we actually need to have a better understanding as regulators, as policymakers, of what drives tech business models? But then how do we actually build that expertise, that understanding of tech business models? Because they are quite different from other business models that exist sort of more traditionally within the Australian economy. So Kate, I might throw that question to you first and then across to Richard.
Yeah, I think it's a very important question. I think it's, ultimately when you're a regulator, you've got an outcome you're trying to achieve, and your goal is to really work out the best way to achieve that outcome. And I think because business models can be quite varied in the sector, and because they can change over time, if you're not acquainted with them, it's harder to know whether your policies are working and you're achieving the outcome, or whether the outcome might need to change because of the world has changed. So how to do it? I think engaging with stakeholders is really important, and building up your personal affinity and knowledge with the sector. And, that can be through reading and podcasts and things, attending conferences and seminars, but, probably more than anything else, just going out and talking to people in the sector, I think also can really help. That's personally what I do a lot with my members, just to stay current. I think though it's also taking a step back, because if I can give you an example, the government at the moment has a critical industries list, effectively a critical tech list, but it's sort of defaulted sometimes to being the things you need to regulate to protect Australia. Whereas I think you can flip it around and also think about the things that can make our economy stronger. And, I've thought about thinking it like a regulatory offset model, or a budget offset model, where if say at the moment we're introducing visa screening for all of these industries and roles in them, which is it was legislated last year and we're putting it through. I'm like, why not? I mean, ministers also have direction powers about prioritising the types of industries or jobs that should be prioritised in the skills migration system. Why wouldn't we just issue a ministerial direction also prioritising processing roles in any of these critical tech industries? Because that will mitigate some of the impact of extra visa screening. And I think at the moment with the cybersecurity you're seeing, it's evidencing that when you have really deep skill shortages in software engineers and cybersecurity professionals across the economy, it actually becomes a real vulnerability. So we could sort of fix that problem by doing a sort of simultaneous ministerial direction that would both prioritise it, but also add this, important protective visa screening layer. So I think just taking that mindset of this can be something that benefits us, it can be something that's a vulnerability, how are we constantly maximising for both, is another way of not having to know everything, but still kind of bringing it back to the outcome.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more about the critical tech list, Kate. I think often the focus is on protecting, and the thing that I would like to emphasize is that actually by promoting the industry, there is an element of protecting that can be built into it as well, so that it works both ways. Richard, from your perspective, do you find it difficult to understand the tech business models? What are the strategies that you and your department are using to gain that level of understanding, to understand the levers at your disposal?
So, I mean, in some respects, it's exactly the same sorts of things that Kate was talking about. you do need to, I mean, what I'd say perhaps is to expand business models slightly to also understand whatever the digital equivalent of a supply chain is becomes the other part of it, it seems to me. Because I think it's a question of making sure you know enough to be able to think about how incentives might or might not work, and to be able to work out what's the right place to focus your intervention, which might, be further up a chain, for example, rather than at the last consumer-facing endpoint potentially. So I think for me, there's both the sort of supply chain piece as well as the individual business model piece. Both are important to understand. And to be honest, I mean, it's not, as I say, it's not rocket science. You kind of do just have to make a concerted effort to be out talking to people. The key thing in a way is to do that in the quiet times. What's really hard to do is to kind of do that when you're in the process of trying to regulate, or when you're in the process of trying to write the law. It's easier to get, I mean, in fact, slightly going back to the last question, it's probably easier to get the regulated sector itself to help policymakers than it is to get them to help regulators, because you're not, there comes a point where you don't want to incriminate yourself with a regulator potentially, but there is, so sometimes we've got perhaps an advantage in the policy-making world over a regulator, because people are happy to help and talk early to try and shape sensible legislative or regulatory frameworks that we're putting in place. It's can be too late once the law's in place and the regulator's forced to enforce it, and it's complicated for regulators when there's an issue underway. So early engagement in the quiet times, I think, is key. A couple of other points I'd mention sort of related to this. One is that when you're thinking about regulation, one of the tools that's worth making sure you've got in your regulatory schemes is appropriate information gathering powers for, and even in the telco sector, for example, we've got a whole lot of record keeping powers. But so you can actually give the capacity for regulators to be able to get access to information to help them with their decision making. You don't always want to go to it, but sometimes even the formal information gathering powers are quite useful, I think, on both sides. They're useful for regulators, and they're potentially useful for industry sectors who would be reluctant to voluntarily hand over information. But if there's a formal regulatory process to require it, then that sometimes, not in all instances, might make it easier. But so there are things you can do in regulatory frameworks themselves that are helpful. I think I made the point about supply chains, which is probably a clunky bit of language, but it does. The other point I suppose I'd go to, and picking up some of what Kate talked about, is Kate's description of things with the critical tech stuff and the visa stuff kind of just points out that unfortunately government is often messy, and choices about whether you view an issue through a migration and skills lens versus a national security sovereign interest lens are choices that we're always juggling, I think, in government, and are interesting to try and navigate. And I mean, I think even if you look at some of the stuff going on recently, whether we're looking at what happened with Optus and what happened with Medibank have been sort of, seems to me, discussed publicly in different ways or commentated on in different ways. And there's almost been, because Optus is a telecommunications company, and because telecommunications companies are critical infrastructure companies, and because there's critical infrastructure legislation, should we be looking at that through a critical infrastructure lens? Or alternatively, you can look at it through a sort of data breach, privacy, data security, so there are choices that government have to make and weigh up. And I think that's something that is important for people in government to be to have in mind, that there are often choices in there. And look, the final point, I mean, I actually, the critical tech point that you've both made, I think I agree with. I mean, and I think, the discussions, the intention, or some of the intention behind thinking about critical tech, was as much working out what's important that in a sense presents opportunity for Australia as it is about, it's sort of, the way I sort of think about it is we're trying to identify things that are critical for Australia and Australians' prosperity, but also might be things that others think are critical to prosperity, and therefore may well be opportunities if we've got strength in them to harness, cultivate, and promote, rather than all being things that are, rather than a presumption that all of the critical tech things, for example, don't start here in Australia, I suppose is the point. And I just think sometimes, I agree, some of the discussion around this can occasionally get confused or lose sight of the fact that there are sort of things the critical bit doesn't mean we've got to worry. It might mean that there's an opportunity before us that we should consider.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. One very quick fire question for you. You mentioned that we should be doing consultations during the quiet time. Do you guys ever have any quiet time? When I was in government, there never was.
There's not quiet time, but there is time when, and no, there's not a lot of quiet time, but there is time when you don't have an issue.
Yes.
Now is not the time to go and consult closely with a whole lot of industry players on what to do about data security in their business, because everyone's going to be in the midst of trying to work out, is it me next? What's the law doing for me? How liable am I? What am I going to have to do when something goes wrong? But it's almost, there's actually a sort of call out here for industry and others, as well as a reminder for government, coming to talk to government, or us getting out to talk to people when there's no set agenda, there's no obvious reason why now is the time to talk, is often the best time to say we can have a sort of without prejudice discussion to understand what's going on. And unfortunately, oftentimes we haven't done that, and we get to the point where the discussion is going to be a little bit more constrained, because we're doing it in light of an intention to legislate a regulatory decision before us, an incident's occurred, and we're kind of scrambling to come up the curve and close an information asymmetry, or even just to kind of get each other on a common page. Much easier if you can do that in a quiet time. But it's a little bit of a reminder or a comment from people like me to make sure I'm doing it, but also a call out to industry to say, knocking on the door of government to say, hey, we're kind of interested in letting you know who we are and what we do, or here's something we're working on, not because you want anything from government, or not because you're expecting government signal that wants to hear from you, is actually worthwhile doing. And hopefully people in my sorts of jobs, accept those offers to come and have a chat willingly, rather than saying, no, now's not the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, this idea of having, it came out a lot in the discussions that we had and in the report, was the idea of non-transactional, non-adversarial forums for conversation between government, industry and civil society. And I saw that's a theme in some of the comments or questions that have been raised. It's also a question we'll touch on towards the end of the session. So we'll just put a flag down that we'll come back to that point. I want to talk a little bit about coordination among regulators and policymakers, and then we'll move on to talk about with the external parties. One of the two questions that we really focused on in the report was, first was the skills and attributes, which we've touched on. The second was really looking at this question of, do we need a different regulatory structure, given that the tech sector is growing, it's important, it's embedded, is the way that we're regulating actually the best way to regulate? And the question we put to our interviewees was, do we need to create a super tech regulator? Do we need to upskill our existing regulators? Do we need to have some kind of hybrid of the both? Or is there a fourth option that we haven't thought of that is a much more creative option that would actually be a better option? And what was really interesting to me is that not one single interviewee argued for a super tech regulator. And let me be clear, I personally think a super tech regulator is a terrible idea, but I was surprised that no one that we interviewed was in favor of that. And so the focus of the discussion then really turned to, okay, if we're not going to have a super tech regulator, and largely the argument against that was if you are doing that to prevent silos, and Richard, you were talking about the different choices that are made across government. Are we looking at this in a critical tech perspective? Are we looking at it from a data, from a privacy, or, I would add directors' duties, corporate responsibility, these types of things as well. So in an attempt to create a super regulator that tries to break down those silos, then you would actually be creating new silos that would be, okay, so tech regulation is happening over here, but what about privacy for stuff that is offline? Where would that now fit? And so the idea is, or the suggestions from those that we interviewed was, we need to actually upskill our existing regulators to be able to address and look at these issues, because tech regulation is just going to become regulation. And then we also need to increase the coordination between regulators, and importantly, between regulators and policymakers, because one of the interesting things that we heard from the regulators that we interviewed was that there is often a situation where regulations are developed by the policy agencies and then given to the regulators to implement, and the regulators say, look, this is actually really hard. This is not implementable. And so how do we increase the coordination between the regulators and the policymakers? So, I mean, Kate, you prior to in a couple of lives ago, you worked within a regulatory environment. So you bring some experience to this as well. I'm interested in your thoughts on whether or not you agree that we need enhanced coordination among policymakers and regulators, and how do you think is the best way to go about facilitating that coordination and cooperation? And then we'll throw it to Richard.
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's one I've spent a lot of time thinking about. And as you said, I don't think there's a perfect answer. I think that's the first thing. It's not one super regulator, not one model, right? Different models will work better for different regulators and departments and questions. I think that if I could, in some ways where I would start by solving this is working out what is the most important gap now, because there actually are a lot of regulators who are already in groups, already talking to each other and working with people. So what is the one gap that I think we haven't solved at the federal level? And I think that's around assurance, around the design of data regulation and programs, as well as more broadly AI. If I look around all the regulators and I see what are we struggling with a bit as we're responding to the cybersecurity hack and those related issues, if we're introducing digital identity, like where is the one regulator that we don't have, or the one regulated body? I think it's around that convergence of those data and AI policy and design issues, because they're relatively new, because a lot of these other regulatory functions pre-existed as we've digitized, but they're a sort of newer area. So the model that I think, though, that has best solved this, that I'm really, really excited by, is the New South Wales Government AI and Data Assurance Framework, and the fact that they've put in place an independent assurance group. And I think, what I would love to see practically at the federal level is something like a model which said, if you're introducing a piece of legislation or designing a program which is likely to have a major data collection or data use or AI component that's not just like very off the shelf and straightforward, the first thing you need to do as you're thinking about this is a privacy impact assessment. So there might be multiple other assessments, but I think a PIA and even cybersecurity. And that should form part of that initial policy making. And then you don't, in some ways, have to go and reinvent new forums, because there are already processes for doing those kind of things. It's just we don't necessarily do them by default at that early policy stage. And I think what would be good to establish, though, is at the federal level, a similar independent expert group to assure data and AI regulation and programs and policies, because then again, it will create a model reasonably familiar to governments, but it's if anyone across the public service is working on these issues, you've now got a place where you can take your planned policy, your planned program, and you can get expert feedback on it. You can have a good framework, because the New South Wales framework includes privacy, security, fairness, transparency, a lot of those policy issues. And you can get that expert feedback at an early stage. And then as you're designing it, whether it's law, whether it's a program, you can similarly go back at different stage gates. And I think something like that would solve a lot of the current pain points. And would just be a really good starting point at the federal level.
Thanks, Kate. We'll come back to that proposal as well. It's something that we have been focused on and doing a lot of work on. Before I respond to that specific point, I wanted to give Richard the opportunity to just talk about the the need for greater coordination between policymakers and regulators?
It's an age-old problem, and in a sense, it's a problem with it. There's another way it's described across government, which is for example, in another context, the relationship between policymakers and service delivery agencies, for example, where you have exactly the same thing. You've got well-intentioned people producing public policy ideas resulting in new legislative frameworks that then are handed over to service delivery agencies to try and implement or explain to people, and they turn out to be much more complicated than you first thought. And we policymakers just haven't taken into account all the enormous variety of permutations and combinations that might be around. So I mean, I think it's an age-old problem, and absolutely one that we need to keep we need to kind of work on. And as Kate said, there isn't an easy answer to it. I think we're getting, I mean, I think the sort of observation I would make is it's also worth thinking about, it's a combination of crisscrossing need for coordination. There's coordination between regulators across slightly different domains. There's coordination between the regulator and their natural home policy agency. And then there's coordination between a variety of policy agencies. And then the question is whether those lines go diagonally as well between a comms regulator and an agricultural policy department, for example. But I think there are lots of dimensions where that consultation or common understanding of what we're trying to do is worth pursuing. I mean, the question that I think inevitably arises in this, I mean, I think your report sort of calls this out. You have to ask, it seems to me at some point you've got to ask the question, when you're looking at a fintech business, are you looking, when do you emphasize the fin and when do you emphasize the tech? Or when you're looking at an ag tech business, when do you emphasize the ag versus when do you emphasize the tech? And I think that's going to be a thing we're going to be judging. And when does a non-fintech company that's in the financial world start getting treated because they're using an awful lot of data and they're collecting an awful lot of information, begin to be seen as a fintech company? It's like, it's a sort of interesting distinction that's emerged in a whole lot of areas of an online retail store is a tech company, and a bricks and mortar store is a bricks and mortar store that might have an online retail service. And I think even our language, I think, is still, evolving to kind of work out when those things have begun to combine. So, I mean, that's not very helpful. It just suggests it's complicated. I would also say, though, it is worth making sure we don't overcomplicate the problem and assume absolutely everyone has to be constantly coordinating with everyone else. The spectrum of regulatory tasks and policy tasks is pretty broad and they don't all overlap. So, consumer regulation, consumer protection regulation at one end, national interest regulation at the other, for example, don't have to collide all the time. But on the consumer protection front, there are lots of regulators that might have an interest. And the other dimension that I think is worth keeping in mind, and this goes a little bit to thinking about Kate's AI assurance piece, is bearing in mind when we're talking about regulation for the purposes of trying to design or prevent bad things happening, so sort of design and shape an industry as it emerges. At the most extreme end, that becomes systems where we license people to operate, versus regulations which are all about, and the role of regulators to help shape industries emerge versus the role of regulators to sort of investigate, punish and fine people who have broken the law. And again, they're different, or the role of regulators to be able to intervene and help protect people from a harm that might have just occurred, or reduce, prevent the amplification or the continuing perpetuation of a harm. And I think all of those can be relevant in a sector. I mean, I see it in my world that is relevant if you think about online content. We've got a chunk of stuff designed to try and prevent certain types of content being made available. We've got laws that don't mean there are sort of criminal offences associated with some online content being available. And then we've got regulators with powers to help take content down, not because we're suggesting it was illegal to have it up there so much as because it's about protecting the victim or a person that was feeling harm. So all of those dimensions begin to weave into it, which suggests obvious need to coordinate between different types of regulators who are all looking at the same space, but perhaps at a different point around an incident, shall we say. Is it an agency that's got an interest in trying to prevent the incident in the first place? Is it an agency that's got an interest in what to do when an incident occurs? Or is it an agency that's got a responsibility or an expectation to see if someone was at fault and should be, you know, held to account for contributing to the incident occurring? I don't know that that really answers the question, but it's complicated.
I mean, it certainly gives us a lot of food for thought, and I think this concept of the regulators coordinating among themselves, obviously, since we've published the report, actually just before we published the report, but after we did the interviews, the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, the DP Reg in Australia, Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, is the UK version, but Australia established a cooperation forum among the digital regulators, so digital platform regulators, but it doesn't include organisations like ASIC or APRA, who have a regulatory function which includes a large digital and tech mandate. So that's one of the things that we're looking at in part 2 of the report. I think also to your point, Richard, about, you know, the many different types of regulators and their different intents and purposes. When we're looking at regulatory design, for me, one of the things that this always comes back to is, if we are giving these powers to regulators, are we ensuring that we have inbuilt into the powers for the regulators the checks and balances on the power that they are being given? And I think this is really what distinguishes Australian regulators from perhaps regulators in a more authoritarian leaning environment. And it's a really important point that we just need to keep coming back to. Is there a right of appeal? Is there transparency in what the regulators are doing? And ensuring that we're building that in, you know, to protect the Australian democratic process, that ultimately this all comes back to what is Australia, and what is it that we stand for when we talk about, you know, creating that future. Can I
just jump in on that, Johanna? I think that's a really important point to make, because I think the other part of it, in addition to the formal checks and balances and appeals, is how do we regulate? There's almost a degree there's a sort of set of norms around regulators that have been around with us a long time, of knowing and having a degree of confidence that appropriate people will be appointed to regulators who will make judgments in an understood way, and that will, you know, lead to outcomes that people have a degree of confidence in, and confidence that the pendulum's not swinging too wildly. That's really hard to get that confidence early on. And so but it's also really hard to write black and white binary choice rules for things you haven't yet seen. So building enough trust and having confidence that we've written the laws, and we are also need to accept that the regulators will judge reasonableness reasonably, is a, you know, it's tough, because from a business perspective, you'd be saying, well, this is all a little bit uncertain here. I don't know quite how a regulator's going to respond to incident X, or what their view of reasonable might look like. And in a sense, that sometimes that just takes a little while to evolve, but that's very difficult where the world's moving at sort of light speed, and norms develop and regulatory models develop at a slightly slower pace.
And Kate, did you have any thoughts on that? How we simultaneously build trust between all of the stakeholders in this ecosystem, creating those forums for non-adversarial, non-transactional discussion, but at the same time avoiding regulatory capture? What do you think some practical things we can do in this space might be?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think there's 3 things. I think that having good administrative procedures is vital, because they're the things that actually should be most constant and certain. And that actually benefits everyone, because as Richard said, often the most stressful thing from industry's point of view is not bad regulation, but uncertain regulation. Like, I actually get that. That is an issue raised to me more commonly actually than a complaint about the actual rule. It's that, say with the FIRB, reviews at the moment, legally they're supposed to be done in 30 days, but only 30% of the time is it ever done in 30 days. What's different in the Australian scheme is we have if it's not done in that time frame, unlike say the UK, we don't have subsequent clarity about what happens next. Like in the UK, you either by default get approved, or else you have an extension granted for a fixed period of time. If you disagree with that, there's a procedure to contest it. So for me, I think just, you don't want people to be arguing about procedure. You want procedure to be really certain and upfront. So getting that right, I think, is important. And I think that protects regulators from regulatory capture as well, because then they know exactly what procedure they have to follow to be fair. I think policy is often the piece where you need to have more flexibility, because the technology is changing, the outcomes you're solving for may be changing, the stakeholders may be changing business models. So that's the piece, I think, where the interaction, the collaboration is vital, and building those trusted relationships ahead of being in a heated policy debate is really vital. But that's a sort of continuous process, in a way, of continuously building those relationships, continuously updating your knowledge, continuously making sure you understand each other's objectives. And I think if we can get that balance right, it will help everyone. I would also just say on business models, I think the third thing I think we don't want to fix is our mindsets. Like, I struggle with this kind of concept of big tech a lot, because I look at my membership and I have almost no one in my membership that anyone would actually rationally consider to be big tech. But often I almost have to, some policy debates start with the presumption that big tech is the default, when it's often the exception. And there's not even one type of big tech. So I think, recognizing in Australia, for example, the thing that we excel at the most is enterprise software across the entire tech sector, from defense to space to everything else. It's the one part of our sector that is most continuously produced by value successful companies in the last 3 decades. It's enterprise software, which is a subscription model. It's usually very, in the nicest possible way, very boring. You're doing accounting software and payroll software. It's a very, very different culture to the one that people think of with big tech. And it has vastly different incentives, because if your customers are paying a fee for your service, the last thing you want to do is misuse their data, because the first thing they'll do is cancel their subscription. So it's an existential threat to your business when you're not managing these issues well. So I think, having that open mindset, and not, industry not making presumptions about regulators, but regulators not making presumptions about industry, is also really important to get the policy right. But then having that procedure fixed and certain and clear up front just gives everyone good parameters as they engage.
Yeah, and I certainly think the point you made, Kate, right at the start, that it's not bad regulation but uncertain regulation. That is something that there has been, that I have heard from a lot of the industry partners that we have consulted with through this process. I think bad regulation is probably often a focus of civil society, and wanting to make sure that we are getting good regulation. And I don't mean to imply that you would ever condone bad regulation either, but it's an interesting way that the focus differs between industry, government, and consumers or NGO and those types of organisations. I think
the other important thing on that is the difference between bad regulation is one thing, which is very different from bad regulatory outcomes. And I think, to Kate's point, the idea of certainty, I sort of scribbled down as you were talking, it seems to me trust in a regulator kind of requires maturity on both sides, a degree of consistency, a degree of explicability of decisions, a degree of a willingness to exercise proportionality. But the key thing is, it doesn't mean agreement. So it doesn't ultimately mean the industry and the regulators have to see eye to eye. That's in a sense where you avoid the capture. So yeah, I think it's boring process. Getting boring process right, as Kate says, not to argue about it, is really critical.
Yeah. Kate, do you want to jump in?
If we're allowed to agree this time, Richard, then I do agree on that. We just, there's any regulatory capture.
Awesome. Guys, I wanted to turn and please, I've been injecting comments and questions that people have made all through the session, but if you have any, please drop them in. I wanted to come back to the question here that's been put in the chat from John Lawrence. Partly this is self-interest, because this is something that we're really focused on in part 2 of the report, but it also comes to Kate's point about the AI and data assurance example that you gave with the New South Wales government. So So the question is, do we need something like the Office of Technology Assessment, which used to advise US Congress so that legislators were able to access impartial expert advice? So just for everyone's benefit, in the report that we had in part 1, we did propose a model. That model references and builds on, expands on this concept of the Office of Technology Assessment. We've looked at many different models internationally. And one of the things we'll be proposing in part 2 of the report is a model that builds on many of these elements, but also we've heard loud and clear from the people that we have consulted in the second round that we shouldn't just be creating new organizations for the sake of new organizations. So we're really trying to blend together the existing structures that we have to bring together ideas like this concept, Kate, of the AI and data assurance, but access to experts, increasing participation of civil society, consumers. The question of funding there is one that is a really important one. How do you actually, we can't just keep expecting organizations to turn up when the organizations, similar to NetThing is done in a volunteer basis. How do we actually, get that participation in a meaningful way from those types of groups? So to the both of you, is there anything you think when, the tech assessment model didn't work, it ultimately failed and was wrapped up in the US. So do you think there is merit in this idea that John has put forward the question? And Kate, maybe yours is the more discrete example you were giving of the New South Wales system. So maybe I'll throw to you first.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think anything that can help, say, parliamentarians improve their technological literacy, recognizing that they're often having to review huge numbers of bills in really short order, can be valuable. And I think exploring ways to help them develop that literacy is useful. I don't have a fixed view on the right model. I think the US perhaps has also used fellowship models, for example, where they've had people cycle in and work in political offices for periods who've come from scientific or technical backgrounds. I think that program actually has been really well regarded and quite a success. So, obviously you still have the parliamentary library service there. So there might be ways that you can ensure they have people in their staff who can advise on these issues, beefing that up. There's probably multiple models for that question. But I think for me, when I think about the impact and risk of regulation, like the one thing that genuinely makes me feel in this job has genuinely caused me to have sleepless nights and feel stressed is illiteracy over data regulation and just the risk created. Like this sharing economy scheme, I've put a lot of thought into it because the rules say, the ATO can require huge ranges of businesses to collect potentially very sensitive personal data, bank account details, names, addresses, emails, everything we're sort of worrying about now. Lots of businesses who've never collected this before pass it on to the ATO every 6 months, and that the ATO might use this data to connect those data sets to other data sets they already hold to help them assess a person's individual tax liability and then pre-populate their tax form. This is how they've told me it's a use case. And as someone who worked in Dublin next where I came to this role, everything about that model has every single red flag going off for me on data governance, because that's such a sensitive use case. You're calculating a tax bill liability, and we know tax bills are a big trigger for bankruptcy. So you're pre-populating in a form, so no one knows, how it was calculated. So there's just a whole set of issues from an AI perspective around that use case. But to date, it has triggered 0 red flags. It's legislation just been passed. It's, and then on the other side, this idea that we've got a huge new program requiring private sector companies to go out and collect all this data without really giving thought to whether, in most cases, the types of people whose data will now be even collected are even at risk of tax fraud. And yet we're going to kind of just kick off this big new program with no digital identity solution, no thought to how that data will be held and stored and for how long in those companies, and yet we want to start the scheme within about 12 months. Like everything about this for me right now is triggering a lot of angst and red flags, but there's no system in place. I feel like I shouldn't be the red flag. I shouldn't be the canary in the coal mine. There should be some system in place that has already identified these risks, that's kicking off, a really thoughtful, objective, independent assessment of that kind of program, and yet we have nothing. We've passed it with nothing, and that's why I say that AI and data assurance framework, which I think is thoughtful because it has lots of components, an independent group, a pre-agreed framework, a process for people coming back continuously to improve and design. I think if we did one thing in the next 12 months federally, putting that kind of model in place is helpful because it'll solve for a range of different policies, a range of different programs. It's like one instrumental intervention that I think stops us from having to solve each of these as single use cases.
Yeah. So you've given us your one magic wand thing you would like to change, and I'm going to allow Richard to respond, but also add to the response, Richard, if you had that magic wand, which I love to give people. I'm going to give a bit of a plug. We have a podcast called Tech Mirror, and I often give our guests the magic wand of if you could change one thing. So what would the one instrumental change that you think would make a really big difference? And then also this question of tech assessment, conscious that we're coming up to time as well and wanting to make sure that that we finish on time for the next panel.
Okay, so I'm not sure I've got a magic wand answer, and partly that's I'm going to play the humble public servant card and would hate to sort of preempt a great idea that ultimately might be entirely inconsistent with government policy. But just a couple of thoughts. Firstly, a couple of thoughts on the thing we've just been talking about. There is an interesting question. I think Kate's point about literacy is a really good one. What the model is, I don't know, and parliamentary literacy is an important thing. They are passing the laws, so how do they come up this curve? It sort of sounds like we're looking around. I don't know whether this is what John had in mind, but in a sense where, as Kate referred to the parliamentary library, the other observation I'd make is almost the parliamentary budget office kind of thing. So that question of literacy of lawmakers is interesting, and it's different, obviously, to literacy of government and literacy of public servants and literacy of regulators. On Kate's magic wand idea, I think that's really interesting. The thing that I would just want to make sure that we don't, the thing that in a scheme like that, if I understand it correctly, that we just need to avoid the temptation on the government side doing is to make sure we know what we're doing for industry in terms of giving them guidance or assistance or comments or, around design, for example. Is that a defense against a problem in the future? Is it a capacity to change it? Where does the assurer sit with respect to, well, what if someone follows all of the assurance, gets all of the assurance that every step they're taking is the right step to take, and then a problem occurs down the track? How do we, in a sense, protect everyone in that scenario for not, to make sure that we get the benefits of guidance and help and assistance and assurance on the way through, but don't sort of expose people at the far end? That's not very well explained, but I know
exactly what you're talking about. I think it's a really good point. And I'll clarify as well that this scheme, so the New South Wales government set it up. It's their sort of customer service department and digital department. So Ian Opperman, who leads their team, was one of the initiators of it, but within the context of the department. So they've set it up just for New South Wales government programs. So the first way that I think this would help federally is if the ATO is doing a big data program internally or any other agency, you have a sort of standard framework which tells you exactly the things that you should be thinking about up front, and then a really expert body that you can go and test it with. So that's putting aside policy. I think that's one very useful purpose for it, but noting that often that kind of program will be legislated, so there's a connection from the design of the policy through to the program delivery. I think the second purpose, which is not how it's used in New South Wales, but it struck me could be really useful, is to also be able to use it when you're thinking about designing regulation that invokes data collection or invokes the use of AI. Because actually the people on that panel have the same skill to tell the legislators, whether they think they've accurately captured the technologies they're using and the right risks.
Yeah. Kate, I'm going to have to jump in. I'm sorry, just because I know that there's a panel coming after us, before us. And as I expected, such a good conversation. Thank you to both yourself, Kate Pounder, and Richard Windia. Really delighted that you were able to join us for this conversation. Thanks for the great comments that came through. Couldn't agree with you more about the need for the connection between education of the tech providers, ethics, regulation. This is actually the mission of my centre, the Tech Policy Design Centre. Please keep an eye out for part 2 of our report, which is actually going to try and answer many of these unanswerable questions. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the remainder of the event. Looking forward to participating.
Thanks, Joanna.
Thanks, Joanna.
And thanks so much to our speakers. That was a very insightful discussion. Thanks, Joanna, and thanks very much to our speakers. That was a very insightful discussion into the implications of tech regulations in Australia. Now we'll be taking a short 15-minute break for you to stretch your legs, grab a tea or coffee, or have a bite to eat. But don't go too far, as we have Tett from NX Test Lab giving us a presentation on IoT and the lessons learned from building a consumer-centric global federated electronic security certification and voluntary live cybersecurity labelling scheme. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. It says I can't share it while others are sharing, so I'll just kick that off. Here we go. There we go. I'll just bear with me. Good old technology. Hopefully everyone can see that now. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining, and a very interesting session this morning. So it was really good to hear from everyone, particularly the regulators and the founders of the internet. So I'm here today to present 15 years of lessons learned in 15 minutes. So it's going to be very fast paced, going to be very fun, and yeah, all around the lessons that we've learned over the years working ironically with multi-stakeholder environments from an independent perspective, and developing, I guess, cross-jurisdictional codes and programs of work. So without any further ado, we'll just jump straight into it. So lessons learned in 15 minutes, it's very interesting. The key issues that we've had, obviously, over the years are looking at areas to develop something that we can certify the electronic security of internet-connected devices, and that's culminated in the IoT Cybersecurity Assurance program known as the IoT Security Trustmark and Cybersecurity Labelling Scheme. Now, these are the key points. I'm going to rush through them very quickly. First lesson that we learned is it has to be global. It has to be federated. It needs to go around the world. The internet isn't just reliant on one jurisdiction or one authority. And so the issue is we need to build a global and a global scalable scheme as well, because the manufacturers of the technologies aren't necessarily in those local jurisdictions. It needs to be rigorous. Accuracy and reliability are key, particularly when it comes to security. And we have to also include things such as standards-based conformance and ensure that policy process and procedures are followed very clearly. Independence and transparency, again, the rigor that goes behind it needs to ensure that integrity without any bias or conflict. At the end of the day, we're there to benefit the consumers of the technology, as well as a number of other stakeholders in the industry, the people that have to deliver those technologies to benefit those consumers, and the regulators that need to regulate that, and the standards defining bodies that define the standards to ensure everything works well together and is safe and private and secure for the consumers. Longevity of the scheme, it needs to go beyond just normal public policy. It needs to be something that can endure, that we can get behind as a community, and make sure that it has no single point of failure or no government, single government policy that it's sensitive to. It needs to be scalable, as I said, it needs to be global, it needs to go around the world, and we need to ensure that we have consistent global coverage with the scheme, and that that's an open marketplace that all stakeholders can participate in equally. We also need to look at value and timeliness. The vendors don't want a cost of compliance, a high cost of compliance, as we've seen with other cybersecurity certification programs such as Common Criteria, and timeliness. You can't take 12 months to certify or pass through the conformance assessment process. Has to have low impost, again, on the manufacturers. We don't want manufacturers filling in hundreds of pages of forms to submit. And it also has to have a currency. So the issue with a lot of binary labeling schemes, a lot of people put it against nutrition labels or things like the power consumption labels. They're easily measurable and technically standardized for the duration of that product. The problem with security is you're only as secure as the day you're in it. And tomorrow there might be a vulnerability which is discovered and released, and then the product isn't secure. So you've got to make sure that the labeling scheme itself is actually live and not a binary label. And it needs to be innovative. It's not as simple as it seems. It's taken us 15 years to get to this point. We started this journey back in 2006, and we're still on that journey. And so this is a really little distilled, condensed version of all those lessons learned. And as I said, multi-stakeholders. There's so many stakeholders. So consensus in 2019, the UK, US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, collectively known as the Five Eyes, released a joint statement of intent, which was signed by all 5 of their ministers, which essentially acknowledged the fact that IoT or connected devices security is a global issue. They have an expectation that manufacturers will incorporate security by design, and then also actively seek out opportunities to enhance trust and awareness with their consumers for those IoT devices in those nations. They also went on to say security isn't the remit of the government. They can't provide assurance for security around these products, and it's a industry initiative. Industry needs to step up and self-regulate or self-control. As we know with ICT security, that hasn't necessarily been the greatest case, particularly from a safety and privacy perspective, and that's only going to be exacerbated with connected devices. So our job is to try and encourage industry to take the lead, to be leading organizations, and to demonstrate their capabilities in the security realm when complying with these standards. In 2022, so earlier this year, the World Economic Forum issued a call for a global consensus on what constitutes good IoT or connected cybersecurity baseline measures. There are over 400 signatories for that. The issue is there's a lot of standards, there's a lot of regulations, there's a lot of governments making noises about beating the stick rather than beating the carrot. The Trustmark certification cybersecurity labeling scheme supports these statements of intent, and it supports a globalized framework for certifying and evaluating these devices from a third-party independent perspective. So obviously it's been a hot topic. It's something which we've looked at over a number of years, especially privacy. It's really critical. Many breaches have been made public. We've heard about some of them in Australia, but Australia is not alone. It's global. It's one of these things that information security can provide privacy, but security also underpins safety, and particularly with connected devices, there's a lot of safety, and a number of governments worldwide are all at different levels of making moves to regulate these products for the safety of their consumers. So the UK is probably the most advanced at the moment with their Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill. It's about to receive royal assent, so they're aiming for before the end of the year. And this will ensure that regulators can make sure manufacturers are actually compliant with the Code of Practice, which was released in 2018. So 5 years ago, the Code of Practice was released. It feels like last year. And I'm sure a lot of the manufacturers now are looking back on that and hoping they did incorporate the correct security by design principles to meet those 3 baseline criteria that were set by the UK. Australia released almost identical Code of Practice with the 3 baselines. So if you're a manufacturer in Australia, hopefully you've incorporated that into your products. The European Commission have also recently announced EU-wide legislation is going to be introduced, and they're aiming to pass it. And then within 2 years of that coming into effect, the economic operators and member states will be able to ensure that those requirements are adopted. And the US White House just a couple of weeks ago announced a raft of cybersecurity programs targeted at strengthening America's cybersecurity, including a voluntary label from vendors, starting with the most common and most at-risk technologies, which are routers and home cameras, which they're aiming to deliver the most impact most quickly. This is the fine print. Don't worry, I'm not going to read out all these standards. So standards, recommendations, guidelines, and codes. As I said, World Economic Forum's called for a consensus on what constitutes the best practice or good practice. My opinion is there's no best practice when it comes to security, just good practice. And at the moment, the leading standard is EN 303645, which is what we've based our conformance program around, but we've also built the framework to be agnostic. So there might be an ISO which comes up, there might be other consolidated standards from other jurisdictions and standards defining bodies, which supersede or evolve over time. So again, talking about longevity, we're not locked into one standard. Currently, the standard is EN 303645. The one good news is none of these standards contradict with each other. So at the moment, so with any luck, we'll be able to get some consensus on what does constitute good baseline standards. But as you can see, many government departments and agencies, even there's a number of vendors which have launched their own self-attestation programs, which are great. At the end of the day, it means the vendors are starting to place emphasis on that. So the evolution, it became obvious with the Internet of Things that a globally applicable cybersecurity conformance certification framework was required. And in 2012, we continued the work that we'd started in the UK in 2006. And in 2016, we shifted that focus to the Internet of Things and connected products. So we developed the whole governance policies, procedures that comprise the IoT cyber security trust mark certification voluntary labeling scheme through that experience. Integrity, scalability, longevity, and neutrality are the key tenets of the security trust mark scheme, and it ensures it engenders trust by the maintenance of clear integrity through the independence and transparency, which is achieved through that federation with distinct functional, organizational separation of duties, roles, and responsibilities. So again, multi-stakeholder, there's many moving parts, there's many stakeholders which are involved. It's not just one organization or entity, and it's all brought together through the TrustSmart scheme itself. It's totally compliant with the NIST SP 2001 and 2 requirements, which cover the key principles for cybersecurity assurance. And most assurance programs cover requirement determination and attestation. So when we're talking about things like calories on nutrition labels or energy consumption on televisions or white goods, but security also covers surveillance. And that's the fact that what about the assurances next week? It's all good to be certified this week, but next week there could be vulnerabilities, and we've covered that off. It's imperative that we don't convey a false sense of security to the consumers or users, and therefore surveillance is critical. So we do have a section in the scheme where it's constantly surveilling the vendors' products who have been certified, and we use a traffic light system to ensure that they remain compliant and they remain within the scheme. So green, when you look at the QR code, means that they're currently certified. And here's an example of the label and the nutrition label, which goes along with it. The QR code gives you a green, certified, and amber, suspended, if they've had a vulnerability which has been identified and they're in the process of remediating it, or red, if they've either expired or their certification has been cancelled because they can't remediate a vulnerability which has actually been found in their product. So we ensure good practice in security. Next steps is we're currently harmonizing it. This is a good platform to be able to harmonize it internationally. So I come back from US and UK, where we've been talking to various stakeholders, and we're also seeking parties which are interested in becoming host jurisdictions in different areas in international territories, as well as accredited test facilities. It's a marketplace for security trust mark accredited test facilities to actually get on board and help us with our mission. So we've delivered a third-party conformity assessment certification and live cybersecurity labeling scheme, which is global. It's independent. It's got a recognizable level of assurance that providers and manufacturers can make about their products, that they've been independently evaluated and conform with the internationally established baseline security requirements. And it's a neutral, independent global scheme which supports the social benefit of IoT for good. At the end of the day, consumers need to benefit from technology. So thank you, everyone. That's time.
Thanks, Matt. And welcome back, everyone. For those of you that listened to Matt, hello again. And those that popped off to get a cup of tea, welcome back. From all things internet with Vint and Ed to tech reg to IoT, and our next session is Sex in Public, a panel exploring how sex, a deeply personal act, is navigated in the very shared public sexual space of the internet. We ask the question, who gets to speak and who gets to be said? I'm going to pass on to our moderator, Rachel Dixon, long-time digital expert and well-recognised contributor to Australia's internet. Rachel is currently the Victorian Privacy and Data Deputy Commissioner, and she'll introduce the topic further along with our speakers. So a warm welcome to Rachel. Over to you.
Thank you, Sandy. Look, I'm very pleased to be moderating this session. I think my office has become aware over the years of some of the unfortunate consequences of policies that perhaps have unintended consequences. And while this session has I guess, a fairly provocative title, I think there's some really profound issues around what the balance is between, the protection of minority rights versus the protection of other people, the rights of freedom of expression versus protection of young people. And none of this is easy, but I'm very fortunate to be joined by people with some, deep knowledge of some of the implications of some of this. Eve X and Sajid and Lilith have both got extensive backgrounds in the sorts of areas that we're going to be discussing today. I think Eve does a very good job as a provocateur, but it's informed by some deep knowledge, some sociology, and some knowledge as an educator. So I'd like to I won't go into the details, the full details of their bios, because I imagine you've all probably read those on the actual website. But I would like to turn over to Eve now and to get her to, before I do, by the way, I should have done the welcome to country. I'm actually on Wurundjeri land, the Kulin Nation. But I just wanted to acknowledge their elders. My apologies for not doing this properly in the first place. I'd like to turn over to Eve just to make a few statements. Before I do, for those of you who are not familiar with things like the US legislation like FOSTA, SESTA, and things like that, I think some of these are the things that we'll keep in mind as this presentation goes on. Eve, if you're available, could you come on, please?
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Rachel, for such a lovely introduction. I got quite shocked. Thank you to all the attendees for coming, and thank you to NetThing for organising this amazing event. I am a sex worker, an artist, an educator. I come from an academic background. I'm interested in a lot of different things, the big picture, really. So today we're talking about sexuality. That's been the world I've been immersed in for the last 7 years now in various different aspects. And I'm joined by my beautiful partners, Sajid and Lilith.
Hi, I'm Sajid and Lilith. I'm also a sex worker, musician, shibari performer. We have a ritual theatre company together.
We have a child.
We have a child. Yeah, I've been working in the industry in various forms for about 6 years now, from one-on-one sessions as an escort dominatrix, creating content, running public events for people, engaging in education, and speaking in panels like this. So thank you very much. We are sharing a screen and camera as for bandwidth purposes, and I just had not figured out how to change the name on it. So we are EVEX.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for having us on.
Thank you. Could I just kick off, I guess, by talking about, when we talk about sex, I know we'll get onto topics like big data and things like that a little bit later on, but perhaps you could begin by talking about, the kind of the issues around who gets to speak about these kinds of issues and what the consequences are of getting this wrong.
Thank you, Rachel. So I guess to begin, we're both sex workers, but we're really here as sex educators in a broader sense. So we're approaching this more from a human rights angle. I mean, we believe in freedom of expression. We believe in freedom of religious expression as well, which is tied into sexuality. We believe in education, access to reproductive information. So there's a lot of things nestled into this that aren't in our particular domain that are very much related to what, as sex workers, we go through. So I'd like to start by offering a little bit of history and context about our contemporary social sexual fabric and how that has developed to be what it is. Sex it's a universal human experience, whether we have it or not, we come from it. It's everywhere. The birds and the bees, it's how this world survives. This culture, this living world. All individual cultures on this world have had amazing traditions of dealing with sexuality and weaving those into spirituality as well, into politics. With the advent of globalization, we saw Western Christian attitudes proliferating across the globe and influencing these cultures. We see a lot of syncretic religions that are fusions of Christianity with other things. One of the things with this is that sex is fairly rarely considered to be something positive within this Christian framework. It's often shameful. It's often only acceptable in the name of reproduction. Knowledge is sin. There are exceptions to this, but as a general thing, Christianity is not a very welcoming space for diverse sexualities. Non-normative sexualities are either not represented or they're actively denounced. The gender binary is rigid and hierarchical. There's not a lot of room to move and explore. We still see sex everywhere around us, but it's generally replicating these heteronormative sort of patriarchal codes of masculinity and femininity. So we're going to start with a quote from the Sex Positive Media Social Media Manifesto. It's something we'll be referring to a couple of times throughout this talk. It's quite a recent thing. I'm going to throw to Sai to explain a little bit more.
Thank you. So, what we're covering right now is basically the decolonization of sex online. And there's been some great work done here by the Sex Positive Social Media Manifesto. You can look it up online. It's a publicly available document. I'd like to thank everyone that contributed to it. And the particular quote here is, "Sexuality is generally organized into systems of power that reward narrow forms of intimacy such as marriage, monogamy, procreation, coupledom, and private sex, and punish other forms of intimacy such as public sexuality, queer sexualities, commercial sex, and kink. These systems disadvantage and marginalize some sexual communities and privilege others, perpetuating inequalities." So that's a quote. And our philosophy is that the individual right to interact with sex consensually should be respected. And we can create a better, more inclusive collective social sexual consciousness.
So dropping into a little bit more background about how this has occurred more recently. From mid-20th centuries, we saw a lot of changes in how we were talking about sex in public spaces and gender as well. This accelerated with the advent of the internet, which allowed individuals access to spaces outside established social structures where they could find kinship. We see so many more publicly visible sexualities now, and that's quite scary to some people. For those who have had their sexualities historically stigmatized, it's wonderful to find community and to see others, to drop that feeling of being alone. But there are others who feel that public displays of sexuality are a violation, an intrusion into their own safe space. So we need to find an agreed space or some agreed spaces of public sexuality so that everyone has access to this feeling of safety. So we believe the right and need for sexual education and artistry is something that needs to be defended as a good, because education is what combats fear that's based in ignorance. So we're going to move on to the very specific way these policies are starting, like these ideologies are playing out through policy. So the current flavor is very much based on US values, legislation, and policy. Internal US policy is affecting what every global citizen is able to access. So we need to be talking about how to both honour a global accessible shared space and also state sovereignty. So even bringing in state sovereignty is opening up the gate to censorship again. Sex is a canary for censorship. Most of us have feelings about what's appropriate or not, and so these edges are really easy to erode. I think that the UN Charter of Human Rights is a key touchstone. We already have an international framework for negotiating international issues. It's something that holds human rights as its key focus. So in terms of navigating these spaces, we need to be looking at the UN and how rigorously we're engaging with that existing framework.
Can you just talk a little bit, just for a moment then? I mean, the early days of the internet, obviously, people were encouraged by the idea that it was all one planet and everybody's going to be able to communicate, and it was all very empowering. And there's obviously been a shift over the past couple of decades. And you've mentioned now, obviously, the US dominance in terms of what the internet is culturally. What impacts does that have now? You mentioned state sovereignty. I think there's probably a lot of people in the internet field, and certainly a lot of people in this particular event today, who would still hold to that original view that the internet is an empowering thing. Can you talk a little bit about, well, okay, if we get to this state sovereignty thing coming in, what's the impact of that?
Well, there's been a very real example of that, and it does, it's funny because we're seeing the physical colonization patterns play out online. So we've got a global hegemony, i.e. the US, dictating to other states and other countries like how the internet, this global space, is going to operate, basically, because they're holding the structures, they're holding the networks and the frameworks that hold the rest of the internet. So very specifically, you brought Foster Sester and how that affects our online experience. So I've spoken a lot about this in the past, and I'm going to give a really quick summary of it because I could go on for a while. Foster Sester was a bill that was originally brought in the US to combat sex trafficking. What it did in effect was to change Section 230 of their act, which basically gave protections to websites as a third-party host against content that was hosted on their website. So before, they weren't directly culpable for anything that was posted on the site because that was an individual's responsibility. But now, because they were trying to combat sex trafficking and saying, well, now you're responsible, so you can be held liable for anything that goes on your website. And this was done, in a supposed a spirit of goodwill and to help, but it's actually created an immense amount of harm, because what it's meant is that platforms have become increasingly heavy-handed in just censoring and removing anything that might relate to sex trafficking, which just means any mention of sex at all. Because they're now liable, big companies do what they do best and protect themselves, and they've created an environment where, not only sex workers have had their safe spaces and voices and places of work basically stripped away with little or no warning, but that's flowed onto social media, where educators and sex therapists and discussion groups, people like survivor groups, on sexual trauma, they're all being affected basically and silenced because of this law.
I had heard that certainly for US sex workers, that it was effectively driving the advertising of their services off the internet entirely, or at least off the major platforms where people previously where they've been able to advertise, and that was reducing the safety for those sex workers because it was driving them into back to the street really, or back to environments where they did not have the protections that they'd previously had, where they could check on people before they went to work and that sort of stuff. So it's clear that that kind of well-meaning legislation, and I don't know that I don't know whether or not the legislators who originally proposed the act actually had this outcome in mind. I think it was designed to stop sex trafficking. It has not necessarily done that. It's had a completely different effect.
Yeah, I just quickly interject. The law has been used approximately 4 times since its inception. So the actual law itself has been used only 4 times. But the effects of it being there are actually constant.
Yeah. Okay. So this comes to the issue then, I guess, of inadvertent censorship, which I guess, getting back to your earlier comments about there being a kind of a switch to the morality of the internet, if you like, and I think we can certainly see that in proposals in Australia where there's the idea that there's a natural order in society that needs to be reinforced on the internet rather than the diversity kind of argument that was made 20, 30 years ago. Do you want to talk about how that impacts then on the idea of safe spaces, on the idea of what you can do online, what you can't do online?
Yeah, so I guess there's a very particular thing that I would like to speak of that's probably nested a sentence or two ago about this position of who gets to decide what gets spoken about what is the acceptable social conversation. And I guess until the internet, we had a more rigorous process of curation in place for public spaces, for the information that was disseminated. People could spread stories amongst themselves, but there were understood processes, and there was a respect for expertise that we sort of have lost a little bit with the internet in some ways. I mean, everyone has access to a huge amount of information, so we have the general public becoming more informed in all sorts of different ways, but that has also eaten into the traditional respect for people who are deeply established in their knowledge base and have deeply valuable contributions to society based in that intense knowledge. So I think, there is this question of this is a role of curation, and who do we want to be curating the public experience? And I think we don't, I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that currently we have US government, social media companies and banking companies deciding that conversation, curating that conversation for us.
Yes, I guess I didn't touch on that, but you're absolutely right in terms of payment providers and things like that being another way.
A little bit later, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So just to sort of finish up this bit about decolonization of sexuality. So with decolonization of sexuality, we're acknowledging that different cultures have unique sexual traditions, but also different bodies. So we're talking about non-white bodies, women's bodies, transgender bodies, disabled bodies, and how those people find a space of both information and expression. So decolonizing sex is about, honoring the various ways of human expression, sexuality being expressed within the dictate of no harm. And that should really be the primary guideline of all of this, is harm, no harm, but also where are we applying way too many regulations around this? This is the liberal question at this point, I think. Yeah.
You've sort of, I want to come back to the big data piece a little later, but the logical thing, of course, that you were going to talk about a little bit is the Helen Lovejoy piece, but, won't somebody think of the children? Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because obviously a lot of the policies that are put in place by some of these companies or the legislation that's being put in place in Australia and overseas is designed, to protect the children. And I'm sure Helen Lovejoy would have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, so, what about the children? But what about the children? It's the argument that's used so much to actually like strangle a lot of things online with, a supposed like, with a desired good outcome. They're coming across as like, we're doing this thing to protect people. It's very logical. These are steps that we're going to take.
We're protecting children from harm, but we're also, we're by protecting them from harm, we're also not necessarily giving them skills to navigate that in the real world.
Yeah, and I feel like it's basically operating from a flawed premise. It's a bunch of logical steps, but the premise of it is that sex is inherently harmful. Like that's where it comes from. That's where the online safety bill was born, is that, children need to be protected. Sex is inherently harmful. Therefore, they need to be protected from harm. We can all agree that children need to be protected from harm, and sex is harmful.
It's dirty and shameful and has nasty feelings attached to it.
Yeah.
And by saying this argument, we're reinforcing it out into the world as well.
I recall the statements by a former Australian senator who was basically making the argument that if you weren't in favour of certain forms of regulation, that you were essentially protecting pedophiles. And I believe he said that on several occasions. So we can see that this argument is I guess, easy to wield and hard to defend against.
Yeah, it's intensely alarmist. And yeah, as if you argue against this, you're a monster. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah. But we need to acknowledge that children are curious, they explore. So this exploration is how they're encountering sexuality, how they're learning about it. It's critical not just for biology, but for safety. And consent is a critical skill that should be taught at a young age. And it's not just critical for navigating sexuality, but for navigating all of our interactions with the world. So understanding one's own biology, bodily autonomy, consent, boundaries, it's all about sexual development, but it's all about just, being about able to be in the world, both online spaces and in the world in safety.
So I know that, for government agencies, for people developing policy in this area, what works from an allyship kind of point of view? I do recall some years ago, my office had a presentation by some LGBTIQ groups about the ways in which privacy legislation, for example, had an impact on their lives, and even just the design of forms and things like that could get quite complicated and constraining. Do you want to talk about the allyship thing a bit?
Yeah, so I guess this particular conversation, we have quite a expansionist view of what the sex industry or people working with sexuality actually looks like. So for us, this is more of a call-in of people who are affiliated with sexuality in some form, either in their work or just like, they're passionate about it in their day-to-day life, to actively engage with this. So I guess we do have a list of the groups that we feel like, quite an extended list of groups who are affected and ways in which they can engage.
Yeah, so this, the drive to create like safe spaces online and the unintended consequences of this from legislators does affect. It seems obvious that it affects sex workers, escorts, full service sex workers, BDSM practitioners, but also it doesn't just affect them. It affects the support groups and services associated with the work. So, safe spaces where, workers can gather and discuss like things privately aren't actually private. They're like, they're on Facebook or they're on systems which are also legislated. It affects sex educators, it affects sex therapists, it affects sex adjacent workers, it affects sexuality advocates, erotic photographers, BDSM community, LGBTQ communities, support groups for survivors of sexual abuse and trauma, support for medical conditions such as
vaginismus and sexual dysfunction stuff. Yeah.
Sex toys, sex aids, gamers, computer games which even contain marginal sexual content are covered by these things. Young adult readers, artists across genres whose work contains representations of nudity, genitalia, and eroticism. I just want to quickly say that, Michelangelo's David is being censored on platforms such as Instagram and on TV and on Facebook. Religious and spirituality based practices which include sexuality within them, like Tantra and Taoism. And if you've ever expressed yourself sexually or spoken about sex online or even in private communications.
So as an individual, oh, sorry, go on.
No, please keep on.
So as individuals, there's a range of things you can do in your day-to-day. So you can pay for your porn, you can acknowledge erotic labor, you can be conscious of your language, your assumptions and implied judgment. You can do your own self-examination around your relationships with sexuality, internalized shame, how your work in the world engages with sexuality, and the ways in which your work can positively shape this contribution. Is the way you engage with the public sexual space congruous with your own beliefs and values? How can you bring that disparity into more alignment? Are there ways that you can help to create more sex-positive social sexual spaces online? So these are all individual actions that we can all do to just try and increase this space. But there is absolutely stuff that the government can do to help create this space. So
can we talk a little bit about then how this manifests in actual just proposals that people put up to create either safe spaces for children or alternatively safe spaces for minorities? There are proposals like, for example, age verification, which has not worked terribly well in the UK from what I can gather. Obviously, those kinds of things then involve collecting a lot of data about people, and they may have barriers to people who just simply will not go through the process of doing that verification for various reasons, or might find it difficult because they lack the documentation or other kinds of things. Can you talk a little bit about what the risks are in those kinds of things?
Yeah, so basically with big data, everything is out there in some form or another, and the powers that be, the algorithms have a bit of a profile on us. They know more information about our sexual identity than we probably do about ourselves. So this is having some really specific consequences. If we look to, for instance, the United States, where Roe versus Wade is being rolled back, there is quite a threat that these technologies are going to be used to identify women who are seeking an abortion. We can also look to the Optus breach in terms of how this information, it's just out there. It's very hard to control now. In terms of things we can do about it, it's very challenging. I mean, it does come back to personal responsibility, and especially when we're talking about, providing safe spaces for children on the internet, that it is more important that we police children, if we want to use that language, then police adults. There is a wider range of activities that are acceptable to adults than to children. So working more on those, consolidating those spaces and making them age appropriate across different ages as well. So we're not just saying children up to the age of 18 and then suddenly it's hardcore porn, but there's actually a granular approach to building in education and material, artistic material as well, that is appropriate to each level for exploration. I have a bit of a thing about big data that's actually been reinforced really heavily the last couple of days. I'd love to share it. So yesterday I checked online, and pretty much simultaneously my Stripe account and my Facebook post promoting this event had been removed. So my Stripe account is connected to a separate business where I do therapeutic body work and coaching. I do work with sexuality, but I'm basically dealing with dysfunction, trauma, helping people to learn about different tools and techniques. There's no services involved. involved. But I do use Tantra, which is part of my spiritual makeup as well. It's something, this work is part of my spiritual offering to the world. So it's an established modality. It's legal. I'm practicing my freedom of religion, but I've had my Stripe account removed for adult content. There's no recourse for me in terms of that. So that's a very obvious effect of how, like, there's a lack of access to financial services that is going to have larger implications. The banks are very much involved in this. I also had my Facebook account, Facebook post removed, promoting this, also the launch of a theatre company and some other workshops that I was running. That was removed for sexual solicitation. So that will be a mark against my good name. And
those two things happened within hours.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no, the same. It was within moments, basically. So I put a call out to my community online. I said, "Hey, I'm interested in hearing your experiences." And amongst many, I had a tattoo artist who encounters this basically daily, and an academic who works with the erotic gaze, who has had several images that are symbolic representations of genitalia removed. We also encountered many people talking about the Orwellian way we have to use language. We use numerals instead of digits to avoid censorship. We spell sex, S-E-G-G-Z. This is framing our public discourse. This is how we talk about sexuality now in these weird terms to try and evade. When we try and find other spaces, they're getting increasingly shut down. Even spaces like that are for adult content, like Pornhub. They're being attacked. So if we can try and protect spaces where this stuff is allowed to exist as well, the actual mechanics of that, I'm not a tech person, but this is a call out to industry, government and tech to think about how to start to integrate this stuff.
I'm surprised that so far we haven't actually had any questions in the chat that I can see. I would have thought that people had opinions on some of these subjects, or at least had some questions. Can I talk a little bit, just get you to talk a little bit more, go back to the thing about things like, I think you mentioned, when you turn 18, all of a sudden, so there's the policing children. But of course, there's a huge gap between the ages of about, 12 to 18, where kids are sort of kids and sort of adults, or at least they're very curious about some of those sorts of things, and particularly some of the more minority groups. Can you just talk a little bit about, when we talk about safe spaces for policing children, how do we deal with that? Aren't we? Because there's lots of situations that I can imagine, and I'm sure you've got actual detailed knowledge of, that kids disagree quite a lot with what their parents' views of sexuality are. And that's part of becoming an adult, I guess.
Exactly. It's a part of finding your own identity. It's part of it's part of your internal framework of finding consent within yourself as to what's a deep no, what's a deep yes, what shapes, your approach to sexuality for the rest of your life. One of the great harms that comes about from promoting this view that sex is inherently dangerous to children, that they're going to internalize that. And so when something dangerous and harmful happens to them in sex, they're going to think that's normal, because we've actually hammered that message into their minds with, the way we talk about it. Talk about the granularity of that's required to navigate the nuances of children over different ages, coming into their own sexuality over time. And, there need to be safe spaces where those questions can be addressed, where they can openly have these discussions with peers, where they can allow for the gradual awakening of eroticism and exploration without demonizing it or shaming it, where you can hold both the potential dangers inherent in exploring sexuality, because it can be dangerous. Anytime we engage with the depths of things, there's a danger there, but there's also joy and potential for growth, within a destigmatized exploration of sexuality. And that is under threat. If you look at America and their current drive to censor books for young adults that, have sexual content, have LGBTQ content, all that sort of stuff, there's actually I think there's been 1,600 titles in the banned book index in the US. 674 of them, which is 41%, explicitly address LGBTQ themes. 357 titles, which is 22%, contain sexual content of varying kinds, positive and negative explorations of that. And just as an aside, 161 titles, which is 10%, have themes related to rights and activism. So you can see a common theme here, where they're trying to shut down exploration and discussion and children to have critical thinking around this stuff. And this goes back to the colonization aspect, in which, like, the US is allowed to dictate these terms and conditions under which we operate in the internet. Now, just imagine having access to books and resources removed in Australia that we didn't agree to, because the US has decided under their own moralistic umbrella that it's no longer appropriate for children to have access. And you know what? It's just safer to not have any access to it at all.
We are lucky in Australia to have, quite a strong and rigorous history around women's rights and around fairly progressive attitudes to sexuality. But witnessing events in the US over the last few years, these things are not guaranteed. The arrow doesn't always move forward. So these are rights that need to be protected. To add on to what Sai was just saying, I mean, there is a level, again, of individual responsibility that we need to come back to, and recognizing individuals in this. So, we're saying what's appropriate for, this 12-year-old versus this 12-year-old can be very different things. It's entirely possible that, one child may have a fairly heteronormative framework, feel fairly comfortable, not have much trauma, be navigating sexuality fairly easily. And it may be possible that other people need more resources because they do have a more
non-heteronormative.
Yeah. So we're talking about the responsibility being on government and corporation to navigate these spaces, but by doing so, we're actually taking those resources out of parents' hands. We're saying that as parents, we don't get to have the access to have sexual education. We have a new child, so we're quite passionate about this at the moment.
There's a couple of questions in the chat that I'll get to. I would just say that, one of the observations I'll make is that one of the reasons the American experience is so difficult for America is that the way that their democratic processes work is very different than Australia. And so you get a lot of extremism because, the effort nobody has to vote. And so I think one of the great benefits of having compulsory voting is that everybody has to show up and at least vote out the lunatics. They might not like the people that they get, but everybody at least decides to not do that. But the questions we've got, and I think these are really good questions, because it's easy to kind of throw rocks at American platforms, but of course we do live in Australia. I think one of the questions, one of the comments in the Q&A is that striking the balance between protecting children from material they aren't necessarily ready for and allowing access for adults. No one seems to have the answer. Do you have any proposals for how we might deal with this? Are there things that governments should be? And in fact, the second question here is, how would we set up safe spaces? What in Australia, this is putting aside that these things may not be on Facebook or on a Google platform or whatever it is, are there things that we can do in Australia to cultivate a more open approach to, or sorry, a fairer approach to this? I'm conscious that library, for example, the reason the American school system is so wacky is that it's paid for at a local level. And so the school boards have tremendous power, which they do not have in Australia. So our spaces are quite different. Do you have any ideas for what we could do?
So I guess, firstly, an ongoing commitment to real world spaces to compensate for what's happening online. So to make sure that those resources are available, whether they're online or not, there's some access to them. That is medical stuff, but it's also things like pride events and things that are supported by the government and showing that we want a diverse community. In terms of government, really leading the conversation about balancing these different issues of sovereignty, these different issues of individual sovereignty, state sovereignty, and then how we navigate that as a global conversation. So, really sort of leading the conversation on that rather than letting, we need to start decolonizing America's hold over this. So that involves other governments stepping up and committing to making safe spaces. It involves corporations and tech companies committing to decolonizing away from America in the way that these policies, these internal American policies that are getting quite intense as America gets more fractured, as these evangelical groups and radical groups have more sway. It's critically important that the rest of the world decolonize away from that.
Yeah, I've got 2 points around that. In that, first of all, there's this weird view that pornographers and people making adult content are leaping out of the shadows to thrust this into the face of your children. That's really not the case. It's actually you actually have to make a choice to access this stuff, right? And there are actually technologies being developed. I've never used them myself, but I've seen things like Bark and stuff like that that look like they gives the parents a limited amount of monitoring on their children's devices, which pings them if certain things are looked up. There's certain words that appear in their conversations and stuff like that. Now, there's also a conversation to be had around consent, around privacy between parents and children, which I think is really, really important. We should treat them, with respect always. But that does allow for a granularity and choice within each family to decide they're looking up this. Let's have a conversation about this. Maybe they're looking up some porn. Cool. Maybe we'll have a chat and see if they understand consent. Maybe we'll see if they understand that this is a filmed piece of entertainment that doesn't contain all of the attributes that a real life consensual sexual interaction would have.
So we got 3 questions, I think, and one of them goes particularly to that issue. And we've only got about 3 minutes, so rapid fire for these ones, and they're quite complicated. But just to follow up on your thing there is, somebody has mentioned that, in light of the government's milkshake consent ad, that your points are well made about policy responses. But it's what should young people do within a family or community that does not support their identity or sexuality if they can't access communities of support? Have you seen any research on younger people at risk of grooming or harm where peer support is not available?
This is an incredibly challenging area, isn't it? I don't know that I have any solutions to this. Are you stuck in your family, sexual ideology until you're 18 with no? This is the importance of having, I guess, government supported spaces, spaces that are supported and financially supported by government and really well considered, that have had the resources to do this properly, because that does decrease the chance that somebody is going to find a random guy to teach them this stuff.
Okay, good point. Can I go? Sorry, can I?
Yeah.
I want to hit the 3 questions. Hit the 3 questions. Sorry. The next one. Sandy actually asked whether you've had any human conversations with the platforms that deregistered you. So, have you actually called up Stripe and said, "Hello, what the"? Is that possible?
I haven't yet. It's all happened very quickly. I might give that a go this afternoon. I have obviously asked for a review. I've taken that a few steps in, and they've given me no recourse, and also won't give me details of exactly what I have done wrong.
Okay. Well,
most of the time, there's no actual interaction when these things happen. You would just get automated responses. And even if they rescind their decision, on Facebook, I have multiple strikes against me, even though they've been rescinded. So every time one of them happens, I get a more and more intense punitive punishment for it. Yeah.
Right. That's got to be really challenging. And look, somebody else has actually asked, and I think this is an interesting point, is that most young people are getting their information from porn sites, and those are not necessarily normative in terms of realistic depictions of sexual activity. and I just go back to the thing from 20 years ago now with the old Avenue Q song, the internet is for porn. It seems that it's slightly less so now, but are there things that we can be doing around educating people better? And if so, does that go back to the safe space argument, or is there something else?
Yeah, so I'd really like to address what it is that we're talking about when we talk about porn, because it includes a diverse array of erotic content. In terms of these algorithmic punishments, it can be almost anything. American activists on the other side of the fence from us are looking at educational material and saying that it's pornography. We do make this sort of stuff when we're in Canberra, but when we talk about porn publicly, I think we've failed to talk about how wide and diverse this realm is and the educational potential of it. So feminists, queer, disabled, and people of color, these pornographers have worked really hard to decolonize sex and express their identities through this platform. So it can actually be an amazing way itself of finding tools, techniques, community representation, all of those sorts of things. So there's great porn out there. And by getting rid of that, along with everything else, we're actually kind of doing a disservice to our art, culture, and educational resources.
Yeah.
I'm conscious that we're standing in the way of lunch for people, which is always a dangerous thing. Last comments from both of you, and then we'll wrap up.
Look, I think we've somehow managed to fill pretty much in everything. It's a huge amount of information. So yeah, I guess we just want to finish up by saying, how do we create this space? It's for everyone to think about. How do we create a space that is both open and safe across all spectrums, not just sex? It's a particularly gnarly topic, but there's a lot of areas of dissent going on at the moment.
And I just want to say that more education, more discourse is always the best solution for harm minimization. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. Like, it's out there. Porn education should be a part of school, like school sex education. It's like, how does it actually happen? What are the actual things that are going on here? What are the negotiations going? What makes like ethical stuff and unethical stuff? And it all boils down to consent and teaching children like an internal consent model. It's about all of us like accessing our own internal consent models before we even do consent with other people. And a shout out to Mistress Tokyo and their mindful consent model here. I just want to throw that in there.
And I'm going to finish up by thanking everybody, thanking you, Rachel, for keeping us moving along, and all the attendees who came to think about this stuff, and NetThing for holding this space. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both. Really appreciated it. I think that there are a lot of issues to unpack. I am glad that I live in Australia and not in the United States. So, I think that there is some hope for us to have a more balanced approach. And I wish you both all the best in helping to promote that. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks, Rachel, Eve and Sai. Really appreciate you coming on and sharing really powerful thoughts on what is a complex topic, but one that many of us are really curious and keen to learn more. So thanks again. We're going to break for an hour for lunch, but stick around. For those who want to get up and make some lunch, stick your earbuds in, because we've got a super powerful but short 15-minute session coming up. So we will break for an hour, but stick around for the next 15 minutes if you can. I think this one is going to be really, in fact, they've all been interesting, but this one is I'm particularly keen on. And I'd like to introduce Chandni Gupta. Our topic is Duped by Design, How Dark Patterns Cause Consumer Harm. I grew up as a product manager, so this one is of particular interest for me. And I'm delighted to introduce Chandni, who's the Digital Policy Director at the Consumer Policy Research Centre. And she's going to share with us how the CPRC has explored 10 common dark patterns that are prevalent online and that are deteriorating the online consumer experience. So over to you for the next 15 minutes, Chandni, and enjoy. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for that introduction. I'll just share. I'm just trying to share my screen, but I think because it's shared. Yes, thank you. All right. Well, thank you for joining me today for your lunch break. As the Digital Policy Director at Consumer Policy Research Centre, as Sandra said, I will be taking you through the world of dark patterns based on the research that we did earlier this year. So for the next 30 seconds, while you're prepping for your lunch, I want you to imagine you're about to walk into a department store, a physical department store, that is. Before you can even enter the store, you're asked to share your personal information. Once you're inside, you walk over to a counter to trial some free samples, but you're asked to hand over your credit card and it'll be charged with full-size product added to your basket once you walk out, unless, of course, you go through the cancel sample purchase process, which is, of course, located at another desk. Now you're walking through the aisles, and for every item you glance at or browse, you're told there's only a few left in stock and that lots of people have been looking at the very same product. For offers that you say no to, staff make you feel really guilty about it, commenting, well, you just must prefer paying more. And once you're at the checkout, you notice that other items have been added to your basket, items that you never looked at, and you never intended to buy. It sounds like a truly uncomfortable, perverse experience, but that's what's happening to consumers every day online, thanks to deceptive and manipulative designs. Now, I hope you can see my screen. Dark patterns, deceptive design, manipulative design, they're all names given to this feature that now is so prominent across websites and apps we use every day. They are designed to influence our decisions, our choices, our experience. Is it in our best interest? Often not. Is it illegal? Largely not. So today I hope to leave you with three things: an overview of the 10 dark patterns that we researched and the Australian consumer experience, where we see dark patterns possibly breaching current consumer law and which ones are deeply unfair, and what role government, regulators, and businesses can all play to help mitigate the risks of dark patterns. So in case you're wondering where dark patterns exist, the short answer is they are everywhere. As part of our research, we asked 2,000 Australians in our survey to list the names of those businesses they could recall using deceptive designs, and businesses from almost 50 sectors were identified. I mentioned before that many dark patterns that exist today aren't illegal. Currently in Australia, we can look through the lens of misleading and deceptive conduct, unfair contract terms, and even the Privacy Act. But the law currently offers a very narrow lens for regulators to act. But are consumers experiencing harm? Well, our survey revealed that 83% of Australians had experienced one or more negative consequences as a result of dark patterns being used on websites and apps. Yet, 6 out of the 10 dark patterns we looked at can be implemented without any consequence to businesses. So one of the most egregious designs is embedding hidden cost. The example that you'll see on your screen right now is of an extended warranty that's just automatically applied to the consumer's cart. But if you look closely, the number of items shown near the shopping cart is just one, even though a second item has been added by the business. Basically, this suppresses any cues early in the shopping process. It's not till right at the end that a consumer may fully realize what's happened, and then they'll need to actively opt out from paying for the service plan. When we surveyed consumers about this, almost 2 in 5 found this deceptive, and more than 1 in 4 found it manipulative. The other dark pattern that's on the verge of being misleading are ads that appear as regular content. We'll call it what it is. It's clickbait. In some instances, you do see in the tiniest of fonts words such as advertisement, promoted, or sponsored, but the design is done in such a way that the ad is made to look and feel like regular content. And given how time poor consumers are, clicking through is inevitable for so many. In fact, 85% of Australians had recalled seeing content where it was difficult to determine whether it was regular content or an ad. We have fairly strict laws when it comes to how ads are shown in other mediums. Online presence should be no exception. The example we saw in the category of trick question really pushed our buttons. Basically, the concept here is to use confusing language or make it as difficult as possible for consumers to opt in or opt out of options or services. The smaller pop-up you see has a real genuine question up front. Are you okay with cookies? But here's the trouble. There's actually no option for the consumer to not be okay with the cookies. There's no way to adjust preferences or to say an outright no. The question is moot. The other example here that you can see on the screen is for cookie consent. And you're given two options, accept all or accept selected. But here's the thing. All are already selected. At this very point, no matter which option the consumer chooses, all will be selected. The consumer has to actively untick the options they don't want instead of ticking the ones they do. Again, it's about pushing consumers to make unnecessary choices. Now, currently, a trick question could be seen as misleading if information that is critical for a consumer's decision-making process is hidden by a small print or is withheld entirely, but that is often very difficult to prove. Probably one of our favorite to load, the scarcity queues, because it gives a lot of FOMO vibes. They are all about creating a sense of urgency. I'm sure you've all seen them at some point when you're browsing websites or apps. It's this idea that if not now, then never. And that fear of missing out is really instilled into consumers' experience. This is one dark pattern that is quite prevalent, but we saw it a lot on travel and retail sites. There is really no way for a consumer to know how accurate these queues are. We saw one example where there's a countdown timer for a sale with only hours to go, only to see the exact same offer using the same imagery back on the website a few days later, but with no countdown timer. Our research showed 1 in 3 Australians felt it was manipulative and 1 in 4 felt they couldn't trust the information. It's a design that is very much done to push people to fast-track decisions that they probably didn't need to make. So if you've ever seen pop-ups about what other people are doing on a site or percentage of people who may be looking at the same thing as you, that is an activity notification. And when we looked into it, these during our sweep, we found that the pop-up version was extremely persistent and frequent, with a new pop-up appearing every 4 to 11 seconds. So even just 10 minutes on the website could amount to you seeing up to 150 pop-ups. Again, no way of knowing how accurate or whether it's on a loop of activity for weeks or months. Similar to scarcity queues, quite a few consumers felt that they just couldn't trust the information. So over the last few years, confirm shaming is terminology that has really become synonymous with dark patterns. It's all about using language that suggests that a particular choice is shameful or even irresponsible. Instead of options being a clear yes or no, or cancel or keep, there are things like, no, I like paying more, lose all my benefits. Talk about degrading the consumer and their experience. It can certainly have an impact on how a consumer makes data and financial related decisions online. Hotel California. Now, for those of you who know the original song by the Eagles, you'll know the line, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. And this pattern is all about creating barriers for consumers to move out or cancel out of a service. We found out that while it was super easy, often just one step to sign up to something, signing out can take navigation of multiple steps involving additional questions and long pieces of content. Our research revealed 76% of Australians had experienced difficulty cancelling an online subscription. Now, we don't have an unfair trading prohibition in Australia, but this is the kind of pattern that could be addressed by measures that protect consumers who may feel trapped or locked into a service they no longer need or want. And we've seen this happen overseas. If you think that a global company will change its processes because they've been made to do so in other jurisdictions, you might be in for a surprise. So let's take the example of cancelling Amazon Prime. It's the same service, same company, same action by the customer. But depending on where you live, your experience can be quite different. So let's compare the pair. In July this year, Amazon changed its cancellation process for Prime to a simple 2 clicks with a clear cancellation button after it was found to have breached EU's unfair trading laws. Meanwhile, in Australia, we are navigating through multiple screens, multiple steps, and multiple options. In this last screen, you're offered 4 options, and 3 of the 4 involve keeping Prime in some form. Only 1 is about immediate termination, but unlike the EU where the option really stands out, here it blends in with all the others. On top of that, we investigated cancellation from 2 different accounts and found the process to get to these final screens varied depending on how and where you were cancelling from. False hierarchy is one option that occurs where the business wants you to pick their preferred option, and that's the one that's made to stand out over others. Often we see this for invitations for email subscriptions where the option to not subscribe is in a smaller font or via a cross on the top left. We did see an example in our suite where there was no button to close at all. So the only way to close the pop-up asking you to sign up was to actually click outside of the pop-up, which is just not something that's intuitive. This is a pattern that is highly prevalent. 86% of Australians had recalled seeing it, and 1 in 4 found it manipulative. As it often relates to a consumer sharing personal information, it can have really long-lasting implications for persons' privacy. This pattern is designed to get more people to share more of their personal information with businesses. And we're seeing what the issues are with that right now with some of the data breaches that are happening. Years ago, we thought pop-ups had their time, only to be seen on dodgy spam sites, but they have had a bit of a resurgence. This pattern, which often uses pop-ups, is all about moving consumers away from what they want to do. We even saw sometimes where if the cursor didn't move or was moving towards the close button, pop-ups would appear with additional discounts to get the consumer to stay. And if at any point personal information has been shared, that nagging can continue well after the consumer has left the site. Almost half of Australians found it annoying, and 1 in 5 wanted to stop using the site. Again, consumers are subjected to pressure sales tactics that create an unfair advantage for businesses. For our last dark pattern, we looked at designs where consumers are being asked for more personal information than what's needed. Now, for other dark patterns, often this is one of the consequences, but we thought it was really important to look at design features where consumers have no choice but to part with their personal information. One example was an app by a local fitness center that forced consumers to create a login only to view the timetable. Our survey showed almost 2 in 5 Australians felt that was concerning, and 1 in 3 felt they just couldn't trust the business. The data grab dark pattern can have significant implications for consumers. Personal information can be used to make predictions about you, and it can be highly sensitive and influence what you consume and at what price. Unfortunately, current laws just don't go far enough to protect consumers. What we've gone through so far is the perception and experience of the consumer through dark patterns, but what is it really costing them? The short answer, dark patterns create consumer harm. Consumers in our survey reported being compromised in their emotional well-being, and others experiencing financial and data-driven harms. Australians reported spending more than they intended and feeling pressured into buying something. When it comes to data harms, Australians reported creating accounts they didn't want to, accidentally signing up to something, and feeling pushed to share more personal information than they wanted to. When it comes to younger consumers, the impact only compounded. Consumers aged between 18 and 28 were more likely to experience both financial and data harms. Just as an example, 1 in 3 spent more than they intended. That's 65% above the national average. On the flip side, there's also the cost for business. Almost 1 in 3 Australians stopped using the website. Almost 1 in 6 felt their trust in the organisation had been undermined, and more than 1 in 4 now thought negatively about the organisation. So while in the short term, dark patterns may lead to financial and data gains, in the long run, they will deteriorate consumer trust and loyalty. So it makes good business sense to give consumers a meaningful experience online that's in their best interest. What I've walked through is just a snapshot of what dark patterns experience looks like in Australia. But what our research has highlighted is that everyone in the digital ecosystem has a role to play. Around the world, jurisdictions are really ramping up their response to dark patterns. Earlier this year, we saw the state of California ban specific dark patterns. We've also had the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act introduced in Europe. Here in Australia, the Australian consumer law needs to be reviewed to ensure it's still fit for purpose for today's digital economy, and that other more whole of economy reform is needed, such as an unfair trading prohibition, and of course, fast tracking our Privacy Act, which is stuck in the 80s, well before internet was around, and when we were actually navigating through floppy disks. And we need to ensure that any reviews and any revisions that we do to the Privacy Act have to go beyond just increasing the penalties. For regulators, it's really about acting on dark patterns now that are misleading for consumers. Our regulators also need to have the capacity to conduct proactive surveillance and not rely on reports of breaches from consumers. The owners cannot no longer remain on consumers to identify and report harm. In terms of businesses, they're in the best position to make changes today and lead by example, whether it's auditing their online presence, and even a small business can take actions by being really mindful about the off-the-shelf e-commerce products they choose and which features they decide to turn on and off. We've all got a role to play in ensuring a fair, safe, and inclusive digital economy for consumers. Thank you for joining me on this journey for dark patterns. More of our research is available at cprc.org.au. Thank you.
Hi, Nat.
Hey, Bill.
So you'll be, what's the word, leading the panel then?
Hi, Bill. I'm the MC for this session, so I'll be introducing you.
Okay, all good. Thank you, Keith.
We'll get underway shortly.
Hi, Keith.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm Annette.
Hi, everybody.
Have you been watching any of the rest of NetThing today, Annette?
Unfortunately, I got sidetracked in our small little shop front. The flurry of people coming through, but I'm looking forward to watching it later this evening when I can.
I recommend this session with Ed Husick. It was fantastic.
Oh, I would really like to. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Just so you're aware, we're currently recording live. So very happy for you to have a chat, but just so you know that it's being broadcast as we speak.
I'll try and remember to be polite then. So we'll get underway on the hour, so it's 4 minutes to go. We're just chasing one of our panelists at the moment, so we'll hopefully get underway very soon. Okay, I'm getting the green light. We've got all of our panelists in place, and I can see that we've got quite a few participants back a little early, so it's almost 1:30. So I think we might make a start. My name is Keith Besgrove. I'm one of the members of the NetThing Steering Committee, and it's great to be with you all today. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. We're going to jump right now into the next panel, the digital divide, which will discuss the important issue in today's current climate of digital inequality and exclusion, and the impact that this has had on vulnerable groups. And just by way of a little background with me, I was involved in federal government communications issues for quite a long time. This has been a long-standing and recurring issue that we're constantly trying to do something about. I'd like to now welcome Annette Main. She's the CEO of the Reconnect project, and she's going to introduce the panel and moderate the discussion. So, Annette, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. It's great to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to include us as part of this important program, understanding what it is that the internet does for us now in Australia. My organisation is called the Reconnect Project. We're Australia's first charity and social enterprise committed to closing Australia's digital divide through the provision of refurbished technology to people in need. We're a small not-for-profit established in 2019 and saw an incredible rise in the demand for our services during 2020 and 2021 with the COVID lockdowns. So a little bit of background first before we dig into our other panelists and the issues that we're looking to discuss, and a bit of background around what the digital divide actually is. The Australian Digital Inclusion Index classifies the digital divide or digital inclusion according to three components, and one is the access to digital environments, the ability to engage in digital environments, and whether it's affordable for someone to engage in digital environments. What the Reconnect project is mostly interested in is around the access and the affordability side of things through the provision of refurbished tech to people in need. But there's a pretty significant gap in Australia at the moment as to those who can engage in digital environments and those who cannot. And just to give you some stats and figures around that, 1 in 4 people currently identify as excluded or highly excluded from engaging in online activities. 1 in 7 households spend more than 10% of their weekly income for reliable internet access. And people who have attended university or tertiary education are twice as likely to be engaged in the digital environment than people who didn't finish high school. So there's this incredible gap between people who can access, afford, and have the ability to engage in the digital environment. And that's something that unfortunately isn't actually closing in Australia, it's actually growing. And one thing that the past 2 years with the COVID pandemic really highlighted was the impact that this has on vulnerable communities in Australia as to how they're able to maintain connectivity with family, friends, and essential services during a period of lockdown when they don't necessarily have the access or the ability or can afford to engage digitally. So that's a little bit about me, and I'll just hand over now to Bill from Counterpoint Community Services to introduce himself.
Thank you, Annette. My name is Bill. I'm the operations manager from Counterpoint Community Services. And we have 2 centers in the heart of Waterloo public housing estate. I think it's one of the biggest inner city public housing estate, at least in New South Wales. And we also have 1 preschool in Redfern, which is another big public housing estate in New South Wales. And most of our clients from disadvantaged communities, both financially and socially. A lot of them are actually from a CALD backgrounds, cultural and linguistic diverse. They're seniors and some First Nation community as well. And the other part of the vulnerable communities that we see is actually families with young kids. We've been here for over 40 years, and as part of a community center, we actually do capacity building activities, including English and computer classes. That's what Annette was saying about in terms of capacity build some of our communities to be able to use the technology. And then also as part of the accessibility and the affordability issues, we also have a computer with internet ready and printer and scanner for our communities who may not actually have a device or can afford to do so. So when it comes to the digital divide, that's quite apparent, but it's actually highlighted. I'll talk more about it in one of the programs that we have. during COVID, because while a lot of people are working from home, we actually are resourcing the community, especially in terms of food resilience stuff, and also a lockdown plan with the government if the building that the community live in has to be locked in or locked down in that sense. And when we were doing the well-being check, we find that, you know, one of the issues during this period is social isolation, because of the social distancing issue. And then we actually bring light to a digital divide. I'll share a survey that we did, and then what we did with that survey later on that leads to feasibility study and a proposal. That's from me for now.
Great, thanks for that, Bill. Let's hear from Kelly.
Thanks, Annette. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Happy Paws, Happy Hearts. We're an organisation that exists to overcome two really significant challenges. As we're all aware, I guess even before COVID, more than 1 million Australians were identifying as socially isolated or deeply socially excluded. And we also know that there's a challenge with hundreds of thousands of rescue animals in care centres and adoption facilities waiting for new homes. And what we do is a bit of a flip on animal-assisted therapy. So instead of taking specially trained animals out to people in need, we bring people who are socially isolated into shelters and teach them how to care for rescue animals. We run programs for about 400 people each week, and we work with people with a range of abilities, mental health challenges, veterans and first responders and injured workers. And during COVID, we had to work out a way of taking our programs, which were on site and deeply based sort of in animal shelters, to an online environment, but also to keep people connected who were very vulnerable and had just started to come out of social isolation. So we've been building out the online component of our programs to help augment the on-site experience, to offer online-only programs that can help people and rescue animals, and use the internet to make sure these deeply vulnerable people are staying connected. So yeah, that's where we come in, and very excited to start building, I guess, on that basic connection opportunity afforded by our online programs, and make them into programs that can harness people's abilities and learnings about rescue animal care and build digital literacy as well. We know firsthand how connection can be really enhanced through the digital environment, and that's something that if people are ill, if they don't have access to a support worker, or they're isolated due to COVID lockdowns, they can still stay connected and stay involved in our programs.
Great, thanks for that, Kelly. People might be wondering, it's interesting to have someone on the panel today talking about the interaction between caring for animals in shelters and the digital divide, but rest assured, we will certainly have some examples as to how this is impacting on Kelly's organisation. Amber, over to you.
Thanks, Annette and everybody. So my name is Amber Marshall, and I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Queensland University of Technology. And I work in a research centre called the Digital Media Research Centre. And we have a program of work that is dedicated to researching digital inclusion and participation across all types of contexts and in all types of communities. So one of our big projects we have going on at the moment is a federally funded ARC linkage, if that means anything to anybody. Essentially, it's a partnership between us and 2 other universities, or maybe it's 3, I can't remember. But the important part of this is that we partner with community organisations who are doing digital inclusion work in the community. And we really try to get to the bottom of what are some of these underlying factors that are impacting low-income families in particular in terms of digital inclusion. And as has been alluded to by the panel already, those intersections of social and digital inclusion are really apparent, and we investigate these things across those 3 levels of the Digital Inclusion Index: access, affordability and digital ability. And we're doing that work in 3 sites in Queensland, a rural site, a regional site and an inner city site. We have Western Sydney, we have a case outside of Melbourne and one in Tasmania. And with the help of the Outer Foundation, we were also able to add a 7th site, and that's Mornington Island, which is a remote Aboriginal community in the Gulf of Carpentaria. So looking forward to exploring, all of the issues that are coming out from all of these diverse communities. And I think, we'll see that, there are definitely some things that are shared across these communities and the types of cohorts that we've all been thinking about and talking about already. But we'll also find that there are also quite unique challenges that really need to be addressed depending on who's experiencing, that exclusion. Thanks, Annette.
Great, thanks, Amber. So if we can start off, I guess, first by having a bit of a chat around why it's important that some of us are tackling the digital divide in Australia. And from the Reconnect Project's perspective, our focus is on the physical component of accessing online communities and digital environments, and that is whether people actually have access to appropriate technology, the actual hardware that's required for someone to undertake their studies online, have a telehealth appointment, interact with Centrelink, or do their banking, and then again during the pandemic, being able to maintain some form of social connection with family and friends and community groups when everything was switching around to being digitally delivered programs. So for us, what we identified is that whilst we may have the NBN and there may be the access to the NBN as it's rolled out across Australia, there's one thing that's still really stopping people from being able to effectively engage online, is actually having the access to the hardware that's required and having hardware that's of a suitable quality to be able to engage in things like telehealth appointments or Zoom classroom lessons. The COVID pandemic really brought this around, particularly in regards to delivery of education. We had, I had even public schools in Western Sydney reaching out to us for support, seeking to get iPads so that kids themselves could actually continue with their schooling online during the lockdown period. And we also had hospitals in Western Sydney calling out and asking if we could provide mobile phones for clients who were isolating because someone else in their family had COVID and then they were the primary income earner, so they needed to still be able to get to work, but health authorities needed to be able to contact the person who was at home with COVID. There was only one mobile phone for the household. So right even down at a very basic level where we were having government departments seeking our support to get technology out to people, just so that they actually had the physical technology to be able to engage digitally. So I know that Bill's going to talk a little bit more about the impact of not being able to actually get internet access as well. And I'm sure Amber's got some insights on that too. But from the Reconnect Project's perspective, what we're seeing is this growing area of concern where if people aren't able to maintain education, for example, online, then it's children, several years down the track, we're going to get falling behind in literacy and mathematics programs. Unfortunately, fortunately, maybe in some cases, what has happened is a lot of service delivery now after the pandemic is actually still being delivered online. A number of TAFE programs are still being delivered online. There are a number of areas where face-to-face engagement through community programs, social service supports and education haven't actually gone back face-to-face. They found that this model of working online, maybe it's cost effective, they don't have to have the space for a business premises to operate so much. But what that's meaning is that there are still people that can't engage because they don't have access to technology. So Kelly, can you give us a bit of an insight as to how you're finding that this process of having to tackle the digital divide, what that's meaning for your organisation?
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, this digital divide unfairly impacts vulnerable people, and our audience for all of our programs are vulnerable, and we're working with people to draw them out of social isolation. So we connect them with like-minded people, and we give them the opportunity to give back to rescue animals, and which is a beautiful program on site, and you can see how that interaction might work. And COVID really exacerbated that, when people are coming out of social isolation and they've got a reason to come out, which is our programs and the opportunity, I guess, for people to give back, but to have that taken away, if they aren't ready to connect digitally, it's really hard to continue that process of helping them to return to life. So we really looked at, well, where do we start? How do we make information available to our participants in a way that they can understand it, that it gives them that connection and interaction? So we started really offering programs during COVID through an online app and filming accessible content, so that people could process it and enjoy it at the same time, and then actually having live stream sessions because they could touch base with the beautiful groups of friends that they'd made on site at our various shelter locations. So it really started out as like, what is our reason for being? Our reason for being is providing social connection and opportunities for vulnerable people to give back, right? So we tried to use the internet as a channel in which to do that when we couldn't always be on site. I guess what we found was there's so many benefits of our participants having that online access as well. And the more we can build that digital literacy and give them the opportunity to access, suitable and exciting content, but also see and talk to people that they're connecting with and continue to break out of that isolation, it actually augments our on-site programs on a weekly basis, so people can connect more than once. If they're away due to illness, if they can't get a support worker to bring them out to a shelter for the day, they can still be a part of programming, they can still learn. Also for people who sometimes have additional processing needs and they want to take information in at the time that they want to take it in, when they can get some help to understand it, they can access that information on online content again and again, which is really exciting. And what we've found, I guess, as well, is we look to transition the participants in our program to volunteering, further study or work in the animal care industry and beyond. And even in the animal care in the animal care space, digital literacy is absolutely essential for people. The ability to jump online and have a chat, as you would have seen during COVID, but even going forward, a lot of animal shelters and adoption centres are doing online adoptions and meetings. So whatever space you're working in, that digital literacy is absolutely crucial. And the opportunity to learn and connect in that space is a really beautiful thing. And a lot of our participants, even when they graduate from Happy Paws, they now have the ability, we call a lot of them, for a while they would lurk and not turn their cameras on when we had our live streams, and they wouldn't but we'd get a dog and we'd start talking about what we were doing in shelter, and then suddenly 2 months in they'd turn their camera on and they became part of that group. And there's been friendships developed and lots of activities that have come out of that, and a lot of people are meeting up separately outside of Happy Paws, which is exactly what we're aiming for. So I guess now we're really investing in the online components of our program because we see they're absolutely essential for people who perhaps can't get into a shelter but can still learn a lot and connect with like-minded people, but also because they augment our existing learnings and programs so much in a different way. So I think if you're looking at drawing people out of social isolations, the channels in which you connect with them are so important, and it's not always one size fits all. And the way people are connecting might change depending on their own personal circumstances. So I think, building people up to be ready to connect in a variety of ways is what we're really excited about. And we know that, we can continue to do our job, which is helping people return to life and helping shelter animals at the same time.
So in some ways, Kelly, everything needing to switch to digital delivery for that period of time during COVID was a way of potentially reaching new audiences, actually, for you.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. We have, we're operating at 6 locations around Australia at the moment, in Queensland and New South Wales, and we're about to launch in Darwin, which is very exciting. But we've got a lot of interest. Lots of people around the country want to connect with us and be a part of the programs, but we didn't have the content or the environment that they could do that. And to be honest, a lot of the time as well, when you're working with people who are vulnerable and need extra support needs, if the content is not presented in a way that's accessible and engaging, and easy to access, and you don't have people to help them walk through that process, then it's not going to be able to attract them anyway. So for us, it's actually built out a whole new opportunity for people to connect with us. And one of the lovely things is when we are moving to a new location, participants often join us online for some courses first. They start to touch base with the trainers. They start to learn a bit more about animal care. And for someone who's socially isolated and a little bit anxious about going into a shelter environment or making new friends, they kind of can do that really incrementally, which is lovely.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kelly. Amber, what can you tell us about the research that you and your team have been doing, and in regards to why tackling this digital divide is so important at the moment?
Thanks, Annette. I guess I want to kind of pick up where you and Kelly kind of left off, that, tackling the digital divide isn't just a cost, it's actually an investment. And when we do include new cohorts of people in civic participation, it's not just those individuals who benefit, it's actually all of us. And I think one of the fantastic examples of this is some of the work we've been doing with the Queenslanders with Disability Network. And they've rolled out a really comprehensive digital inclusion program with other partners who and have actually addressed access, affordability and digital literacy as part of a big program of work. So like you, Annette, they have partnered with Giveit, who have provided devices to people, and they've partnered with Better Life Mobile to try to design and deliver affordable data and I guess less expensive plans. And then they've also delivered digital ability workshops into the community. So it's an enormous undertaking. And I was fortunate to attend a workshop convened by Queensland Government yesterday with some of my QDN colleagues, which was focused on disability and digital inclusion. And this theme really emerged around, if people living with a disability or vulnerable cohorts generally, if they miss out, then actually we all miss out. And one of the, I guess, pointed examples of this is when, if we can employ diverse workforces, we actually get better outcomes and better productivity in those workforces. And I guess similar to what Kelly was just saying, we can actually fill demand for employment a whole lot better if we have a bigger pool of people to recruit from. And digital access and the ability to sustainably afford those connections, and also having the right device, to what you said earlier, Annette. It's very difficult to apply for a job on a smartphone. And what we see with cohorts of people living with a disability or living on a low income is that they almost always rely, or very much so rely on a smart device. And often that's shared between more than one family member. So being able to do your job applications or job searches or education or all of the things that you need to do to be job ready are very, very difficult for these cohorts. And I just come back to this idea that when we talk about the digital divide, we should take a strengths-based approach. And I guess I borrow that term from the workshop yesterday, but it's an investment in our community and our economy. It's not just a cost where we have to keep throwing money at this supposed problem. I think I'll leave it at that.
No, that's great. That's fabulous insights. And you're absolutely spot on. It's not a cost. It is an investment. And it's bringing everyone to the same, I guess, leveling the playing field. Because, I always say this to people. Imagine trying to apply for a job. Imagine trying to contact Centrelink. Imagine trying to just, even figure out a Google map or whatever. some of these things without the appropriate technology just makes it nigh on impossible for someone to engage, and that really puts people at a major disadvantage. And as you say, you know, that there's a workforce potential out there. There's people all across Australia that we could be tapping into for specialist skills and areas, but that is going to be reliant on them being able to access, afford, and have the ability to engage digitally. And this is a big thing that we're needing to handle. So, Bill, what's it like for you working with some quite low socioeconomic communities in Sydney then, and the impact and the importance of the tackling the digital divide in those areas for you?
Thanks, Annette. I mean, similar to what Amber has found in her research and what Kelly have been saying, you know, literacy, digital literacy is basically the one of the most important thing, as well as we know, because a lot of the community government services has gone digital, gone through the digitalization as what you have alerted to. But more basic than that, as you know, because we talked to before the panel talked together, the other two A's, the accessibility to a device that a lot of people think about, still think about it as a luxury, is no longer the case. It's actually a necessity item that we talked about before, as well as the affordability of getting a data. And that's exactly what we found with this program during COVID that I'm going to touch a little bit on. So before that, just want to echo what everyone has said. There's other data out there as well. For example, 2016 census found only 35% of public housing households have access to a Wi-Fi connection, and that remains to be the most reliable data that we have. And the other part of that is that even though there's 35% of public housing households have it, the internet usage through mobile phone is dependent again on the person's socioeconomic status, and low middle class people are really relying on low cost mobile phone and SIMs as well. So that makes the data in terms of the affordability is such a challenge for them. So on the other hand, in May 2019, the New South Wales Council of Social Services partnered with UTS, surveyed 730 people from the low to middle income household, and found that 14% reported difficulty in paying for their phone bill on time, 16% reported having a mobile phone but without appropriate amount of data usage, and 29% said that they need to limit their own mobile phone usage due to financial reasons. Those are big numbers. And similar to what we found during COVID, we find that the digital access and social connections when we're doing the survey actually very similar. I'll give you some numbers here. In terms of digital access, only 18% of people that we survey actually have unlimited data, whereas 57% is limited, 10% say that they have insufficient, and very sad 14% say they actually have no access to data. And that corresponds with 24% of people saying that they have daily connection, social connection, 65 self-reported as adequate. And you know, there's a lot to unpack there as well, even though there's a self-report adequacy. And 10% actually need assistance, and that's where a service like us come in. And through that, that's why I say we are quite very lucky. When we get that kind of data, we found that we need to do something. So the idea is to really we actually ask around our network, and then we get a deep technology incubator helping us come on board and actually do a feasibility study to bring a digital hub or a watering hole in that sense into the area during this time. We actually have it more than 10 months to have that feasibility study for and sort out area and all the stuff. And the deep tech incubator actually bring in a proposal with us, and it's very focused on the needs of the community there, and actually brings in tens of thousands of software and hardware and even technical support as part of that proposal. But still, we're still using that we're still negotiating with the government how that can work. And there's still that red tapes there, even though there is that feasibility study, as well as what we think is a good proposal where it costs government NetThing. But we'll talk on other more on that in the next few things. I think we'll discuss about that as well.
Thanks, Bill. I mean, there's some pretty stark statistics or figures from the research that you've done with the community just in the Waterloo and Redfern areas here in Sydney. And that's pretty frightening, the amount of people that can't actually afford to keep their mobile phone plans operating, which then leads into a whole, which does also then lead us into what we can talk about now, is that what is the actual impact that this has on the communities that we're working with? Certainly for the Reconnect project, the impact that we see, and we're I guess an intermediary as an organisation. So we refurbish devices and then work with caseworkers at social service organisations like Bill at Counterpoint Community Services, but also with women's shelters, at-risk youth outreach programs, refugee support groups. We work with the caseworkers in those organisations to get the right tech for their clients. So the caseworkers come to us and say, well, we really need this kind of a tablet. It needs to be able to run this level of software or apps on it. And we look at what people have donated to us, refurbish it and get it out to that caseworker. So for us, the impact of the digital divide we're seeing is actually an exponential growth in the number of caseworkers that are reaching out to us for support. When the Reconnect project began, we had this idea that it would be great if we could provide one device per day, and 365 devices in a year sounded like a really achievable goal. We're already pretty much at triple that number, and we haven't even been operating for 3 years fully. So it's growing rapidly as more and more organisations find out about us and our service. The demand for our program is just, as I said, growing at an exponential rate. And the result of that is that the impact on us as a small not-for-profit is being able to keep up with that demand, being able to find more organisations that are prepared to donate their technology to us when they no longer require it, and being able to keep up with the pace of the repairs and the refurbishment process. So for us, the impact of addressing the digital divide is actually still growing, very much so, as an organisation, and we're doing what we can to support those caseworkers to get devices out to their clients. But there is still quite this gap that we're trying to fill. So Amber, in the communities that you've been working in the research, what do you see on the ground as the actual impact of the digital divide on a day-to-day level in those communities?
Thanks, Annette. I guess for this question, I wanted to get a little bit more specific and look at our work on Mornington Island. And I really do need to acknowledge my colleagues, Dr. Jessa Rogers, who's leading the work, Dr. Kim Osman and Professor Harriet Babakin. So just to, I guess, to paint you a picture, if you've not been to Mornington Island, and it is quite remote and it takes a whole day to get there and a whole day to get back. It's an island in the Gulf of Carpentaria with a small population. I think it's about 1,000, and 85% identify as First Nations people. And it's very remote physically, because there are small flights that Rex runs from Cairns and Mount Isa that come in a few times a day. Otherwise it's by boat. And they do have a barge that comes once a week to deliver things like food and essential items. So in terms of what's available to people on the island, they do have health service, they have a school. One of the critical pieces of infrastructure is the shop, the grocery store. But as you may know, when you go to very remote areas, the prices of those products in there are extraordinarily high. And so, we do have a population who tends to be on a low income and living in very kind of expensive circumstances where, flights to get on and off are expensive, food's expensive, etc. So when we talk about digital infrastructure and, there is mobile coverage in the town centre, and it's stretched. There is an upgrade coming apparently under the regional connectivity program, but nearly everyone we spoke to, and in fact all of the families we spoke to, are on mobile only. The NBN connections available are a satellite connection, and for reasons that I'll take you through shortly, the satellite connections on homes don't appear to be viable options for our families. So there's this major reliance on mobile, sharing of devices, sharing of data, which does feed into some of the Indigenous sharing economy culture, but also speaks to, I guess, the deficiency of devices and data. You know, there's a data and device, I guess, divide in and of itself. So in terms of the satellite connection, because the argument can be made, you know, well, you've got NBN access, let's just get you connected. But of course, there's all of these contextual issues that aren't always in the conversation about that. And one of them is that when we see people living on a low income, no matter what their cultural background is, we see people living day to day. And in that case, prepaid is actually more sustainable for them. It might be more expensive in the longer term, but they won't have a bill coming out of their account every month. And some of the families we've spoken to are really quite terrified of getting into a contract and becoming in debt if they actually miss their payments. And even if it's a no lock-in contract, cancel anytime, there's still this aversion to getting into a contract where, you know, perhaps you've shared your password with other people in your family and they use all of your data and you're not even aware that you've exceeded the terms of your contract. So prepaid is best in this instance, and then prepaid means mobile. And I guess some of the impacts around, you know, low levels of accesses to devices, low levels of access to data, and particularly devices like laptops, we didn't see many of them in the community, is that it actually compounds the physical and social isolation of living on an island. So, you can actually get Woolworths to deliver a package on the barge of non-perishable goods and save a whole lot of money on toilet paper and tinned food and things like that. But if you don't have the right access and the device and you don't have the skills to do online shopping, then that's not an option, and you end up paying exorbitant prices in the local store just to eat. Education is another big one. So there is a school there. It's a primary school. It will take kids up to year 10, but most kids in high school need to go to boarding school. And if they can't contact their parents and their family members because of this low levels of digital inclusion on the island, it compounds their isolation from their families. And other things like in-home health care and other things are very difficult to do. Accessing essential services like Services Australia services or whatever is also quite difficult. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there's these intersecting compounding factors that from the outside seem to be able to be solved by, for example, getting an NBN satellite connection, but that solution in and of itself doesn't really address all of the complexities or really acknowledge or I guess it's a lack of listening to the end user about what they need, and rather providing a solution that doesn't fit the local context. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Annette.
That's pretty, it's pretty stark when, you're saying, well, actually, essentially the cost of living is so high for people in this community that being able to choose whether you have access to your mobile phone, whether you have a prepaid program so you can contact your child who's at boarding school, or whether you're choosing to eat, in essence, it's pretty extensive, the level at which that's going to impact the community, not just now, but also into the future.
I might just add, Annette, that we also see low-income families on the mainland making similar sorts of decisions about investment in technology over other essential, products or services that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, that's one of the reasons why the Reconnect project has come about, to try and help at least with that hardware side of things. Bill, You've mentioned a little bit already about the impact that the digital divide has in the community you're working in, but can you go into a little bit more detail and maybe talk a little bit? I know you were doing some work with City of Sydney just to try and even get some form of infrastructure in place.
Yeah, it's very similar experience as what Amber have said before. I'm looking at the time as well. I'll give you two cases if you like, a very short one. One real issue is like what Amber talked about is really for families with more than one child going to school with just one smart devices, especially during COVID, where they actually have to go take turns to go to school, basically. Also, that create a lot of motivation issues in terms of level of work to how to motivate them to study, and all that is very hard. And it quickly create a very stressful environment in their household as well, and also creates stress and leads to mental health issues for the family dynamics. That's a very clear impact that digital divide has, for example. And then we are really looking at saying that the hierarchy of needs, coming back to the fundamentals framework, hierarchy of needs. And I would put Wi-Fi and smart devices at the moment as a very basic fundamental needs that people need to have. And the other issue, the other case that I can talk about really is like, for example, account communities, someone older that don't have digital literacy. They actually have two issues. One is actually language issue, because most of the services is actually in English, and then compounded that with actually a digital literacy issue. That actually create a lot more stress as well. And then if they don't do that, then they'll get their benefits cut. So that have actually very detrimental impact into their real life, and that is something that a lot of the general population might not actually understand, or this real impact to a person's life. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily about being able to cruise YouTube videos. It's actually being able to engage with essential services. And if you haven't got the technology and you haven't got the ability to be able to do that, you don't have that digital literacy level, then it's compounding the impact for those people in those situations. Thanks, Bill. Kelly, what about you? What's the impact in your community? I mean, obviously during the pandemic, it made your service, I guess, have to pivot, that fabulous COVID word. Yeah. So what's the ongoing impact, do you think, with the digital divide with what you're doing?
Yeah, look, I think it needs to be factored in, and the crucial opportunity and essential nature of digital channels has to be factored into our program delivery now. So every program we run now has an online component, and when we're looking at resourcing, when we're looking at building out a program, we look at how do we deliver it on site and online, how do we augment the on site, but also is there a way we can offer these learnings and opportunities in an online environment as well. So I think for a lot of charities that are trying to connect with people, it just becomes something that isn't one day we'll add on an online component because that would be really lovely and we can share it with more people. It's actually an essential part of program development for Happy Paws, Happy Hearts. And we've been really fortunate, just to give you a quick example of our Employment Pathways program, Explore, we piloted that as a little program. We had participants coming through Happy Paws for a number of years and developing great confidence skills in the animal shelters and wanting to move on to employment and independent volunteering in the animal sheltering industry and all over the place. So but we created an Explore Employment Pathways program specifically for these people on site, and we have now thanks to AUDA, got some funding to actually do an online component of that program, because we realized we've got such great interviews, such great guest speakers, such great content, but also lots of people all over the country who were interested in accessing it that couldn't, because it was this tiny pool on site. So that's why we're moving to that environment. But as well as that, building in the digital literacy is absolutely crucial. So exactly like Amber was saying, one of the things that is absolutely standard if you're volunteering at an animal shelter or working in any space at the moment is you have your COVID safe certificate, right? So you can say, I've been online and here's my COVID safe certificate. So I've got the basics down. We spend a session working with people one-on-one we bring in the iPads, exactly like Bill was saying, we have to provide that technology. Or we walk them through it online when they've got access, so they can actually do that COVID safe certificate. So they've got something to put on their CV, but they're also ticking that box for volunteering. So it's not a big step up. And it's really that investment in what does that digital divide mean for this person on their individual journey to return to life. You know, it might be that COVID safe certificate ticks a really great box. It might be, you know, having someone spend time with them with an actual, you know, laptop so they can think about what their CV or resume might look like. That's really important to them as well. It might be just learning to do this, right? Interact in a group chat and be feeling confident to turn your video camera on and have a conversation. So I think the difference for us is that we've realized it not only opens up an audience, but is absolutely essential for any community-based program to build in that digital divide and to think about everything from the internet access. So we've really worked hard now to build out Wi-Fi that's quality and accessible to our participants at all our sites, you know, and that kind of thing just has to be built into your program logic and your theory of change. So it's something that's not an afterthought or an addition, it's actually essential. And I think we've all identified here today, you know, living in the environment we live in Australia at the moment, if you're not able to access the online environment and navigate it, you're going to be really, really left behind. And that's our fear. And so we realize that's a crucial part of what we do.
Yeah, that's great. And it's, I guess, the impact for your organization too is that you've had to develop this infrastructure and bring all this technology into play, which obviously comes at a cost to your organization. And it's great that you've got some grant funding to be able to do that. So that kind of brings me across to, well, what is actually happening out there to try and help overcome these challenges? What kind of things are you doing within your organizations, or what can you see still needs to be done as well? So how are we going to help close this digital divide? What are the intersection points that we need to bring together to be able to make this happen in high density you know, city living, in remote communities, in working with people who don't have the digital literacy? So from my own knowledge, you know, there's been quite a significant financial investment through government funding into digital literacy programs, particularly working with seniors over the last couple of years. That's great, but again, if that person doesn't actually have access to the hardware and the technology side of things, how are they going to use that? And then as you know, new technology and advances come out. I mean, 2 years ago, how many people were using Zoom? Now it's become a mainstay for so many of us. But if you're someone who maybe is an older demographic and you can't understand when these new updates come out, or how do we keep making sure that people aren't just getting their foot in to being digitally included, but are also coming along the path as things shift and change. So Bill, I am interested to hear a little bit more about this digital watering hole, as you called it. What's the thought and methodology behind that?
Well, that concept comes from the proposal from the Duped incubator. And the idea is, well, we might call it a digital hub. So making it into a learning center with all the three things in there: the accessibility to a device, the affordability that people don't have to pay because you know it's already embedded in it, as well as then volunteers from the technical support side, and it become a learning hub, a digital learning hub for people who actually needs it. So if we take a community center as a example, and you just put a digital framework into it and make it into a learning hub that actually fits in. If someone needs to come in and say, help me with Centrelink, or how do I get my housing application, maintenance application, to a child or coming in and say, I need a quiet place to study, and this is where I can. just because you have all the equipment ready for us to use. So then it becomes a hot, like a African animal watering hole where all the animals come in and get the digital needs that they need. So that was the whole idea of a digital watering hole.
And what else do you think can be done, particularly for people in the social housing?
Actually, someone in the chat, I've been chatting as well with people. It's a good idea. That initiative like yours, I cannot recommend your initiative enough, and because I think that actually fulfill one of the most fundamental needs that people have. And on the other side, as the person say, it actually also will help with the e-waste that we actually have. And those are very much a win-win-win solution, a triple win, a quadruple win solution. And for that to be able to refurbish and then give it to someone who is in need, and what it does as well is because it's through a community centers or council that actually also have that connection with the community, and that is what is much needed. So it's not just a piece of equipment, but it's actually a piece of connection for people to do. And I'll stop there as well.
So Amber, would that kind of a setup work in some of the communities that you're working in? So having a kind of a hub or this like the watering hole concept?
Yes, and I totally endorse, and I think our research evidences that these community place-based approaches are best because they actually meet the needs of the community and they are delivered by people in the community who can pass on the knowledge and expertise and skills to others within the community. I think one of the worst things you can do is fund a program where you fly in people who do a workshop and then fly them back out again. Unfortunately, in some of our most remote areas, there just aren't the people to deliver these things, so that we just don't have the same level of social infrastructure like libraries and community organisations and community halls and post offices and all of those things that provide this, I guess, that facilitate the delivery of devices or facilitate digital literacy workshops or even drop-in sessions to bring your phone and things like that. So I think one of the things we can invest more in is this digital capability building at the community level. Because the further out of the cities you go with my kind of urban rural digital divide lens on, the less included you are, and digital skills is actually the worst of the three in terms of the index. If you're a rural person, you're much more likely to have fewer digital skills, and therefore it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if no one in the community has the skills, there's no sort of kindling to have transfer of skills within the community, and you end up having to bring outsiders in. So I think we need to get really creative about partnerships between levels of government, for example. So, the regional or remote councils partnering with state-based programs or organisations. Telcos, I think, really need to start investing in these areas, and I think it's part of their corporate social responsibility to do so. And really at all levels and in all sectors, truly start treating digital access as an essential service and a human right. It's been declared by the UN as a human right, and yet in our first world country or in our developed nation, we have so many people who are not meeting those standards. It's one thing to kind of bang on about all of this, but it really is, I guess, providing those solutions. And I think there is that gap in the community capability, because we do see that even where, for example, the library is eligible to apply to be connected, or to the state library to run Tech Savvy Seniors or the Be Connected program, they may not have the skills or the access themselves to be able to deliver them. So I think that's an important gap to address in investment wise, but also research and programs.
And I that point about the libraries, I really picked up on that earlier when you were speaking, that, community centres, libraries, post offices, so many places have closed, and so much has gone has gone digital, and it is the way that the government wants all their services to be digitally accessible. It does make it incredibly hard. And yes, whilst libraries might be, an obvious location choice for something like a hub scenario, if you don't actually have the people in there with the skills to be able to do that, then it's still not going to work. And so that investment into the people and the infrastructure, and to be able not just to go in and set it up, but to be able to maintain it and to keep it moving with the times. It's really important. Kelly, what's on your wish list? What do you think would help closing the digital divide with the communities and the people that you're working with?
I think it's just this mosaic approach, right? Like we have seen, you said before, and it's a little bit hard to understand why Happy Paws, Happy Hearts that works in shelters with rescue animals is so passionate about the digital divide. But when we're working with the people that we're working with, we can see firsthand, what's happening. So for me, on my wish list is, I think this, growing awareness that we're all seeing the same challenges from a variety of different perspectives, and there's a lot of iterative things that can be done to position people for success in that space and to close the divide. So I think better awareness and then advocacy. So we're partnering up and advocating as a block and saying this kind of thing is happening right through from access to devices through to the requirement to fill out digital forms to participate in a lot of what we would consider everyday activities. For me, on my wish list is, awareness across the board from corporates, from governments, and from all these community services. It's something we need to work on together. We need to factor in to our planning and our strategies. And we need to draw on the expertise, which is why I'm so excited. I'm so frantically listening to what everyone's saying and looking at the opportunities to draw on the expertise, not for our own organisations, but really to help the people that we work with. So for my wish list, it's that, then we combine that mosaic of really good ideas and opportunity together, and we move it forward in a way where we can advocate for changes that are needed. And I agree. I came from the library space. I worked in the library space for a while in community engagement, and I'm really passionate. But that's an amazing space to invest in. But you've got to have the people on the ground that are willing and able and empowered to deliver those exciting programs. But I do love Bill's idea of this investing in that digital water hole that we can all kind of take advantage of.
Fantastic. Thank you. I mean, we've had a great conversation and touched on a number of different areas and looked at the complexities around the digital divide, that there isn't one size fits all solution to be able to help close the digital divide in Australia, but there really does need to be more investment in the infrastructure side of things and the accessibility side of things, to be able to make sure that those people who have been given the ability to engage actually have the required equipment and opportunity to do so. So thank you everyone for taking part. Thank you to my fellow panelists and to everyone that was commenting on the chat. And hopefully we continue with some more pressure. We'll get continued funding and support to help us in our mission to close the digital divide in Australia. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Annette, and thank you to the panel. That's been a fantastic session, and I've learnt a lot, and I've been reminded of things that I had hoped were getting better, but still seem to be with us. So that's been a really great session, and indeed a great chat session as well. We're now going to break for afternoon tea. We'll be back at 3 o'clock, and the next panel will be focusing on the question of whether it's possible for Australia to grow a new Atlassian or a new Seek in today's marketplace. So we'll see you back here at 3. Thank you.
Hi, Katie.
Hi there, Cindy. How you doing?
Good, thank you. Just to let you know, we are being recorded and the break will finish in just in 11 minutes.
Great. Okay, no worries. I'll go back on the mute and turn my camera off until you give us a shout then.
Sure, thanks.
Thanks.
Patrick,
Hello.
you there?
I am. Excellent. Yes.
Hi, it's weird. You look like you're logged in as me, so we're just sorting through that. Stand by.
Okay, no problem. I'm on the right place, though. I'm in the right place.
It's an excellent start. You are in the right place.
That's always good. Can't actually see you. I can't see you.
No, we'll upgrade everyone in a moment, so just stand by. Did you use my login by any chance to get into this, or did you use the URL that came in the calendar invite?
Could have been it. I might have logged onto the link that you sent, potentially. Let me just see if I can see what I did.
Apologies, I dropped for a bit. I had to move into a room and it kicked me off the Wi-Fi somehow. But anyway, I'm back now.
That's okay. Stand by, David. We're just sorting out Patrick and I with dual identities.
I think I logged onto the thing that you sent me.
Did you would have got an email to confirm that day one is on. Perhaps log out and log back into that one and see if it brings you back in as Patrick.
All right, let's just make sure I've got that. I've got that. Click here to join. Okay, let's try that then. Very good. See you in a mo, I hope.
Thanks, Patrick. And David, we have Katie with us as well. She's just gone on mute, I think. Oh, there she is.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, I was on
Hi
before.
there.
Hey, Katie, how are you?
Well, thanks. How are you?
Good.
And Alex, good afternoon. We're just getting Patrick back online and we are about 5 minutes away from going live. We are being recorded, just to let you know. So if you feel like going, turn your video off and your audio off, that's fine. I'll come back and find you at about 2:59.
Perfect. Thanks.
So you now got me?
Yes, I believe we now know you as Patrick Kidd, which is excellent.
That was a good sign. Good afternoon, David.
All right.
Good afternoon, Patrick.
I'll ask you to turn on mute and stop video, and I'll come off at about 2:59 to bring you back on. And we're back. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope that you had a nice afternoon tea break and were able to get up and stretch your legs. So I'm pretty excited by this session. When we think of great Australian tech success stories, both Atlassian and Seek come to mind. Born on either side of the 90s, they've both cracked 20 years in age. In fact, I think Seek comes in at the ripe age of 24. A number of conditions enabled these companies to cross the chasm into the mainstream, and still to this day, they remain dominant and competitive in their respective fields. So fast forward to 2022, we ask the question, could Australia grow an Atlassian or Seek in today's market conditions? We're going to start from the premise that yes, you can. And then we're going to explore some of the fundamentals like capital, regulation, and skills and talent. We've got 4 superb contributors representing a wonderful diversity of perspective. And I'm delighted that this conversation will be moderated by the most awesome David Masters, who's Head of Global Policy and Regulatory Affairs at Atlassian. David, over to you.
Thanks, Sandra. Really appreciate it. And it's great to be here and to delve into this exciting topic. As Sandra has mentioned, we've got a great panel, and I might actually, rather than me introduce them and not do them a favour and probably do them a disservice, I will ask Patrick, Alex, and Katie to introduce themselves. So, Patrick, do you want to just kick off what your role is and maybe a little bit about the Digital Skills Organisation?
Hello, good day. Thank you very much, David, and all for including me in this conversation. My name is Patrick Kidd. I'm the CEO of something called the Digital Skills Organisation. Our role really, whereas we're a not-for-profit organisation, we sit outside of government, but we rely on government in terms of sort of providing us with funding. We have a hard wire back into, firstly, the vocational and educational training system, but also very much back into employers. And I suppose when I try to simply describe what we do, really we aim to be a bridge between employers, their needs, surface those needs in simple language that can then be used to then drive the national training system, specifically the vocational educational training system, to ensure that they're delivering the training that employers need so that more people find their way into work in this highly important sector.
Thanks, Patrick. Alex, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Thanks, David, and thanks everyone for joining the session. So I'm Alex McCauley. I founded the Tech Council of Australia last year, and actually spent probably most of 2020 and the better part of 2021 as well putting it together. The Tech Council of Australia really is a national kind of peak industry body for the tech sector. And it came out of the work that I'd been doing for the 5 years before that, running Startup Oz, which was a national advocacy group for tech startups. I started doing that job in 2015, and really, there wasn't much of a tech sector to speak of back in 2015. And as I worked in that role, companies that had been startups when I joined in 2015 became big tech companies, and all of a sudden there was this need for more of a voice for an emerging, really important industry for Australia. So that's why we started the Tech Council, and it's gone from strength to strength. I think I saw Kate, the CEO, was on the agenda for earlier in the day, so maybe some of you will have heard from her as well.
Awesome, thanks, Alex. Katie.
Thanks, David, and again, thanks for the invitation from NetThing to contribute today. My name is Katie Taylor. I have the great privilege of being the Head of Government Relations for Seek. And as Sandy said in her introduction, we are one of those sort of very early and entrepreneurial tech companies of Australia. In Australia, we now have a global footprint throughout Asia and Latin America, but obviously still very proudly Australian. So really pleased to be part of this discussion, Seek. I think in this particular discussion, hopefully I'll be able to bring both the tech perspective of being a tech company ourselves, but also obviously we have some very unique insights into the labour market and the skills that go into sort of, making that labour market work. So really pleased to join the conversation today, David.
Thanks, Katie. And we look forward to some of your insights and some of the data that you're going to share with us later in the panel. Kicking things off, as Sandra mentioned, I'm David Masters. I'm the head of Global Policy and Regulatory Affairs at Atlassian, and that basically is Atlassian's sort of engagement with government, policymakers, regulators around the world. So we sort of monitor trends and the things that are coming at us from governments here, Europe, US, and elsewhere, and figure out what it means for Atlassian as we grow and develop as a company. So look, I might kick things off with Alex, actually, coming back to sort of your experience, particularly working with the Australian startup community. Obviously, it was a very buoyant time in the startup ecosystem 12 months ago. Just wondering what the sense in the community is now, Alex, and kind of what the vibe is right at this point in time.
Yeah, so I think you're right. That it was buoyant 12 months ago. I think there's some concern at the moment about the state of the national economy and the global economy, particularly around funding and whether or not that's going to, be harder to come by over the next little period. My sense is that that's short-term concern, but it's mixed in with a lot of medium-term optimism. I think there's a really strong sense from founders and investors that actually, Australia has really strong fundamentals for lots of the tech sector that we've been growing here over the last decade or longer. And so I wouldn't want to overstate too much how much caution is around. And certainly it's the case that particularly in venture, there's a lot of money that has been raised by venture capital firms over the last few years, and which will need to be deployed into good companies. So I don't think we'll see a total drying up of the funding market.
That's good to hear, Alex. And I think, one of the things I wanted to explore with you, governments don't really have a lot of control over the ebbs and flows of private markets and private capital decision making, but they can obviously influence the settings around that. And over the last probably 10 years, there's been a number of reforms in that space. And I just wanted to get a sort of a comment, given we're talking about whether the conditions are right in that space, whether the companies like an Atlassian or a Seek to develop, do you think we've got those settings right? And I guess if the capital markets are being a little bit more circumspect, is there a role for government to kind of step in a little bit, or the government's proposed some funding through the National Reconstruction Fund, and do you see a role for that?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest shift in the last 10 years in the ability for Australians to build global companies in tech, it has been around, in Australia and stay in Australia. The biggest shift has been around the funding environment. It's really chalk and cheese from where it was, even 10 years ago, let alone when Atlassian and Seek were founded. Those guys did it really tough. And I think that's part of the success story that they have, is that there wasn't a lot of support and there wasn't actually a lot of funding. The story really 10 years ago was, if you wanted to be building a global company from Australia, you'd probably need some money for that. And that means for the vast majority of founders, you'd have to go to Silicon Valley to raise anything more than about $10 million. That's absolutely not the case anymore. And I think, I would be hesitant about saying, oh, well, the government should be piling in to, fix any perceived slowdown in funding. I don't know if that slowdown has actually occurred in a significant way yet. And the market has been working pretty well in the last 5 years. So, it's nice to have something like the National Reconstruction Fund up the sleeve, and it's good to see that they're looking at strategic areas to get involved in. But the big shift really for Australia in the funding environment has been the structure that the government set up around venture with the ESV-CLP regime, which has been really effective, and the fact that the super funds have come in to venture in a way that they had never done before, and that's just brought a lot of capital to play and really changed the nature of the ecosystem.
Thanks, Alex. We talked you've talked quite a bit about the capital markets and the role they play and the access to capital for developing companies. the other sort of aspect to growing a company, and particularly in our space, is access to skills, and the development of the right sort of skills pathways and the right sort of skill sets. Katie, I'm going to come to you and just ask that question about, like, if we are to grow the next generation of tech firms in Australia, we're going to need access to those high level technical and non-technical skills to support the growth. What's SEEK's data telling you about what's going on in the state of tech skills in Australia?
Yeah, thanks, David. I think it would be a surprise to no one on this call, panelists and participants alike, to know that we are having extreme skill shortages in our industry here in Australia. But that is obviously across the economy as well. So tech, while we are experiencing it quite acutely, a lot of other areas of the economy are too. So just and being with that, I'm going to read some of these figures, David, because but just there are, we've seen, say, pre-COVID, so between 2019 and 2022, really strong growth across all ICT roles on the SEEK platform. So the demand, so we're looking at job ads during that period, has been up around sort of 32 to 35%. And this is, pretty similar to other industries that have had, banking and finance are about 22%, education and other industries are sort of similar as well. But what we're also seeing at the actual job level, so job titles around the ICT sort of industry, we've had, again, probably a surprise to no one on this call, really strong growth of over 240% in software engineers. So that demand is huge. We've had 220% increase in that period, so that 3 years pre-COVID to now, in product managers and product development roles. Indeed, cybersecurity has grown in terms of demand 128%. And yeah, we're seeing also pretty strong demand of, and I think for data roles is 15%, but I think we're going to go up from there. So it's just, insane kind of demand on the demand side. So when the other thing about SEEK as a platform, we obviously, in a marketplace, we obviously see the demand in terms of job ads, but we also see supply in terms of people applying for jobs on our marketplace. So the supply side, if you like, the applications per ad has also had quite a steep decrease in that same period. So we're down 45% on average in terms of the average number of ads per application, 32% for software engineers, nearly 70% down applications per ad for product managers. And data roles, even though it was only a 15% growth, we're actually seeing the application per ad decline 48%. So there's this real, and again, our chief economist at labour market specialist, Matt Cargill, talks about this massive demand actually that's driving these things. And we've done analysis across, again, our platform that says, because we were thinking, that says actually we're getting the same amount of people visiting our site even. They're also looking at the same number of ads. They're applying for a similar, but slightly declined in a lot of cases, applications, but it's just the demand that is truly through the roof. So I think that what tells us is that there's a lot of companies and a lot of businesses here in Australia that want to grow, like they're kind of, they're at this point where they want to grow, they want to go to the next stage. But yeah, potentially there is some handbrakes on that.
And just a question about that demand that you're seeing across the system. Is it more prominent in certain areas of the country? So is it more prominent in Sydney and Melbourne, or is it pretty much right across the board in terms of the country? And also, are you seeing that in certain sectors of the economy as well? Like, obviously tech jobs are in the tech industry, but elsewhere, are you seeing, is the demand patchy, or is it pretty much right across the board?
Yeah, I think so. I'll take that in two parts. So in terms of sort of location, we are seeing, really high demand in terms of percentage-wise from the smaller parts of the smaller markets in the country, if you like. So Tasmania, I don't know what's happening down there, but it's 98% up in terms of job adverts since 2019 to this current period, 22. Bigger markets, obviously, we're still seeing Victoria is 20, and probably Sydney and obviously Sydney and Melbourne are our biggest sort of tech hubs, as again we'd all know on this call. But Victoria still 24% up, and in terms of the volume and the market that represents, that's huge. And in New South Wales, it's 9%. Again, if you look at this sort of candidate availability, there is this emerging not emerging, it's with us, I think, a candidate crunch, because applications per ad in New South Wales for ICT roles are down 42%. Victoria, they're down 40%. And say NT, that had sort of 83% increase in ads, they're having a 30% decline in applications per ad. So there's tightness everywhere, David, in the smaller markets and the bigger markets. But if I could, and just into a bit of colour and movement for participants on the call, maybe in Queensland, the highest demand are in top 3 sort of roles, software engineers, network engineers, and security, like ICT security. In Vic, we're looking at hardware engineers, ICT managers, network and systems administrators. New South Wales are leading at product managers are leading in that market, ICT support, and also data professionals. And finally in SA, product managers and hardware engineers as well. So actually in different markets, there's different skills that are in demand, which I thought was interesting. If I may, there's the second part of your question. We can't, in the SEEK data, unfortunately, we sort of can't break out how you can look at tech jobs across all industries, but obviously the ABS characteristics of employment data shed some light on some of this. And in work that we've done with, thinking about where these demands and skill shortages, we had a bit of a look at that data between 2019 and 2021, which is the latest sort of data set that you can. And again, sort of data technical thing, there's a code for the ANSCO code for occupations and the ANSIC coding that goes to an industry. And so when you look at technology jobs across all industry sectors, it's interesting, relative to other sectors, we've actually had more growth outside of the tech industry, if you like, than we have in. So we've had in technology jobs across the economy, across all industries, excluding tech, there's been a 48% increase in that period, versus tech sort of percentage of those professionals is about 41%. And I mean, if you take a little look at the granularity of that in those insights, you're seeing growth across healthcare, education and training, government and banking. And again, I think sort of rationally and logically that makes sense, because we are really seeing here in Australia real growth in the sort of tech impact that those industry sectors are seeing. And of course, cyber across the economy. In education, online learning has really excelled and obviously accelerated rather. And fintech is a huge sort of driver of growth in Australian technology. So yeah, just a couple of sort of different lenses on the data, David.
Thanks for those insights, Katie. And as you can see, the demand is enormous and growing. And so I think coming to Patrick, because you're part of the solution to this little problem. What are some of the things that you're seeing as barriers to really growing that pipeline and increasing, as Katie has touched on, seeing less applicants for jobs. So obviously that does show that there is a challenge there with supply. So what are some of the barriers you're seeing in terms of getting that supply into the market?
Well, thanks, David. And I think in many respects, just building on sort of where Katie sort of left off, at the end of the day, when we think about technology and digital, these are skills that are ubiquitous right across the economy, and often different jobs in different industries don't necessarily describe the needs for those skills. They'll still talk about jobs in traditional roles. They won't identify the skills that are required in those jobs. And so I think some of the jobs are covered and buried in terms of, you know, where those opportunities are, and others are not. And so I think that's one of the challenges in this space, is sort of how do we get to a language that sort of really sort of describes what these skills are. You know, when I'm thinking about technology skills, I mean, part of this is around, you know, hardcore sort of tech skills that sit in those sort of major companies that we're talking about here, you know, the Seek of the future, the Atlassians of the future. But we have to recognise the nature of Australian industry, which is a 3.7 million businesses, 1.1 of them are sole traders. So, you know, this is about small and medium-sized businesses as well as the large-scale ones. And when you then think about the nature of the skills, you know, we mustn't just talk about the sort of the hardcore technology skills that are required. We also need to talk about the skills that are required right across the workforce. And so that's basic digital literacy, it's digital fluency, it's the ability to be able to optimize the potential of technology platforms and systems and applications to enable those organizations to achieve their absolute potential within the marketplace. So I think there are differences that sit across that. But to answer your question, I suppose I'd group up the barriers maybe into 4 buckets. You know, the first I think is about awareness. So it's awareness of people, of opportunities that sit in tech. And we know that there are certain types of people that automatically will pursue careers in tech. But there's but tech careers now are open to so many people that come from different backgrounds. So it's not just about people who come from a hardcore sort of STEM environment. It's also people who are creative types, designers, have done many different or have many different sort of interests in sort of different ways. And I think it's really surfacing the opportunity that sits in tech careers in a way that actually it's appealing to people who are leaving school or university, but also people who are already within their careers and thinking about career changes. We have to find a different language that is more inclusive and open to those individuals so that they seriously can then view themselves as having a career in this sector. But there's also something about employers, particularly in terms of the medium and small size employers. We have to help them to understand what type of skills are they looking for in their workforce, so that they are themselves stimulating demand by asking for people with the right skills. And at the moment, again, there's a big gap as far as that goes. I think there is, when we look at our national training system, it's this incredible system. It has this amazing capacity, but it's only operating at a certain amount. You know, if it's true in terms of the fact that we need 1.2 million extra people working in tech over the next 6 years, that equals like 60,000 people a year. But our national training system is only training less than 10,000 people a year. Of the 10,000 people, less than half of those actually find their way into work. So there's something about the potential of our national training system and how do we open that up so that they can actually deal with the demand that we are forecasting. A third problem, I think, is the delivery of training. You know, we have to make sure that we're delivering training that is relevant to employers' needs. And there's a gap, you know, given the sort of numbers of people who complete existing courses but still don't find their way into work. There's obviously a gap there in terms of the delivery of that training. You know, we know from some of the courses that are being conducted, which are completed in less than 6 months, that actually those individuals can complete those courses. They pay for those courses. They're what we call non-accredited forms of training, but they will find their way into work and they'll be successful in those jobs. You know, the employment rates are like 80%, but the national training system is well down from that. So there's something about, again, the quality of the training that's being delivered and the relevance of that training. And then the final point I'd say is that I think employers have got to come to the party in this space. They have to authentically engage and invest, not just in terms of helping the training system to deliver against their needs, but also they've got to be prepared to take risk. And that taking risk is around entry-level talent, making sure that they're asking for people with skills rather than qualifications, so that they themselves are opening up the bucket to enable people to move through the training system and into work. So that requires them themselves to think hard about changing their existing paradigms about the types of people that are looking to employ so that they can stimulate demand. I'll leave it there if that's okay.
That's great, Patrick. I just actually wanted to jump off on that last point around employer engagement and industry engagement. And I think if we are going to have companies grow and access the talent they need, I think you're absolutely right. They have to be part of the solution, not just calling out the problem. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing industry and employers starting to think a little bit differently, given the shortages that we're seeing?
I think you're starting to see real energy in the space. So I think people are now understanding that the that there's a need to get involved. There's a need to come together and collaborate. You're seeing the government that are now putting in place initiatives that I think are looking to try and deal with the systemic issues that exist. But what you find is that employers still fundamentally operate as independent silos, and they will put in place programs, but the programs will only ever get to like 10 people or 20 people. And that clearly isn't really good enough in terms of trying to get to the size of the problem that we're trying to address. So I think the challenge is how do they come together? How do you get to scale? How do they authentically engage with the system to ensure that the system is giving them what they need? So I think there's a lot further to go there. What we find in the programs that we run, and that's replicated in the experience of other initiatives that are being conducted at state level, is that it takes an awful long time to get an employer to commit. And even then, you're dealing with a very small number of people and organizations in terms of where they're going to. So I think the opportunity here is around how can you get closer collaboration between employers, between state governments, with unions, with federal government, so that we identify a smaller number of high impact initiatives that really do get after the numbers. And, listening to Caddy talk about those high demand job roles, we know what they are. They don't vary hugely. So why don't we sort of align ourselves around trying to create a pipeline that starts to get after those numbers? I think there's tremendous opportunity if we can collaborate and do that.
There was a question in the chat actually about stratification of programming languages, and I maybe want to just sort of explore that a little bit more broadly. We probably don't have the time to send Katie off to try and pull some more data at short notice, but I think one of the challenges, and I think you touched on this, Patrick, was around skills versus occupations, and actually it's not just the diversification, stratification of programming languages, it's also the range of roles that are emerging in technology in the tech sector, but across the economy, roles that many of them didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. And so that sort of focus on skill sets that those people haven't come from nowhere. They've brought certain skills to bear through that system. One final question for you before we go to some of the other panelists is, how do you create a system that recognises those skills, recognises the skills that people have developed through their career, provides some sort of recognition within the system that's independently verified? Is there an approach we should be taking, or is there an approach that you've been thinking about around that?
Now, the sort of language of reform in this area tends to talk about sort of an absolute focus on skills rather than competencies, skills that last you for life, over competencies that focus on a particular job role, and those job roles are changing all the time, so hence the challenge in that space. The approach then goes on to the idea of standards. So what are simple standards which describe the skills that you want your people to have at different levels? And so what we've been working on is the idea of a skills standard, an industry-driven skills standard. And I think if we're able to codify what those skills are at an appropriate proficiency level, worry less about the process of how you get to that proficiency level, but focus upon the outcomes of where you got to. So assess people against the standard. Then all of a sudden, I think you can begin to transform the sector and how organisations and trainers respond to that sector. At the moment, the training landscape is like the Wild West. There's a million ways of getting trained. No one really has any confidence in terms of what the outcomes of that training are. Hence, so few people actually make that transition into the sector itself. So if we had a simple standards that sort of describe what it was to be an entry-level product manager, an entry-level software engineer, then that's something that employers can hold on to. It's an industry-driven standard, and then the system can then respond to that. So that's sort of what we're excited about, is trying to embed that and to see whether or not actually industry has the appetite for simple standards like that, to try and get clarity about what their needs are and how they translate those needs into the sector.
Fantastic. Thanks, Patrick. Alex, I want to come back to you. I think your involvement with the tech sector and with the Tech Council, I should say, and also it was something that you looked at quite closely at Startup Oz. There's a real balance. I mean, we've talked a lot about training, but also there are other pipelines to get access to talent, skill migration, or potentially companies going offshore. What's the balance? How do we balance that? The need to find the right talent through various mechanisms, but ensuring that Australia sort of benefits from from the growth of its own technology.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a, just building on Patrick's comments, there's a bit of a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. Success in this space actually breeds a demand kind of crunch for talent, right? So you're gonna, as you get more companies being more successful, they're looking for more talent, and we want that talent to be here in Australia, whether it's locally grown or imported in the case of skilled migration. And then you get companies who are trying to sell global but can still build local. That's a really kind of nice, neat way to encapsulate it, I think. I did a lot of work on startup skilled visa programs with the government a few years ago. Lots of ideas around how do we make Australia a global talent center for technology. They've got maybe 3 different programs clumped under the Global Talent Scheme, which is a kind of overarching program that the last government had going. And really all of those are focused on trying to get the right kind of skilled talent into Australia where there just isn't the pipeline here, particularly in the senior tech talent, where you can't train people to be senior tech leaders overnight. We need them right now. So I think the mix of a local talent pool where we're really building the pipeline of people here in Australia who can start or work for companies that are going to be globally successful, and also mixing that with the right kind of settings around how do we get people here, how do we give them a path to stay here, so path to permanent residency, how do we make Australia an attractive destination for people who are in what I think Mike or Scott, one of your Atlassian founders described as a global war for talent in tech. Those are really thorny questions. I'm not sure we've got that right yet, but I think we're on the right path thinking about how do we make Australia a destination of choice for the best tech workers in the world.
Katie, I might come back to you because I'm actually really interested, like we were talking about this global war for talent. I mean, what are you seeing in terms of salaries in the tech sector? And then maybe a supplementary question to that is that, and this could be actually something that also that Alex might want to chime in on is, are startups getting priced out of the market for talent as we're seeing that increase in salaries?
Yeah, thanks, David. I think so. Seek, some of you may have caught up that a couple of months ago, Seek did some work to look at a sort of macro level about what was happening in salaries. And we released the inaugural, what we call the Seek Advertised Salary Index in August. That was the first sort of cut of that data. Essentially, what we tried to do is look at we're privileged to understand what's happening in that space because of the way our platform's set up. Employers or hirers have to indicate a salary range, so whenever they're posting an ad. So we were able to aggregate that data and look what was happening at not only a sort of national headline sort of figure, and that sort of Seek Advertised Salary Index was sort of, if you like, a lead indicator, slightly of measuring a different thing, obviously, but to the wage price index that the Australian Bureau of Statistics release quarterly. And then we were able to actually drill down to what was happening, do it by a state index, but also interestingly for this conversation for state-based and then industry. And so we saw, if we take again that sort of pre-COVID now sort of period, David, we see that actually the demand, the increase in salaries in tech has actually gone up by about 15% in that very relatively short time period. That was actually second only to trades and services. And you can see obviously that probably that's, a COVID sort of crunch, particularly in the trades and services areas, and what we also see is that in terms of, again, maybe diving into sort of individual role level data, David, average salaries in 2022 for product management was there. And I will preface this with something that Kate and her colleagues at the Tech Council rightly say, that is that tech roles are some of the best paid, most secure interesting and diverse jobs in our economy, in our labour market. And she's right to say that. So product managers' average salary is about $140,000, and that can get up to about $143,000 in New South Wales. Cybersecurity as a sort of a profession is about $137,000, and software engineering $135,000. So really well paid roles in doing some really interesting work. But the second part of your question, I think it's interesting. We had a bit of a look at this when we as we were preparing for this panel, and the candidate availability, I think, is a good measure on this. And relative, actually, we see that the candidate availability, so the applications per ads for what we call our small and medium hirers versus our corporate hirers, is actually relatively similar. When you look at the salaries, though, that are sort of being offered by hirer type, we are seeing obviously corporates able to offer a bit of a premium in terms of the salaries that they can. So we see SME advertised salaries for ICT roles is about 90% of those their corporate corporate equivalent. So yeah, I think we're just and that gap has sort of slightly widened in the last couple of years. So potentially pointing towards, and I'd be interested in Alex' sort of lived experience of this when the people he's talking to, but certainly that's sort of indicative in what's in our data.
Yeah, and I just got to say, Katie, the data is amazing. I'm loving it. So I hope the audience is as well. Yeah, and mine's a bit more anecdotal, but basically over the years, I used to work a lot with Google's R&D team in Australia, and the guy that ran that, Alan Noble, who ran it for a long time, used to tell me that being in Sydney was his secret weapon vis-a-vis his counterparts in the US, because he could hire basically the same people for half the price, and they'd stay twice as long, because the market here just wasn't as developed. And I think that certainly has changed. That changed while we were still working together, and it's continued in that direction. I think I'm not too worried about startups getting priced out of the market. I think the good companies, especially once they get some venture backing, tend to be able to offer relatively competitive salaries, and they've always got the equity piece up the sleeve, which I think is really compelling for lots of recruits. I don't want to divide this either, because I think there's so much overlap between people going to work for Atlassian or Google's R&D team or Canva, and then starting companies or joining early stage startups when they come across things, and that people go in and out of those roles and cross-pollinate really well. And I think that's a really good and healthy thing in an ecosystem where lots of different employers will be able to teach candidates the different bits of skills that they need to have a really full stack of skills to get the job done. So for me, there's like a lot of positive interplay there, and I'm not super worried about early stage companies not being able to find people, or at least not being able to afford people.
Awesome. Katie, you got your hand up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks, David. I thought just actually sort of riffing off what Alex was saying. So obviously in pure salary terms, that's probably an indicator. But what we also see is that a number of companies, if they can't necessarily compete on pure salary, they're offering so much more in terms of flexible conditions for work, particularly in our industry. Our sector obviously it's quite prevalent to see hybrid work, fully remote work. Like your amazing business, David, obviously you're on the road at the moment trying to sell that around the country. But yeah, so and also seeing things like as Alex said, sort of share and equity sort of investments sort of to as part of your package, but bonuses, sign-off bonuses. We looked at sort of text of ads, and we see that sometimes that those has been a bit of an increase recently, trying to support people to move. There's all these sort of extra things, and even in sort of in-employment benefits, like supporting people through various sort of insurance policies and a whole range of things that people, if you like, the perks are also part of the decision that people are making when they're choosing a new job. Thank you.
PK, you've got your hand up as well. You're all being very polite here, so.
Excellent, off mute. I think just the other point I'd make, I think, in addition to this is I get the focus around the sort of the tech sector startups, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the impact across companies right across the economy. So the real challenge is for the not-for-profit sector. It's for it's manufacturing organisations. It's hospitality. It's health, and I think we need technology experts that are able to play in each of those areas. And the danger and the challenge, of course, is that if we have a sort of an over-hot sort of marketplace, then they can never afford the sort of talent that they need to bring on board. So I think we have to think broadly and horizontally, and how do we create a sustainable pipeline of talent which can meet all of those needs, recognizing that they're all different and there are different opportunities and different reasons why we work in different companies. But if we're serious about technology as an enabler of potential, then we have to find a way of enabling tech talent to get out there and do great work.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, if I can, David. Patrick, that's a really, really good point. I also sit on the board of a nonprofit who does something totally different, and they're always looking for tech talent. They don't have equity up the sleeve that they can then offer. But I wanted to make the point on the equity piece that actually, startups being able to give away a bit of the company is such a crucial tool in their recruitment toolkit, but it isn't something that we should take for granted. 7 or 8 years ago, it basically wasn't possible for Australian startups to give away a bit of equity as part of the comp package because of the way the tax regime was set up. And progressively over the last 7 or 8 years, that has improved. And actually, the government just recently announced some more reforms to the employee share options scheme in Australia, which has made it even better. I think we've now got a world-class system, but it's that kind of stuff, those kinds of settings that you just got to keep looking at every layer to make sure that companies can actually operate in a way that's going to make them competitive, not just locally, but also with their global competitors.
Do we have David frozen?
Yes, I think it looks like it.
Looks that way.
Maybe I would encourage you just to keep chatting amongst yourselves until we can get him back online. Stand by.
PK, do you maybe, I was really interested in your point about the broader tech skills across the economy. For me, it feels like sometimes we're talking about an industry, and that's certainly the case at the Tech Council. We've sort of been focused around a tech industry for Australia. And sometimes we're talking about tech as a horizontal that sort of does touch every company and every role in the economy. And we can probably get a little bit carried away talking about an industry when really it's a fundamental kind of economic lever that we should be thinking about all the time. Do you want to just say a little bit more about your thoughts on that? Because I think it feels like that's part of your central theme.
Yeah. Maybe before Patrick leads off, I think an observation I used to make with the former government, and they were right too, they used to talk about the digital economy, but it's kind of like it's the economy, right? So yeah, over to PK.
You're just on mute there, Patrick.
So the current government talk about it as a salt and pepper capability. So it's everywhere, and so I think the reality is that there is this there's a deep vertical which sits within the sort of the tech sector, and then I think there is this requirement for digital skills right across the economy, in every job at different levels. And I think in there, that's why I think this concept of skills is so important. What we're trying to do here is to sort of get people into the economy with the right types of digital skills to enable them to realise their own potential, but also to drive the potential of the organisations that they work for. And those skills exist in different levels, but I think there are common skills which are sort of like hard technical skills, but also the ability to be able to communicate, to think creatively, to be able to unravel sort of complex problems, which we hear all the time. It's sort of like that's what businesses really want to see. And so I think it's around how do we get to a point whereby the training system is delivering people with the right common skills, which sit across a range of different industries, across a range of different platforms. And then the employers are then able to train them in the specific areas that they want, which may be platform specific or application specific, to sort of build upon those common skills. But I think our challenge is around how do we create a mobile workforce? How does it, how do you empower people to move easily and freely between industries, between job roles, and to continue to grow within them, and recognizing the fact that the digital capability in every one of us is something that is now a fundamental skill that has to be nurtured and developed over time. It's a lifelong learning piece, as opposed to sort of just being a particular thing, you know, one qualification, one moment in time. And so I think that's the challenge here. And it's highly complicated, it's extremely large, but we need to sort of find our way to, I think, a very consistent narrative to help employers, learners, the training system to respond to it, so that we are at least starting to move ourselves forward in the right direction. Not sure if that sort of really answered the question, but thank you for helping it to be surfaced.
Yeah, do you worry, Patrick, just following up on that, that like we're a victim of our own success if we build a really thriving tech sector? It's going to drain the talent from the rest of the economy and make it harder to build traditional businesses to build in a modern economy? Or do you think it's sort of a rising tide lifts all boats? You know, more focus, more success in technology breeds more interest and more people in the pipeline, and therefore will filter through.
I think it's about normalizing, isn't it? It's sort of like it has to be seen as not being something special and something unique. You know, there are people that need to have, you know, very deep skills, but I think, you know, on behalf of the economy, I think we need to lift everybody's skills and capabilities in this area. And if we do that, then productivity, you would have thought, will increase with it. And there's been some great stuff done. So MIOB did an amazing piece of work which looked at the value of investment in these types of skills. You know, you sell 30% more. You gain 45% more sort of contacts and sales leads, because you're using technology to enable your value of your business to be expanded. And I often think that we spend too much time talking about skills and the sort of theory of education when we should be talking about value that makes sense to employers, about helping them to understand really what the potential looks like as they go forwards.
I see you nodding along there, Katie. Do you have a view on that?
I was actually, I totally agree with PKH, but I'm just thinking, Alex, I've just picked up a question from one of our participants. Actually, maybe I'll play pseudo moderator in David's admin for a moment. But Keith has asked us, what additional things do we think as a panel that the national and state government should be doing to enhance the supply of skills that we're talking about at the moment? I mean, PK, you're a pretty natural person to talk to that, I would have thought, but maybe you lead off, and then Alex, you have your couple of cents worth too, and I'll bring in the rear, because I have come out of the education and training system before joining SEEK. But yeah, Patrick, you want to lead off?
I think I'll say like two things. It's like, I think firstly we need a strategy, so we need to be clear about where we're going to invest, and we then need to get in behind that investment. So I think that's sort of like one thing, and then the second part is that we need to realise the potential of the training system and recognise that it's moving at pace, and it needs to be allowed to move at pace because digital is different. So that for me is around improving the accredited training space, because that is extremely important in terms of that national training system, but also to recognise that the independent non-accredited space plays an incredibly important role. So we need to be able to be agile around how we can bring all guns into the fight to sort of really maximise the potential.
Yeah, awesome. Alex, do you want to make some comments?
Yeah, maybe I'll take a different tack and talk a little bit about international talent and getting that into Australia. And it's a focus for me because we always talk about how we want to build globally successful, world's best companies in Australia. You kind of have to in the modern age, in a globalized economy and in an industry where everyone's selling everywhere from day one. And so, if you want to build the world's best companies, you've got to have world's best talent. You've got to have a pipeline of access to that. And so that means things like making sure that the visa arrangements are broad enough to be flexible, because these roles change really quickly, and you don't want only to have visas available for roles that existed 10 years ago and have a code.
Those skills lists are very rigid, aren't they? Have been for a long time.
Exactly. So how do we design something that can be flexible enough to get companies the talent they need in roles that maybe weren't around 5 or 10 years ago? How do we make sure those people have the right path to staying here if they want to? Because that's a huge draw card for talent. Those questions, I think, yeah, we've started to answer them. Oh, and the third thing for me is, how do we change our mindset from being gatekeepers about Australia to being recruiters for Australia? How do we get, Australia to be a place where we go and actively seek to have the best people in the world move here, rather than, thinking about it as this island paradise which we've got big walls around. And all of those things are changing for the better. I think we've just got to keep moving in that direction and experimenting, and we'll get it right eventually.
Yeah, that's great. Just to add a couple of things on that, I think both from an international talent perspective, to work in the international education sector, and obviously that's a huge and TCA have done work that sort of quantifies some of this, but it is an amazing sort of potential pool for Australian tech companies. There's a lot of people who come into Australia, study ICT and related fields, but we're not getting many of them into work. So we need to look at the pathways. Actually, what are the barriers for international students coming into employment? And a lot of it, to be honest, and again, I see this from a SEEK perspective, is some of the even threshold questions that employers are asking in their advertisements is, do you have permanent residency or Australian citizenship? And if that's not required, if you're not working in national security, you probably don't need Australian citizenship. What we should be asking, and SEEK is actually working with our hirers on some of this, is do you have work rights in Australia? Yeah, tick. Because if you're a graduate of an international student, and indeed an international student has work rights themselves. So it's about framing some of that. The other thing I think internationally, and you're right, Alex, Keith asked a sort of supplementary question about whether we need those skills lists updated every few months instead of every few years. I think indeed maybe and we've got David back. We've some other, there's other modes of, without having to rely on rigid lists. There are other mechanisms. A number of people, including I think the Grattan Institute, for example, have advocated for salaries for jobs and roles above a certain salary that should be open. It should not be tied to a particular occupation on a particular list. So, but I'm going to pause because our illustrious facilitator is back. So over to you, David.
I had to do the wonderful thing that you have to do in technology sometimes and reboot my laptop. So I'm back in, which is good. So I've missed quite a bit of the conversation. I understand you've been doing well. So thank you for continuing on. Look, we're coming up to, we've got about 8 minutes to go. And I think one of the things, we've had a pretty full discussion, 10 minutes of which I've missed, but I wanted to maybe land on, kind of go around the teams to Katie, Patrick and Alex and just but what are the 2 or 3 kind of key things that people should take away from this in terms of how we can continue to support and grow the ecosystem in Australia and hopefully create more companies of the scale and success of Atlassian and SEEK. So Katie, I might start with you.
Thanks, David. I think I would say sort of channeling, actually, because I'm based here in Canberra and it is obviously federal budget week here in Canberra. So our federal treasurer, Jim Chalmers, talks about how he is actually an absolute optimism, even in the face of these sort of mounting global and domestic challenges. He has this underlying optimism for what Australia can achieve. And I think I would sort of channel that for our industry and for asking that question, can Australia be the place to grow many, many more, Atlassians and SEEKs? I think the reason for my optimism in that, David, is that we are actually really sort of entrepreneurial people. We just get in and start doing things. So and we have, I think, as Patrick has talked to, we have this amazing sort of domestic education and training system that when we fire it up, and I think it does need to be taken to the next level, it will be serving our industry super well. We are still a really, I think, really, really attractive place for people to come. Like we kind of forget that here in Australia, but we saw it actually, again, I'll use an analogy from international education, but obviously after 2 years of the borders being closed and us not maybe investing as much as we should have, particularly from a government lens, into international students, and we have seen this real uptick. People want to come back to Australia and learn and study and ultimately, you know, work and have their families here in Australia. So that's given me a great deal of optimism too, to see that we still can be a really attractive destination. And as I said, our domestic underpinnings are really fundamentally so strong. So thanks, David.
PK, you have to continue the optimism now. So don't take us, you know, down a pessimistic path, please.
I definitely won't. I'll make three sort of pleas or three sort of calls for action. You know, I think the time is right, I believe, for a single voice and a simple strategy. It would be amazing if the big tech companies could align on some simple things to help drive the rest of the employers as well as the training organizations in the right place. I think we absolutely need, as a part of the maturing of the space, we need to have more simple language and some clear pathways which open up opportunities to people from the most diverse backgrounds, but also communicate clearly why technology is so important in our economy. And then the third bit, I think, is to pick up on sort of where Kelly went. You know, I think, you know, tremendous excitement. I mean, how amazing is it that we have all of these incredible career opportunities that pay more money than other jobs, that are open to people who traditionally would never have been able to access those roles. You know, this isn't about whether or not you go to university. It's not about whether or not you go to vet. It's about your attitude and it's about your aptitude. And I think in there sits the idea of the fact that anybody and everybody can be involved in this space. And that must be like super exciting if we can communicate that message clearly and simply to the nation and the people that make up the workforce of today and tomorrow.
Thanks, Patrick. That sounds like it's a big role for the industry and the Tech Council in that, Alex. So I might end with you if you want to give me your 2 to 3 sort of key takeaways.
Yeah, thanks, David. I think there is a big role for the industry, and that's kind of a big part of the reason why we started the Tech Council, was to try and get a mechanism for there to be that voice that can have a conversation, particularly with government, but also with the community more broadly about tech and why it's important for Australia and what we need to do to help keep growing it. I wanted to focus, without painting myself into too much of a startup box, typecasting myself too much. I just wanted to focus a little bit on, if we are to build more Seeks and Atlassians, there's going to have to be people out there building companies. And so a big part of it is top of the funnel, making sure really quality, people are looking to start businesses. And actually Australia, I think, has a bit of work to do culturally still on this. There's this thing called vocational prestige, which is about how particular roles are seen in the community. There's some research that you can look at which scores different countries on different kinds of vocational prestige. And Australia doesn't do super well on entrepreneurship. If you say, I want to be an entrepreneur, it's not a super prestigious thing in Australia, whereas elsewhere it is. And so, there's something we can do top down there, which is things like the government's recently announced startup year program, where they're going to give you a HEX or help loan to go and start a company. It's kind of that endorsement from the top that actually this is something we value and we want people to do. But there's also just something that all of us on this call and everybody who cares about this stuff can do, which is to take that attitude about letting people take risk and encouraging them to try and build something and get involved. Take that to the dinner table conversation that you're having. Make sure that that people who might otherwise be starting these companies aren't getting pushed into being lawyers or architects or doctors just because that's what their parents kind of wanted them to do, or because that was the accepted thing around the dinner table. So I think that's something we can all do a bit more on.
Last final word in the final minute.
Thank you, David. I was just going to say, totally on what Alex just said, there's some research from the OECD that says they looked at children between the ages of 15 and 19 and what their career choices and aspirations were over a 15-year period. And actually it was a 20-year period. So 95, I think, to 2015. And the top aspiration careers of even in that period didn't shift. You know, they were doctors, lawyers, nurses, teachers. And one of the lines in that report that really stuck in my head for me was the fact that, yeah, kids can't be what they can't see. So I agree with Alex. We need to be having more conversations, showing kids what the careers, amazing careers in our industry. And I think some of the work that Tech Council is doing, just a shout out to them in terms of their digital and digital internships, virtual internships is going to be great in that way. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. That's a great note to end on. So look, I'd like to thank Katie. I'd like to thank Patrick and Alex for joining me on this panel discussion. I'd like to thank the NetThing team and the organising committee for having us along today and for allowing us to have this conversation with you. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of NetThing.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, and thank you all. Hi, I'm Cheryl Linganall, one of those committee members that was just referred to. And there's been a few of us interspace between the sessions today. We're trying to MC. I'm not sure how much we need to MC with talented panels like we've got here. I found that extremely inspirational. We're going to, while we're live streaming, attempt a, wait for it, live cross to the Riverview Room at the St Lucius campus of the University of Queensland, where our host at the university, the School of Communication and Arts, and our partners in crime in all of this, the Asia Pacific Network Information Centre, APNIC, are going and gathered together from a panel to discuss some exciting, we hope, and possibly challenging emerging issues. That's going to be in internet platform regulation, including transnational economy, fintech and crypto scams. I'm going to look forward to that one. Alcohol advertising, AI, and even facial recognition. So I'm interested to see how this is all going to pan out. And with that, I'm going to hand over to you at UQ.
Platform. I'd like to begin this panel on internet and platform regulation by acknowledging the traditional owners, the Yugara and the Turrbal people, and their custodianship of the lands on which we meet today. On behalf of the University of Queensland, APNIC and NetThing 2022, I pay our respects to their ancestors and their descendants who continue cultural and spiritual connections to country. We recognize their valuable contributions to Australian and global society. My name is Pradeep Thomas, and on behalf of Pablo Hinojosa and myself, welcome to all NetThing 22 participants online, and a big thank you to the sponsors of this event. The School of Communication Arts, Bronwyn, head of school here, Digital Culture and Society Hub, Nick, and APNIC, Pablo and the team here. I'd also like to thank Dolores Element and Olivia Brown from the School of Communication Arts and the tech team from APNIC. They've done a wonderful job. We've lined up an extraordinary group of panel speakers today, who each have made key contributions to understanding the digital in all its complexity. The extraordinary reach of machine learning and its deployments in the advertising industry in shaping our cultural spaces, self-image, identities, and consumer habits. The transactional economy and its dark spaces where the everyday business of financial and crypto fraud thrives. It would seem that the regulation of this brave new world is still in its infancy, and that in the near absence of regulatory oversight, or at best incipient regulation, the gaps, loopholes, and gray areas seem to have taken a life of their own. Our panel will discuss two areas, finance and crypto fraud, and youth cultures and online alcohol advertising. So I'm going to introduce our first two speakers who will be dealing with fintech. Adrian Athik is currently the deputy head of the School of Communication Arts at the University of Queensland. He is a globally recognized expert on the transactional economy in South and Southeast Asia, digital transactions, and in particular on fintech, and is currently leading a large ARC project in this area. He'll be followed by Mark Solomons, who's an investigative journalist and private investigator based in Australia, who specializes in investigating transnational fraud, public sector corruption, and cybercrime. Mark is a former Financial Times journalist and was a founder member of the investigative unit of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. He now works in the private sector investigating complex multinational fraud cases. In this role, he works closely with law enforcement agencies and regulatory agencies around the world, including the FBI, US Homeland Security, and City of London Police, as well as local agencies such as the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and Australian Federal Police. Adrian.
Thank you very much, Pradeep, for that very kind introduction. And thank you, NetThing, for the opportunity to speak to you all out there across our region today. So I think the larger point, perhaps, behind what I want to talk about has to be situated in the fact that our region is undergoing unprecedented social and economic change. And digital transactions and digital transaction platforms operate at the center of many of these processes. And transaction platforms, of course, when I use this term, I should unpack it because there's a lot in that bag. So they take a number of forms. We're talking about point of sale payment apps in various kinds. We're talking about money transfer services. We're talking about trading platforms. We're talking about microcredit apps across the world. And we're talking about the multifaceted exchange mechanisms that are built into retail service and social media platforms. So suddenly we're really talking at large about the platform economy. Because transaction platforms are central to the strategic design and the operation of platform ecosystems.
Is it, you're going to point this way? Yep.
If you could just put up the next slide for me. So transaction platforms are central to the design and operation of platform ecosystems. They are the financial architecture, the engine of digital platforms. And the ecosystem is a paradigm that infuses commercial ambitions and state policies and has obvious implications for the region. But the genealogy of digital transactions can be traced back to the computerization of global financial markets in the 1980s, the datafication of transaction records, particularly in the 90s, and of course, the GFC in 2008, because that's the point at which the utility of blockchain software for creating an extra sovereign, a distributed financial architecture, led to the constitution of cryptocurrencies as a fungible expression of transaction records. So, really compelling moment where records of transactions actually become a currency in their own right. And of course, to make those things happen, you have to draw upon an underlying quantum of data processing power. So stripped of its libertarian stylings, crypto is a monetary expression of digital productivity. It's analogous to the relationship between the US dollar and oil in the 20th century, or indeed the pound sterling and coal in the century before. But I'll leave it to Mark to address some of the issues arising around Australia's crypto craze. And I'm going to focus instead upon the impetus for the wider switch to a universal digital transaction architecture and some of the implications that will interest all of us as stakeholders and as policymakers. That slide, please. So drawing upon the arguments, principally of Kenneth Rogoff, the Harvard economist, under the auspices of the UN's Better Than Cash Alliance, there's been a multilateral push to substitute physical money with digital systems, and especially so in the developing countries. And to summarize the most commonly heard policy arguments for a digital monetary system in pragmatic terms, we can probably group them under a set of four predominant stakeholders. Step forward, please. And one more. And another. And now we're back in sync. So begin with, of course, the arguments from law enforcement. So in the first instance, the argument has been that cash is the primary means for funding terrorism and organised crime, and cash facilitates vice, corruption, and obviously provides the primary motivation for robbery. And so a common line that was taken was that if we replace cash with digital payment systems, and we have a clear trail of transactions, then questionable money exchanges can always be identified, they can be investigated, they can be proven. And Mark will update you on the nuts and bolts of how that is actually happening in the present moment. But coming from another sector, of course, the arguments for going digital revolve around the twin desires of government to collect tax revenues and to reduce their own transactional costs. So digitization and automation of public services is being adopted as a means of increasing revenue, of reducing delivery cost and eliminating fraud. And so, entrenches the kind of notion that the cash economy is de facto a matter of tax avoidance, something we hear coming from policy officials in many different countries. And the point is that e-governance advocates the full transactional visibility through digital systems. So the solution becomes the same one. But in the third instance, digitization also means the considerable transactional costs of managing traditional cash and banking will disappear. This will produce greater profits for banks, will expand credit, especially for the poor. Of course, there are some issues for us to consider there. The inability of customers to withdraw tangible wealth. It means there can't really be a run on the banks. It also means perhaps that we are adapting to a world of negative interest rates. There may be transaction charges on the everyday use of money, which posits a new source of profits in the future, as opposed to lending to overextended consumers. But in the fourth instance, the arguments from tech companies are, as ever, efficiency, convenience, seamless integration with their other products. And the wider proposition rests entirely upon their capacity, their coverage, their reliability to make such a universal system viable. And in that respect, digital transactions will underwrite the expansion of digital infrastructure across the world, and providers of software, support, and devices will all profit, especially in the emerging markets. But perhaps the real winners will be the big tech companies who may become as central to the everyday economy as fintech has already become to the money markets. So the new era of digital transactions has significant implications for sovereignty, for democracy, for the systemic integrity of national economies. Not to mention a raft of acute technical issues around security, dependency, durability, ownership, jurisdiction, and oversight in such universal and critical systems. The many issues which I'm sure many of the members of this forum are already considering in this new context. A more fundamental, if academic point is that the datafication of money and the monetization of data are conjoined processes. They are part and part of the same thing. And crypto expresses this imperative explicitly, but we should also be attentive to the emergence of a host of other novel currencies that operate within digital platforms. So we've seen already, as in the example of M-Pesa, coming out of its introduction in Kenya and then its adoption in various forms across the global south. And this is where time and data balances are transferable between users and can be cashed out, which thereby constitutes an alternative banking system for the informal economy. We're seeing various novelties and innovations really in the domain of social credit. So of course, we're quite familiar with the kind of social currencies of attention, popularity, loyalty, which become redeemable for actual money through platforms like Instagram in the domain of kind of marketing, which of course Nick will speak to. But we can also think about devices such as Alipay's Ant Forest, where social credit can be garnered by investing or spending money into ecological activities, which not only gain you social credit and therefore access to actual credit, but also produce a granular, individualized version of a carbon market for China in the future. We could think about Gcash in the Philippines, where you can spend time boosting content online, playing games, and using the idle time of the underemployed, which can then be translated into money that you can take out of a 7-Eleven to eat with at the end of the day, which means they're effectively creating new money, much the same way that a bank does. Now, where the attention really has been in most of the discussion has been around crypto, of course, where the calculation of complex maths problems via the blockchain ledger produces unique digital tokens that can be traded in a virtual commodity market. And in response to the growth of that market, of course, we have a whole host of reserve currencies, at least in the propositional stage. And this is where the same technology is used to manage a sovereign currency, which can function as a store of value, as a means of exchange that's interchangeable with national currencies. So whether we're talking about Facebook's Libra proposition or whether we're talking about the EUAN. And of course, the grand proposition of Facebook's stalled Libra project was an integrated ecosystem between all these different forms of currency. And of course, interfacing into the global financial system, channeled through what would have been the equivalent of Keynes's International Currency Unit. And it's no surprise, perhaps, that the world's central banks torpedoed the ambitions of Facebook to become the broker of the international economy, any more than it is a surprise that regulators are moving to contain the inherent risk of crypto markets. But at the same time, major Asian countries are introducing their own central bank digital currencies as a sovereign alternative to the dollar, the Bank of International Settlements, and the creaky architecture of SWIFT. And China, of course, also moved in 2021 to counter the effective duopoly over digital transactions in China, as a massive expansion of microcredit threatened the stability of the financial system. And social credit, of course, as a means of managing those risks, still relies upon the same companies that have been facing prosecution under monopoly legislation. So it's a complex relationship. India, too, is facing an epidemic of predatory lending via digital platforms and is moving to legislate. As Australia moves into recession with eye-watering personal debt, the glow is coming off Afterpay and its equivalents here too. So there's no doubt that the age of digital transactions is upon us, but in an increasingly febrile international order, in an inflationary global economy, it is possible that the alignment of arguments and interests in the digital transformation may be coming apart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. I wonder if there are any urgent questions that anyone wants to ask Adrian. Anyone online? None? Okay. Mark.
Thanks to Pradeep and very much to Adrian for setting up a nice scenario for me. So if Adrian's playing good cop, I will play criminal. I'd like to, can you full screen that? Yep. There we go. Moving seamlessly out of Adrian's discussion to talk about crypto. And we'll get the slide back. Excellent. So what is so attractive about crypto to criminals? It has three principal benefits from the perspective of the kinds of crime I investigate. So first of all, it's a bait. There's a fascination for crypto, and it provides something that criminals can use to lure members of the public, consumers, into fake investment schemes and all kinds of nonsense, which will eventually, if they fully fall for it, relieve them of their life savings. It provides a payment mechanism that the criminals can use to extract this money from the victims. And third, and perhaps most interestingly from my perspective as an investigator, is it's a laundering mechanism. The blockchain itself and the architecture of cryptocurrencies provides almost infinite possibilities to layer and to structure transactions as part of a money laundering effort. So in addition, criminals use crypto to pay each other. They maintain crypto balances. It's an inherent and intrinsic part of their operations. So in some, victims pay the scammers in crypto. It's immediately stolen through a variety of means and ruses. And meanwhile, in the case of the investment frauds, the sort of the type that I investigate, in the background, an elaborate stage play is going on to convince the victim that they've actually invested in something. The money's then laundered through the blockchain. Payments can be traced, but from an investigator's perspective, it's who controls the wallets, the ultimate wallets that the money ends up in, that we're going to be interested in. And don't forget that criminals have to use what are called centralized exchanges. These are the Krakens and the Binances, these types of operations. They need to pass their money through those types of exchanges if they want to convert it into cash. And cash, despite everything that we've covered so far, cash is still king to some extent, because most of the criminals that, certainly the ones that I deal with, and most of the ones that law enforcement deal with, still need to convert that crypto into cash at some stage, at which point it will enter the conventional banking system. So these exchanges keep records of who controls customer accounts, but with varying reliability. Some of these exchanges themselves are highly suspect. One of my investigations features an overseas crime syndicate that even set up its own centralized crypto exchanges right here in Australia. All of this, in sum, is helping to create a new breed of well-resourced and increasingly resilient multinational organized cybercrime syndicate. Move on. So we'll have a brief look at criminals' holdings of crypto. This is Chainalysis data. Chainalysis, some of you may be familiar with, is a company that develops and works on software and other services to monitor crypto. And they spend a lot of their time tracking illicit flows. This is their best estimate of what criminal crypto holdings are as of 2021. I'd say that's a very conservative estimate at 10 billion US worth of crypto. And the next slide, please. We're living in probably the #1 target for crypto scammers. Certainly from our own internal sources, from documents, data that we've acquired, and from informants within these criminal organizations, we know that Australia is top of the hit list for scammers. It's certainly in the top 3 markets alongside the UK and Canada, possibly Germany and Sweden, depending on the type of scam. And it's worth just thinking about this for a moment as to why this might be. So, as well as a fascination with crypto that that Adrian mentioned, the country has always had a high savings rate. We have a very generous superannuation system here. There's a cultural disposition to gambling. Australia has one of the highest rates per capita of gambling spending of any country in the world. Australians also have a trusting nature. We're a friendly bunch. So when an Australian receives a cold call from someone saying that they're an investment advisor called Frank Newman, they won't even consider the possibility that this person is actually a Serbian chemistry undergraduate called Dusan in a call center in Bulgaria who is being paid in cash by Israelis with Russian accents. The thought process probably won't go that far, and even the possibility that this person might not even be an Anglo-Saxon based on their accent doesn't occur to a surprisingly large number of Australians. And the bottom of my list, but perhaps the top in terms of my daily activities, is the low risk of detection of these types of crime. If you target Australians, the chances of being caught are small. And just to give you a sense of the scale of this problem, the data here from the ACCC, the Australian competition watchdog, showing a very rapid rise in the scale and impact of these types of scam in the last few years, driven principally by a rapid increase in investment fraud, which is the orange bar there. And I should point out that it's generally considered that only about 1/3 of victims actually report these types of crime. So you can probably multiply those figures by 3, and you might get somewhere close to the true figure. Move on. So why is there such a low risk of detection for the people perpetrating these types of crimes in Australia? Well, I can say from my own experience that from investigating these types of crimes and from dealing regularly with law enforcement agencies and regulatory agencies, one of the things that jumps out very quickly is that if you don't look for the commonalities and the connections between scams, you won't find them. And I know that, at least in my experience, this is not something that's done as a matter of routine by any of the law enforcement agencies or regulators that I deal with. So, for example, it's actually quite easy to establish that a wide range of scams, fake investment websites in particular, are all controlled by a small number of groups. And we've done that over the last couple of years in the firm I work for. And we did that not with any kind of magic, but with using fairly basic, in some cases, open source software applications and doing some basic digital forensics on the back end of these websites. It wasn't that hard. But what it means is because when the authorities don't do that, it means that a relatively small number of large fraud syndicates can run a huge stable of scams and just keep changing the URLs and the name, the brand name, clone the website and just keep going, and with a very low risk of detection. If you call the website Aussie Games or something like that, you'll be onto a winner. And the chances of you being shut down are tiny. And if the complaints do mount up, you simply change the name. And there's a marketing effort that implies, but that's a cost that these groups will pay once a certain threshold of trouble is reached. Limited resources and skills for tracing crypto transactions. Police and some other law enforcement agencies are getting a bit better at this, but they're still a long way behind. And the extent to which crypto is being used by criminal groups is just so far ahead of where they've reached, particularly in Australia. It's kind of scary. This issue of jurisdictions, this is the single most frequently cited reason that we at least hear for inaction on the part of government authorities. And it's one we hear almost universally in Australia. So for just about every case I've seen, and certainly for all the syndicates of any size, they involve operations and people overseas and in multiple countries. So they would have call centers in Eastern Europe or the Philippines or both, or Cambodia, money launderers in Singapore and Russia, cryptocurrency exchanges in Estonia, private bank accounts in Switzerland, software designers and bankers in Cyprus, and all being masterminded by the same small group of people who might be located in Israel or in Russia or the UK, it depends. But in Australia, there's an even bigger problem, which is that the jurisdictional problem pops up even between state borders. So the National Cyber Fraud Reporting Portal, the ACSC, receives complaints from victims. It then triages them and sends them back down the chain to local police forces in the area in which the victim resides. And that's where the files all die. Because junior detectives pick up these cases, they see that it involves a perpetrator, even just across the border in New South Wales. It's too hard. It's too much paperwork. They had very little sympathy for the victims to start with. It's complicated. It involves crypto. Forget it. Meanwhile, even the federal police in Australia, technically speaking, and they've told me this, have no remit to investigate scams. They investigate computer intrusion cases, such as ransomware and state government hacking activity, but not scams. So I'll often hear local level detectives complain to me that if only the AFP would take this on. And I have worked with the AFP on these types of cases, but not at the level of individual scams. So there's some seriously disjointed law enforcement happening in this space. On top of that, Australia has no history that we're aware of, at least, of extraditing anybody to face fraud charges from anywhere, ever. I'm happy to be corrected on that, but it's definitely not very common. In the background, pretty much the only two jurisdictions that take this kind of crime seriously are the US and Germany, and both have had some success in prosecuting and jailing the masterminds behind these types of operations. And that sent a strong deterrent message, particularly in relation to the US, which is now scrupulously avoided by most of these groups, with the exception of the Chinese and their pig butchering scams, which have got a lot of media recently, who are still targeting Chinese-speaking Americans. And the Americans are now grappling with how to deal with that. And that's gone up to quite senior levels in US law enforcement, after state police forces kind of threw their hands up when they saw the classic, they're overseas, they're in China, forget it. But because of the media exposure of what's been happening in Cambodia, the US government is now starting to move on that. We'll move on, I think, to the next slide. This is how I've sort of changed things slightly, but not a lot. This is how real crypto cartels have penetrated Australia. This is their MO, if you like. So many of you will have seen the media reporting of the criminal and civil cases against Facebook over the use of fake celebrity ads. That's a method used by lots of these syndicates, and many of the clients whose cases I investigate were hooked by that method. We talked about the fake trading platforms with Aussie sounding names. Pretty much anybody can buy voice over internet protocol software and generate phone codes that make it look like you're calling from down the road. Lots of the ones I look at use UK and Australian phone codes. I mentioned earlier that one of these syndicates set up cryptocurrency exchanges in Australia with AUSTRAC licenses using ASIC registered companies with Australian directors. It still looks perfectly mainstream and legitimate. We've managed to trace it further back than that, and we know that the backstory is very different. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Using scam victims as money mules, there's one particular syndicate that's very active in Australia that does this routinely. It requires a lot of hands-on management because you have to pick dupes to start with, so these people are not very technologically minded. And you have to baby them through the process, but it has the very big advantage that police will not prosecute these types of people. They regard them as innocent dupes, not in the public interest to run a prosecution. Plus, these people are so far down the chain, it's not worth the time or effort. And as we've mentioned before, and in common with crypto scam syndicates everywhere, they're laundering the proceeds through multiple unhosted crypto wallets, whether that be onshore, offshore, obviously being crypto, it can be anywhere. As food for thought, before I go, last, if you can just move on to the next one. Thanks. Again, I've changed the names and simplified things a bit, but this is a social network chart of a real syndicate that I have been investigating. And I just wanted to show this as an illustration of the sophistication, complexity, and particularly the vertical integration of this group, which is not uncommon. There's a handful of groups like this. They're active globally. Australia is very high up their list of targets because it's such a lucrative and soft market. As you can see, they've got their own lead generation system. They run call centers. They operate through a complex web of front companies in multiple jurisdictions. They're using nominees to run those companies, to distance themselves. But once you get inside, which we have in some cases, you can see how these connections work and that they're in fact controlled by a single person in Tel Aviv. And then down the bottom here, this is where the rubber hits the road in terms of their use of Australian companies and Australian crypto exchanges. And that then meshes with the scams themselves, and those crypto exchanges are used to process the payments. And that has the fantastic advantage for these people that they control all of the know your customer data. And it generates new leads for their scams because people coming in from the outside find these cryptocurrency exchanges, provide their personal information, they're then a target. So they're very clever, they're very resilient, and they look to all intents and purposes from the outside like a legitimate fintech business. and behave exactly like one. Very professional, very efficient. They use sophisticated CRM software. Everything has a spreadsheet. Everything is measured to within an inch of its life. Yeah, it's a big undertaking for law enforcement and investigators, but this is what they're up against. And thanks for your time today, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mark. If you could stay there for a moment. I had one question. Why is there, if this kind of fraud is, is so global, how come there are low detection rates? What's happening? There are fraud-related protocols, right? International protocols.
That's true. There are also protocols for law enforcement cooperation, but they're very cumbersome. So there's what's called the MLAT process, which is a sort of a global treaty on how law enforcement agencies talk to each other. But I mean, I was involved in a case a few months ago where I assisted the AFP and introduced them to people I'd been dealing with within Israeli law enforcement. And I think it took 6 months for a basic referral to come from the AFP to the Israelis through Interpol and through the MLAT process. And that's not uncommon. So it's bureaucratic and slow. You're dealing with obviously multiple legal jurisdictions, different requirements to obtain warrants. Some countries, some Eastern European countries have specialist anti-money laundering police who are in a corruption battle with the mainstream police. Similar things happening in the Philippines. Some Southeast Asian countries, the entire law enforcement senior echelons will be turned over every time there's an election. So you have some very serious obstacles. And after all, we're still only, as many law enforcement officials would think, only talking about fraud, not people trafficking, not drugs, not weapons. So it doesn't get the same priority.
Thank
you very much. This was a great presentation, and also with the inner workings of these things, which is always interesting to learn about. There have been two questions on the chat room from the NetThing event. One is about the ACCC National Scam Center, whether there is a way that that can help somehow. And the second question is more about MLATs and international cooperation between police, because this is obviously not only a local thing, but what are the international mechanisms around that? So those are the two questions, one by Keith and another one from Jordan, attending the NetThing event. And I have a third question that's from me.
You have to write them down.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So now we have you, we might better grill you. It's about internet governance, right? This is an event in the contents of internet governance. You talked a little bit about regulation, whether that is a solution or not. It was not very clear to me. It's more about, you talk more about strategies in law enforcement. I want to see from the policy making side of things, from the regulatory side of things, how do you think things can improve in terms of lowering those bars in the future?
Yeah, so first of all, in relation to the ACCC, the ACCC is probably the most active of the Australian authorities in this area. Having said that, they aren't, strictly speaking, a law enforcement body. They've been very entrepreneurial, if you like, in their bid to take on Meta over the fake ads, and I'm quite familiar with some of the work they're doing on that. Unfortunately, Meta has successfully, or so far successfully, managed to suppress the court filings in that case, claiming that it will prejudice the criminal action that was brought by Twiggy Forrest in the Western Australian Magistrates Court. So we don't know as much about that as we would like to. But the ACCC has one of the better systems for reporting and monitoring scams, and the fact that it's under Rod Sims has been willing to go up against Meta. It sort of put Australia on the map a little bit, particularly in the context of, the the media laws that were designed to curb the influence of Meta and so on. So I kind of say more power to the ACCC's elbow. There is this issue that I flagged earlier that the ACCC and other agencies, they don't strictly speaking investigate scams, or not on an individual level. They receive complaints and they issue public warnings. And that's great as far as it goes. But as I said, it's very easy for these scams to reinvent themselves, just to clone a website and turn themselves over. So the same issue happens everywhere. The ACCC operates in a very similar way to the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK, although I think it probably does a bit of a better job. The question about MLAT, we discussed that just to some extent just before with Pradeep's question. There are mechanisms. There's Interpol, and the latest report from Interpol, the members of Interpol are all flagging cyber-enabled crime, cyber-enabled financial crime in particular, and cybercrime generally. They're all flagging it as their most significant emerging threat, all of the member countries of Interpol. But again, Interpol is slow. You will hear routinely from law enforcement officers all over the world that working through Interpol is tedious, and it's not strictly speaking an investigative body. It's sort of an intelligence triaging body and a liaison mechanism. So I don't know what the answer to that is. I mean, MLAT is just a treaty. It doesn't really mean anyone gets investigated or prosecuted. I think that the lessons I've taken home from what's happened the last couple of years is that deterrence works, and the Americans and the Germans prepared to put significant resources into prosecutions actually has an effect. Putting people in jail has an effect. And in terms of your question about governance, probably not something I feel really qualified to comment on. I mean, obviously there are some very big issues being discussed as part of the forum about governance. Probably other people would be better placed to answer that.
And there's one more follow-up. Within Australia, do you know if this issue has been considered by the regular meetings which take place between state and federal attorneys general?
That I don't know. I'm not privy to that.
Thanks.
Thank you. One more.
Oh, one more. Anonymous attendee. Could verifiable credentials, decentralized identifiers via self-sovereign identity assist in the prevention of identity fraud going forth? We're still in the age of username passwords with the hope of two-factor authentication, something that has greater governance utilizing private distributed ledger technology. Of course, social engineering might negate these, but where do you foresee a possible option like this into the future? Sorry, I read it. It's a mouthful.
Yeah, no, I think I understand the gist of it. Clearly, there are technological solutions to a lot of the problems that I've flagged or have alluded to. The thing is, well, what I've seen is that the criminal groups perpetrating these crimes are some of the most tech-savvy and technologically enabled people that you'll ever come across. They are extremely highly educated. They have in-house accountants and lawyers. They write their own software. They employ developers. Whatever, you know. So it's always a race. It's a cat and mouse race. It always has been. So yes, I'm sure there are technologies that will put up obstacles, but I can guarantee that the people behind these criminal syndicates will find ways to overcome them. In fact, they even use these types of systems sort of against themselves by collecting KYC data from victims that they then present to authorities if there's a complaint. So they know the systems backwards.
Thanks. And I have a question for Adrian from the NetThing participants. And it is whether there are currently any local regulations for digital currency, and if not, should there be?
Whether there are local regulations for digital currencies. Well, I think perhaps part of the problem is that we don't actually have a full definition of what a digital currency is. Some things are considered currencies, some things are not considered currencies. There are of course national regulations that will come with sovereign central bank digital currencies. Although for the moment, of course, the question of those entering kind of everyday use, we're kind of some way away from that, I think, and it's more about the question of how they relate to an existing sovereign currency. But I think probably the larger point in this is that the convergence of the kind of financial system with the internet system means that we're all facing a question around, do we have to replicate the entire regulatory system of finance somehow within the internet? And does the burden then fall upon technology providers and internet governance to police these flows and exchanges and to manage these kinds of questions? And I don't think there are only kind of technological solutions, because the thing I think that I want to draw a bit from this is that blockchain itself is supposedly a foolproof system for securitization, and yet has actually become the very basis for this kind of utter kind of dark web of crime. Which is entirely antithetical to the purpose for which it was originally designed. And that just kind of shows the kind of issues we faced. And I think beyond that, the question of what can be done locally, it's very difficult to do anything in the financial architecture locally, because we are locked into international treaties. We're locked into a globally integrated economy. It's very hard for any state to act alone in this space. And of course, we're not in a moment, perhaps, where we have the international cooperation at the high level that will actually enable us to kind of produce the kind of consensus that produced the World Wide Web originally, in this particular moment, for something of even kind of greater strategic import.
Thank you, Adrian and Mark. Adrian, for the challenges of the kind of cashless society that we're moving into, and Mark for the, this new world of crypto scams and things like that are very difficult to actually comprehend the scale of these activities. Right? But I'm sure there'll be a lot more questions that will be directed at you during the session. Our next session is going to be on youth cultures and online alcohol advertising, and we've got two presenters. I'd like to introduce both of them to you. The first is Catherine Backholer, and Catherine is at Deakin University and is a National Heart Foundation Future Leader Fellow and Associate Director of the Global Obesity Center, a World Health Organization collaborating center for obesity prevention. Catherine leads a team of staff and students working to inform policy and practice of the most effective ways to improve population health and reduce social inequalities. Her research is focused on the intersections of equity and the commercial determinants of health, and the application of interdisciplinary solutions to complex public health problems. Her research spans the use of artificial intelligence, machine vision, data scraping, citizen science and crowdsourcing, epidemiology, policy analysis, and ethnographic techniques. Our second speaker will be Nicholas Kerra, who's the director of the Digital Culture and Society Hub at the University of Queensland. His research examines the algorithmic and participatory advertising model of digital media platforms with a focus on digital alcohol marketing. Nick has been involved in policy making on alcohol advertising related matters with key bodies in Canberra and the health sector in Victoria. With extensive research experience in the digital engagements of youth cultures, Nick has been involved in research projects on alcohol-related harms and nightlife culture and the use of digital media in fostering cultural change in drinking culture. So can I call upon Catherine to do her presentation? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just check that you can see my slide in full. Yep. Okay, great. So thank you for asking me to come and present today. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I'm working and presenting, and that's the lands of the Wadawurrung people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. So today I'm really going to focus on regulation and regulating online marketing of alcohol, but really it applies to all types of harmful commodities online. So I want to start with, evidence that marketing of alcohol online or in any environment has an impact on health. And again, as I said, this really translates to many harmful commodities, including food, e-cigarettes, tobacco, or alcohol. So we have really good evidence now, both from the academic literature, but also from industry reports, that the marketing of harmful products influences behaviours and brand recognition and has a negative impact on health right across the life course. So this is from the academic literature, a review of the literature on the impacts of digital marketing, and showed that digital alcohol marketing activities use materials and approaches that are attractive to young people, encourage interactive engagement, and then really clearly showed that this was associated with higher levels of drinking behaviour, thereby increasing the risk of non-communicable diseases right across the life course. So the evidence is really clear there in the academic world. But if you look at industry reports, you see the same. So this is an ad campaign by Vodka Cruiser, who recognised that per capita alcohol consumption was falling, particularly consumption of pre-mixed spirits among females. So what they did was launched a Facebook live TV ad focused on young women who they believed moved away from the brand. And they showed it was really, really effective. So a 9.3 uplift in sales volume and an increase in brand favourability. So clearly, this marketing works and it has an impact on our children and our youth's health across their life. We know that these industries are turning to digital marketing more and more, from traditional to digital marketing. This is a graph of alcoholic drinks advertising spend globally on social media platforms. And you can see, despite the small budgets required for advertising online, you can see that the marketing spend has been increasing progressively over years. And then surprise, surprise, when we're all locked down at home, the advertising spend went up hugely in 2021 and has remained high and continuing to go up. We know that self-regulation doesn't work, so there are many codes that industry has written. They're monitored by industry, they're enforced by industry, and this is an industry that actually benefits from this kind of advertising through increased profits. And time again, the academic literature shows that it has no impact on these industry codes. So what are countries doing? Way back in 1991, the French lawyer Vin is a law that started out really strong that banned all alcohol marketing in media and settings unless it was exempted. So they had a positive list of media and settings and the types of marketing that could be done. But in 2009, the law was relaxed to allow marketing online, with some exceptions, but really quite weak now online. We've got the Finnish Alcohol Act, which is really held up on a pedestal in terms of alcohol advertising restrictions online, but again, huge hole in the regulation. So Finland was the first country in the world to incorporate a special regulation specifically on social media into its Alcohol Act, particularly through the use of interactive games, competitions, and lotteries. But as I said, major loopholes. We know from the evidence that alcohol companies have found ways to circumvent the law. So, for example, branded campaigns are now being used that advertise the context within which alcohol occurs rather than the products themselves. So just one of the very many examples of the way in which alcohol companies and harmful industries more broadly will circumvent rules and regulations online. Online. So I've been working a lot with the government of Thailand, with UNICEF, to develop a bill that regulates unhealthy food marketing. And they came to us with these three questions that really relate to harmful marketing online more broadly. And that was, who should be legally responsible for regulated activities? What should be regulated online? And how can regulations be monitored and enforced? So I'll just take you through this study. We did a number of interviews with the representatives that were really closely involved in the writing of the Finnish Alcohol Act, which I just described, the UK Health and Care Bill, which includes on a ban on all paid for marketing online for unhealthy foods. It's been passed, the law's been passed, but it hasn't been implemented yet. The Australian Tobacco Advertising Prohibition Act, which bans the marketing of e-cigarettes and tobacco online, and the Chile Food Labelling and Advertising Law, which bans all marketing of unhealthy foods that's directed to children specifically. And being academics, we use the number of policy and health law frameworks to guide our work. So I'll just take you through these findings. So in terms of who should be legally responsible for the regulated activities, as I take you through these findings, these are the really high-level findings. There's a lot more depth to it, but I'll take you through the high-level findings. So all interviewees agreed that the advertiser should certainly be legally responsible for complying with the law. So that's the alcohol manufacturer or the producer. But they also started to talk about, well, actually, the marketing chain is quite complex online. So it's not just about the advertiser, but the agencies, the data brokers, the ad tech companies, the ad networks and the publishers as well. So we should be thinking about proportionate liability for actors across that whole entire marketing chain. And then we asked about social media platforms, and almost all interviewees at first said, we can't even think about social media platforms. They're too powerful. They're in the US. But we started to talk that through, and there was some suggestion around making algorithms more transparent and publicly available so they can be scrutinized. And certainly in the US, there is some traction in terms of regulating as well. So in terms of what should be regulated, it was really consistently considered that if you want to protect children and youth from harmful marketing, you have to stop all online marketing, and specific targeting of certain groups to protect just won't work. So we focused on children, for example, and they felt that adults and children share the same digital devices, online accounts and online profiles, which is a reason why it wouldn't work. And other reasons are that children often circumvent age requirements, the predictive capabilities of to target ads away from certain groups are inaccurate, and we really need to be looking to future-proofing policy against changes in digital ecosystems. We know huge numbers of brands, for example, bought up in the metaverse, for example. So how do we have a law that really captures future changes in marketing techniques as well? And the way to do that, they viewed, was just by banning all of that kind of marketing online that's harmful. And then the last question, how can regulations be monitored and enforced? It was viewed that monitoring needs to be budgeted for and outlined really early and not just at the end of how it's currently viewed. That industry advertising data and civil society complaints can be used, but it's not enough. And really, monitoring was viewed as a key challenge to enforcement. And we are doing some work building an artificial intelligence platform to be able to monitor the harmful marketing in a much more automated way at the moment with Nick and others. And cross-border marketing as well. In a digital world, there are no borders. So how do you regulate marketing that's coming from other countries into another country? So I will leave it there. Thanks for having me, and look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Thank you, Catherine. Before you go, I had one question with respect to self-regulation. I'm sure that self-regulation is in the interest of the industry, right? And I wonder what kind of advocacy industry in Australia, for example, is involved in maintaining that particular status rather than going to full regulation. What are the kinds of things that they do to protect their turf?
Exactly. This idea of self-regulation absolutely comes from industry. They push. If you look at submissions to the UK policy, for example, banning online food marketing, if you look at the industry submissions, that's one of the first things they say is that we don't need regulation. We already have our own codes that we use. We just recently did a survey across 32 low and middle income countries and the ministries of health in those countries and asked what are some of the biggest challenges to regulating online marketing. And by far what came out for the top challenge was industry, and industry pushing back with, you know, legal challenges and lobbying, and, you know, really fighting hard, because this will impact their bottom line and their profits.
Thank you. Nick?
Thanks, Pradeep. Just wait for my, that's all right. Do I use this clicker or?
You can give it a go.
I can give it a go. Oh, wait, I'll wait. All right. No, doesn't want to click. That's all right. I'll let you click for me. So thanks, Pradeep, and thanks, Kath. I hope this leads on quite neatly from what you've outlined already this afternoon. So I might click a long one to begin. And I just wanted to start off by kind of asking this sort of question about how we got here. And for me, there's these kind of two important currents that have been going on with the development of digital advertising really over the last decade or so. Yeah, next one along. And I kind of think about it this way, that I'll take the bottom one first. On the one hand, we see the emergence of a form of advertising that's very kind of participatory, organic, earned. It involves this kind of much more open-ended engagement between advertisers and consumers online. They're engaging with each other in the production and sharing of content. And this part of the this form of digital advertising is really important in the first years in which platforms emerged, because they were driven by venture capital, and their objective was to build up engagement on the platforms. And so advertisers kind of played an important role here, because they were producing lots and lots of content. That content was feeding onto the platform. People were playing with it. And the platforms were kind of rewarding advertisers with free reach if they created good content. But at a certain moment, that venture capital period ends and the platforms have to make money. And so they switch fully into a paid advertising model, particularly the social media platforms. And at that point, organic reach just collapses. Advertisers stop getting any kind of free reach. And the participatory moment gives way, in a way, to a much more data-driven algorithmic mode of advertising that's fully, in a sense, paid for. But of course, this was another current that was always there the whole way along. If we think back to the cookie in the late 90s that solved the sort of shopping basket problem of keeping all your goods in your basket as you moved around a website in early forms of online retail, the cookie then became the little instrument that tracked you across the web that could then drive the development of a targeted and programmatic form of advertising. So these two currents are kind of really important to me, because they get more and more woven together as we go along over the last decade. I'll go to the next slide. And what it kind of raises, I think, is a really fundamental question about what advertising even is now. And I think if we import some of our assumptions about what advertising was in the 20th century, or what it is in mass forms of media, into the way we think about digital platforms, we're almost like thinking of the wrong object. And so we need to kind of think about, you know, what form does advertising take? And so I want to kind of play that out in a couple of ways as I go along. So firstly, a really important characteristic of the kind of advertising that we see on digital platforms is that it's dark. And it's dark in two senses. The first sense is that it's not open to public scrutiny. And this is a really fundamental change. Like, by definition in the 20th century, advertising was a public form of communication. It followed the logic of publicity. And so all forms of kind of regulation, monitoring, accountability that we have in law or in self-regulation or any other kinds of instruments are based on the assumption that advertising is in the public domain. You can see it, you can make sense of it, you can hold it to some kind of scrutiny. But platforms have invented a form of advertising that's dark in the sense that it's only visible to the people, to the person targeted by the ad, and only in the moment in which they see it, and then it disappears. So there's no way, in a sense, to see what's happening. And the second way in which advertising on platforms is dark is that advertising is no longer just the ads. It's this complicated algorithmic model that tunes relationships between ads and consumers. And if you don't really understand that model, you don't really understand what advertising is. And that model is kind of also entirely now outside of any kind of public scrutiny. I'll go to the next slide. So for me, there's this really important relationship if we're going to think about regulating this form of marketing, in terms of thinking about what it would mean to take dark digital advertising and make it accountable to the public. And before you could think about accountability or regulation, you kind of need to go backwards and think about observability. How could we, what kind of conditions do we need to be able to observe advertising on these platforms? And to get to any kind of meaningful form of observability, you need to kind of think about what kinds of transparency the platforms might provide to enable that. And so on screen here, I have this table that comes from a report that I worked on with the Foundation for Alcohol Research and Education this year, where we created a schema to rate the transparency and observability of advertising on all the major platforms, and then went and rated them. So we wanted to kind of come up with a scorecard for figuring out how transparent the ad models of the platforms were. And you can see on our scorecard, only one platform rates green for one thing on any of our criteria. And so I'll kind of explain broadly what we find. So across the top, we're looking at Meta, Alphabet. Sorry, the Zoom is obscuring. So Meta, Alphabet, Twitter, Snapchat, and TikTok. And then down the left-hand side, we have a series of criteria. We start with a basic one saying, is there a public archive of the ads that you can log in and see? And then what kind of features do the platforms provide around that archive? So is it permanently archived? Is there access to a searchable dashboard? Can you download metadata about the ads, such as information about targeting, information on spend, or information on reach? The only green criteria is Meta. So Facebook and Instagram provide a public searchable dashboard to their archive, but they create a very funny kind of archive. It's like the archive only contains ads that are live on the platform at that very moment. So it's kind of like a library where they delete the books if no one's reading them or something like that. And the yellow is overwhelmingly, the story is that platforms do provide better forms of transparency for political advertising because they've been under a lot of pressure to do so. And so you get this kind of pattern where in the one, that's a mixed story to me in the sense is that it demonstrates under pressure, platforms can provide better forms of transparency. It's technically possible. It doesn't cost them a lot to do it, but they only provide it for that single category. And then some platforms, their level of transparency is appalling. So Alphabet is certainly in that domain, one of the biggest ad companies in the world, and really, apart from political advertising, extremely limited forms of transparency. TikTok, for example, provides really none at all. So I'll go to the next slide. So I think for me, this is a really, this is a kind of baseline for thinking about what it would mean to regulate advertising in the digital age. Firstly, we would need to think about that relationship between transparency and accountability. And then we'd also need to think about what it means to observe more than just the ads. So what would it mean to observe and understand the forms of data that advertisers are collecting and how they use it? So this is just a little snapshot of some data from a study we did with young Victorians last year. And we asked them to send us their Facebook advertiser and interest data. Facebook make it pretty difficult for you to download this, but a group of our participants were able to do it and share it with us. And what we found on average was that 194 of those, the average young Victorian in that study had 194 different advertisers upload data about them into Meta's ad model. And the ad model generated on average 787 interests about them. And those interests are kind of like the fuel that drives the whole ad engine. And I think to understand anything about the model, you really need to understand those data sets and how they're being used to feed neural networks that kind of tune the relationships between consumers and ads. I'll go to the next slide. And I'm going to skip forward. I'm going to make one more kind of point. So we'll go to the next slide, down again and again. Okay, 2 more points. So the other thing I think is really important in this ad model, and this connects with what Adrian led off with this afternoon, is increasingly this ad model is becoming an integrated advertising and retail model. So it was only really 2-3 years ago in the West that we began to see retail integrated fully into the major social media platforms. This has been integrated into Chinese platforms from the get-go. But for some product categories now, we're seeing the ads are really tappable buy buttons. So the ads have become something you don't just look at, you tap them. And so particularly if you look at particular categories, so here we're looking at, say, alcohol ads, and we're finding that retail and home delivery ads nearly always have buy buttons now. So here on Instagram, for example, 87% of home delivery ads have a buy button. And so, but Instagram only really integrated these buttons in 2019. So very rapidly, Instagram has gone from being a targeted ad platform really to an ad and retail platform. Next slide. And just to show you what those buttons look like, because I think in a way they're kind of engineered into the ads in very seamless ways. So all of these ads have a button. These are all shop now buttons, but you can see the way in which they take different forms on the platform. Okay, next slide. And next slide. Next one, next one, next one. I just want to make one final point. Maybe, sorry, if I go back up. Up. Sorry, this is a bit tricky. Up again. I want to go up. Other way. There we go. I might just stop here. Yes. So this is just to say when we look at so we got these young Victorians to donate ads to us that they were seeing. And one of the things we begin to see, sorry, can I go up 2 more? Yes, there. Yes. So one of the things we begin to see is the way the model tunes sequences of ads for particular consumers. So the image on the left is a series of ads that young Victorian women were sending us, and the images on the right are young Victorian men. And you can see the way in which the model is tuning toward their identities. So the young men are not just seeing lots of sports betting kind of ads, but the language of those ads is very much about risk, reward, calculation. It's like bet now, make it count, win. On the left, it's much more, you're seeing lots of botanicals, pinks, and so on. So the ways in which the ad model could take the same set of products in many cases and tune them to different identities is really apparent. And now I want to go back down. So click past these ones. So one of the things I'm interested in my work is what this advertising is going to become in the future. And this is where I'll finish up. So I'll keep going down and down a little more. I had too many slides. Yes, we'll stop here. So I'm thinking here, this year, particularly, we've seen the emergence of generative AI models like DALL-E 2. So these are a series of images generated in DALL-E 2. And DALL-E 2 is a neural network where you can generate images from text prompts. So you write a little bit of text into the model, and the model will generate you synthetic, wholly synthesized images. And one of the things we've been thinking about in this work is what the next wave of automated advertising is going to look like. The previous decade is really focused on neural networks that can target the ads. But the next decade, we will see the emergence of neural networks that actually synthetically produce the ads. And those two moments will get joined together, I think. So what we were doing here was just playing with this relatively untrained model. And already it's uncanny, you can see it's uncannily good at generating ads. What we were doing is actually describing ads that we could see our alcohol advertisers serving to young Victorians to the model, and seeing how good it was at just producing those ads from scratch. And all of these images were generated from one prompt in sort of 5 to 10 seconds. The model is better at creating ads that match the aesthetics of young women than it is at young men. I find that really interesting. I have a theory about why that is, but it's kind of cute. I find the gendered aspects of this model really interesting. Okay, so, and then just to go to the last slide, all of this is just to say, I think, that if we're going to think about the regulation of digital advertising, we need to kind of go back to basics about what kind of object advertising now is. And to just think about regulating the content and finding the ads would be to kind of miss the bigger picture here of what's been going on in the past decade. And I think what's about to happen. I think we'll begin to look at the 2010s as really a prototypical period for this ad model. And the 2020s was the period in which it actually started to emerge into its mature form. We often think that a lot of change has happened in advertising, and it has, but I think we're on the cusp of a very big shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Are there any questions online? Any in the chat?
There is. The interface between gendered aspects and opportunity for exploitation is a tad scary. That's a comment from the chat. And Holly says this presentation is almost scary. So perhaps we can move a little bit to an open discussion. And I think I would like to trigger with a couple of things, because most of the content of this panel provides with in the sense of we can see how market has studied a lot of very important problems, how research has enabled us to understand them more better. But taking this comment from Holly about I'd like to reflect what instrumental research in terms of the outlook of these things that we are studying.
Oh, okay. I mean, what gives me hope? Look, I think in a way, what gives me hope is we went through a period in the noughties and well into the 2010s where platforms were greeted with a kind of almost like a celebratory fervor, that they were here to transform our culture in all sorts of good ways. And really, in a way, from 2016 onwards, a bunch of things happened that alerted the public more broadly to a whole set of concerns and questions that we ought to take very seriously. And if I think particularly about the kind of work I've done where I find myself intersecting with particularly policymakers and politicians, like 5 years ago, they weren't sure why or how to care about this, but now they're very concerned. And so I think that sense that this is a matter of public concern is cause for hope. Like there's agreement that we ought to do something. And I think that creates a certain kind of momentum.
I want to continue with that conversation. Is this an area where, I mean, it's pretty clear that this is an area where, the advertisers and the alcohol companies are 10 steps ahead of regulators, right? I mean, in the sense that, they're doing their stuff, they're doing this in increasingly complex ways. It's difficult to fathom what they're doing and find out, how they're actually connecting to, to consumers, all that kind of stuff. When you talk about the urgency that there is today in terms of the government wanting to deal with this issue, is this something that is widespread? Is it kind of in the policy framework, among a few policymakers, or is there an increasing kind of awareness that this is something that is urgent that needs to be dealt with?
I think the way it intersects across multiple parts of government, in Australia, e-safety, ACCC, Department of Communications, the Attorney General, and the review of the Privacy Act. So there's all of these points in the political process where these issues are kind of coming up in different sorts of ways. And so that, to me, points to the kind of intersecting, complicated set of issues platforms are generating. But it also, the advantage there, I suppose, is that there's lots of points in the political process where this is becoming an issue. But it's a complicated one. I mean, Kath, maybe to point a question to you in this regard, like in your work where you're looking at, say, the Finnish reforms, which were held up and celebrated at the time, but the UK ones that are incoming, there's that question about how quickly that some of those legislative interventions kind of get out of date if they're too narrowly framed, right? Do you have a view from your work on that part of the issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look to tobacco. So if you look at the tobacco laws, they're framed in a way that does capture all kind of marketing. So they're not prescriptive. They're more open to what that might include going forward. But I think on the on the regulatory agenda globally, I think we're getting a lot of. So I've got kids outside. I think we're getting a lot of traction. So I was on a call today, and the Philippines is just about to, or next month, is going to table a proposal for restrictions of digital food marketing next month in the House of Representatives. That would have been unheard of a couple of years ago. And I think just, looking at anti-competition, anti-privacy laws in the US around, big tech and their role is really exciting with Biden in power. We never have had anything like that with previous governments in the US. And from a public health perspective, there's a huge amount of momentum around harmful marketing online. And, the UN agencies are getting right behind it, and they're supporting governments to start to tackle this space. So I think we'll see more and more, and it'll depend on having countries that just take a leap and try things and see what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, I agree, Kath. And I think it's an important, like a few years ago, you'd often hear governments say, oh, well, what can one national government do against these global platforms? But I feel like that, now you're seeing national governments just pressing ahead with regulations and sort of, an interesting game of brinkmanship where it's the platforms either comply or they pull out of that national market. And more often than not, they seem to comply, I think. Yeah. We saw an interesting kind of game of brinkmanship here in Australia where they turned off news in the Australian market for a few days to kind of prove their point. But we ended up in an interesting place on that. Yeah.
Are there any questions from the floor? Yes.
I was just going to say something very briefly about being positive. I mean, I think, although what I've tried to do is kind of point out that the various kind of utopian technical solutions to all these different things doesn't necessarily play out as things enter into the domain of real life, digital or otherwise. I think it's also worth recognizing that these kind of more integrated chains of transactions and possibilities across the internet are in, bringing opportunities to people all around the world who've previously not had that access to those opportunities. People were able to support and sustain each other through COVID-19 lockdowns. People who were stranded in cities could be sustained by their cities, their families back in the provinces. The traditionally most vulnerable people have certainly been helped by this. And I think that there is, some value in the kind of legibility it brings to, particularly to the informal sector, where there's often been, a lot of exploitation happening. And so I think there's lots and lots of benefits. And down those channels, of course, of connectivity also comes kind of health communication. It also comes positive social communication. And I think also, although we tend to look at sort of social credit systems as being kind of, sort of behavioral authoritarianism, we can also see possibilities in some of those kind of novel forms of currencies for actually engaging citizens at the grassroots in building up important initiatives worldwide that previously were sort of dumped onto corporates who were really not designed to be the people driving them necessarily, without the assistance of the public. So I think there's a lot of positive that comes out of it, but I think what we're seeing in some of the kind of negative or sort of responses from the public, we're not quite comfortable with this, we're not quite comfortable with that. And the point is that a transactional system is not only a technical system, but it does also delimit our kind of social and cultural mores and our boundaries. And so in different cultures and different places around the world, we'll kind of draw lines about where we think this should stop, where the market should stop, where other values have to come in, what kinds of transactions online are going to be kind of healthy and positive and supported, people are going to buy into, and which ones people aren't, So I think, along the development of the technical system comes the kind of development of our transactional cultures in the digital age. And this is where, people do have a power to kind of shape the system, regardless of the kind of, the ways in which algorithms are designed to shape them. I think we are also seeing, some of that feedback loop coming into play. So I don't think the picture is entirely dark, but I do think, there are those perennial questions we'll face is with the integration of everything, every issue replicates across everything else. And then who's responsible, who kinds of acts, can you simply rely upon the kind of a kind of crowd of 6 billion people worldwide to kind of tune the algorithm somehow? Perhaps that's too much.
Catherine?
I was going to say, again, from a public health perspective, I think what's positive is that countries and governments are starting to see legitimacy in the rights, human rights and the rights of a child. So almost all countries around the world, bar two, have signed the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which says that governments must act to protect children, including while they participate online, so that children can participate online in an environment that's free from economic exploitation. And, you can apply that to the human rights more broadly as well. And I think that is getting a bit more legitimacy with governments, and it's a positive move.
I was just going to say that one thing that gives me some small degree of hope is that most of the people that I've come across who've fallen victim to the sorts of crimes that we were talking about earlier are an older cohort who, for some reason, have a sort of intrinsic trust for the Facebook pop-ups that are hooking them in the first place. And that's not shared by much more digitally connected and knowledgeable younger cohorts. So I think over the longer term, that younger cohort will take that understanding of how these systems really work sort of through with them. And I think that's just possibly a sort of a source for at least some optimism. There's still plenty of older people out there available, but and also, like, I think that young people are also have the capacity to demonstrate a capacity to harness digital media to fight back against some of these issues. So it's not a one-way street.
I'm there. You got a mic?
Thank you. This is Samdad. My question is regarding about the social movement. Like, we heard all the things, but I want to know about the social movement, like the civil society and the social movement. Is these two are all together in this field? they are working, and what is the role of public side broadcasting and the commercial broadcasting, because they are the main stakeholder of this all kinds of advertising. So like who are counterfeiting, like public broadcasters like ABC, they are taking any roles to make social movements to like work against these kinds of activities? So like what's their role, how they are acting in this like digital warfare, advertising warfare? Yeah, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Does the ABC have a role in contesting what's happening in this fraud? Yeah, like public broadcasting.
I mean, I think that if I understand you rightly, we're thinking about social movements as kind of non-governmental bodies, and what's their role in this kind of space, whether that's in, and I think it's important, certainly in areas that I'm looking at. I was talking to somebody in Indonesia yesterday about what they can do in terms of delivering digital literacy to kind of newly connected populations, so they don't fall prey to micro lending scams, so they don't fall prey to the kinds of things that even, we say this generation or that generation actually already had 30 years of experience, and some people are just entering into this space now and they have to kind of catch up. And I think social movements feeding into NGOs and community organizations have a huge role to play in the literacy space. I think broadly, when we think about social issues and what drives, what determines what's acceptable in the public domain, and so therefore putting pressure on national bodies or broadcasters to see issues represented or taken up, or in issues that relate specifically to their movement. So whether you're an environmental social movement that has an environmental bent, or some other kind of key factor in which it's mobilized. So they're often very active in kind of lobbying and shaping the kind of communicative norms in that space. And you often see, of course, that they're also running their own campaigns on social media as well. So I think they're very kind of present and capable of both kind of using the system and also kind of feeding into debates about regulation. So I think going back to the kind of days of Castells, where he argued that we would live in a world of social movements in the network society, where, the anti-network society would have to be on the network. The anti-globalization people would have to be operating globally, and the great kind of contradiction of voice within the system. But I think that voice has been very powerful, and I think we've seen outcomes from that. And I know it's certainly reaching young people. So I think there is something there to be positive about as well. Although the caveat to that is that, not all actors, not all social movements find those comments kind of welcome, and they are being shut down in some countries in social media spaces. And it's important to recognize that as well.
I think the other thing I would think about here is, one of the things I notice in the harmful industry space that Kath and I work in is these new kind of alliances that weren't there a few years ago, that where civil society organizations concerned about harmful industries or public health are finding themselves forming new kind of alliances with digital rights movements, consumer rights, consumer protection movements, and so on. And so those kind of new formations of people in the digital activism space and people in the kind of corporate and public health space are really productive. And again, demonstrate the kind of broad-reaching nature of these issues.
One of the questions that I had to follow on was how do consumers safeguard their interests when it comes to, say, crypto fraud kind of stuff? Who do they turn to? I know there's a lot happening in the space outside, but if an ordinary person gets experiences fraud, where does he or she turn to in Australia, for example?
Well, most people don't report it, for a start. There's a shame aspect that attaches to that type of crime, because effectively people have been duped, and that's not something they generally want to broadcast or to make public, and that limits reporting considerably. As I think I mentioned, probably only about a third of victims actually make any kind of report. In fact, many of them don't tell their close relatives even. I have many clients who beg me not to tell anybody in authority or anyone beyond a very tight group of people that they've been the victim of this type of crime. So that's the first issue to flag. If they are minded to make a complaint or report, then the official way to do it is to go via the ACSC cybercrime portal, which is a national system that triages complaints about cybercrime. And this is a model that's been adopted by many countries. And Australia, in fact, is about to, under the new Labor government, is planning to implement a sort of a further stage of that and set up what's known as a fusion centre, which is a 24-hour reporting system. It will be a sort of a multi-agency approach. And this has already been implemented in several other countries with differing levels of success. But it's one thing to receive the information and to collect intelligence, but it's quite a different thing, as I hope I sort of alluded to earlier, to actually investigate in the formal criminal sense of investigation with a view to prosecution, simply because of the complexity and the multi-jurisdictional nature of this type of crime.
Right.
So there are places to go. The ACCC collects statistics. You can go to your local police station, but they will mostly tell you to go via the ACSC portal and file a complaint there.
I think we are running out of time, and we're very thankful to the speakers. I don't know, Pradeep, if you want to say the last words of this and then pass it to Bronwyn and Cheryl, that will close the day of NetThing.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the speakers as well. Nick, Mark, Adrian, Catherine. This is a wonderful, wonderful session, because I think, you not only dealt with the kind of dark spaces, but also the positive signs of hope in this brave new world in which we're living. So thank you very much. And thank you, NetThing audience and everybody here. Thanks very much.
Wow, that was both terrifying and luckily, eventually, gave me a small amount of light at the end of the tunnel. What a fabulous panel you two have put together. Thank you so very much to APNIC and, of course, the University of Queensland School of Communication and the Arts. Bronwyn, are you online and ready to roll?
I am online and ready to roll. Thanks, Cheryl. So on behalf of the NetThing committee, I'd like to thank you all for attending the first day of NetThing 2022. We hope that you enjoyed the sessions and that you'll join us again for tomorrow's program for another full day of excellent sessions and thought-provoking topics. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the wonderful speakers who participated in today's program and say a special thank you to all of our steering committee who have assisted with running today's event, and also just to thank our sponsors for their support again. We'll be starting at 9:45 tomorrow morning with Rosemary Sinclair, CEO of Outer, providing the opening welcome. Our first panel of the day will be on internet fragmentation and the splinternet with Andrew Sullivan, CEO of Internet Society, Chris Despain, Dominic Lazansky, and Jordan Carter. So we have a fantastic first session for the day. And I'm really looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts as well throughout the day through the Q&A on all of the sessions. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for attending day one of NetThing 2022. We look forward to seeing you in the morning, and I hope you have a great night.